Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. Today I am going to introduce you to this crash course. So before directly diving into the details, I quickly want to tell you the background and who is this crash course actually meant for. So last couple of months back, I was being reached out by a very senior guy. He was already working in the industry and the company wanted to explore UiPath as a tool. So he told me that Mukesh, I do not want to go into the deep down in each and every detail as you go into your videos, but I want to have an overview of UiPath in general and wanted to see that how it looks like, how the developer work, how do you deploy, how do you interact with different application, what is orchestrator and all of those stuffs, right? So we thought of going into a session one-to-one, and these are the sessions recorded with that gentleman. So in case if you are someone who is already working, a working professional and looking to explore UiPath, this video is for you. If you are a developer who is already working in a different technology, let's say a different RPA tool, and you wanted to see how does UiPath as a tool is different and what are its capability, this video is for you. You can be someone who is a fresher or a beginner and who wants to create UiPath solutions or automations, but you do not have time to go through the entire modules. This video is for you. Okay. However, after each video, I would also guide you that where actually you would find the detailed videos and instructions to do with these things, right? So in case you get interest and you want to deep dive, I would also share the links of the complete tutorials with you guys, right? So that would be the overall agenda. So this complete crash course is available and I will post all the links, everything's in the description for your reference. I would really appreciate your feedback on this kind of content, and let's get started. Okay, so what you are looking on the screen, this would be the complete agenda for this bootcamp or the crash course, right? I have posted all these links into the description. At any point of time, if you want to jump to a specific section or a specific tutorial, you can just click on the timestamp and the video will navigate you to that chapter. Okay, so this would be the complete agenda for this one. At the end of the video, I am going to tell you that what are the next steps you should take after you complete this bootcamp. So this is the first chapter into the bootcamp or into the crash course, right? So the first thing we are going to see here is how do you download the UiPath software? What are the different components of UiPath which as a beginner you should understand? What are the different kinds of robots which are available? And lastly, we are also going to see what are the things are there that you should automate and what are the things that you should not actually automate. Okay, for downloading the software and the background of robotic process automation, I will hook up two videos into the description, so please do refer those videos in case you want to deep dive into those topics. In the browser, you have to go to this website, which is uipath.com. Okay, and then at the top you have something which is called try UiPath for free. Okay, and you can follow the steps later on as well. I'll share you the complete video where I have done all of this step by step. It's very easy. So
Okay, sure.
all you have to do is just go here and then you have to sign in. It will ask you for a couple of details like what is the location, which time zone you are, and that's it. And once you log in to this website, this would be the cloud.uipath.com, which is the community platform for UiPath. Here you will get all the things, whatever you require to get started with UiPath. On the right hand side, you have something which is called download the studio desktop. Okay, you click on that and that will give you the UiPath Studio, which is nothing but this guy. Okay.
Okay.
So you would have the UiPath Studio directly from here and you just install it, sign in, and you would have the up and running version of the UiPath Studio running with you, right? So that you can easily configure it. Just next. Okay. So now, whenever we talk about any programming or I would say, you have done, you might be familiar with something like Visual Studio, right?
Yes.
If I have to today code in Java, I can use, let's say, Eclipse. If I today have to code something in C Sharp, I use Visual Studio. If I have to code today in Python, I have something which is called Jupyter Notebook. I can use it in online editor, or I can use in any Python editor, right? Similarly, if today I have to code a robot, or if I have to code an automation, where would I code? That place is the UiPath Studio. Okay,
Yeah.
you're with me?
Yes, Mukesh.
You're
Got
able
it.
to, yeah, okay. So now, okay, before that, right, I believe you already have a bit background of what exactly is RPA,
Yes.
right? What we are trying to do. So basically, any stuff whichever I do with the help of keyboard and a mouse and I want to automate it, I can do it with the help of RPA, which is called the robotic process automation. Okay. Now, so as I told you, right, I'll just bring a notepad here. Whenever I have to code, so to code, I would need something, right? So that something is called UiPath Studio. When I talk about UiPath Studio, this is nothing but the editor to write the code. Fine. The
Yeah.
second thing is, once you have written the code into the UiPath Studio, which is this guy, right? This guy cannot execute the code. This has only a capability to write the code. It cannot execute. It is just an editor where you can write the code. Now, if you have to execute it, now if you have to run it, you would need a second component, which is called UiPath Assistant. Okay. To run the automation, you would need something which is called UiPath Assistant. Now, this is to trigger or run the automation. You can think it like, for example, if I have to today run a code, and if you are coming from a Java background, right? So we need an interpreter, we need compiler, we need something utility to run the automation. That something is called UiPath Assistant. Okay, where it is located, you can just go to your start menu and you can search for assistant right here, and you will get something which is called UiPath Assistant. So UiPath Assistant is automatically installed as soon as you install the UiPath Studio onto your computer. So when you go to that link, you install UiPath Studio, you will already have the second component, which is called UiPath Assistant, which is also installed on your computer like this. This component is responsible for running the automation. Studio is to build, Assistant is to run the automation. Okay. The third important component which you should remember is to manage. Now you have built the automation, you are running the automation. When the automation size grows, how do you deploy it to other computer? I am a developer. I have created the automation. Now, if I want to deploy it to some other machine, or I want to give it to my team, I need a place where I can manage this stuff. That place is called UiPath Orchestrator. It is to manage the automation fleet, I can say. Okay. So these are the three components which you require to get started with UiPath. You need something to code, which is nothing but UiPath Studio. You need something to run the automation, which is UiPath Assistant. And you need something to manage the license, manage the uh, processes, manage the jobs, manage the triggers, basically managing the users. Everything related to management would be done in something which is called UiPath Orchestrator, right? And these are the three main components which as a beginner you should start with, and then once you're comfortable with, then only you jump to the next steps, right? And these are the three components which we are going to utilize in majority of this session. Okay. Now here is your UiPath Studio, here is your UiPath Assistant. The third question is, where is my orchestrator? So to log into the orchestrator, you would go to this place, which is the same URL, which was cloud.uipath.com. Okay. And in here, if you click on these 9 dots, you would have something which is called orchestrator. You click on that and you will open your orchestrator, where you can manage the robots, manage the process, manage the jobs. Anything related to management you can think of would be managed by this one, which is a web based application. That means that you can manage your robots, you can manage your automation even from the website. You browse this URL in any computer and you can manage all the processes, everything, right? So three main components of UiPath to get started with. The first one is Studio, the second one is Assistant, and third one is Orchestrator. Okay, I'll take a pause. Any questions you have?
No, I'm good, Mukesh. Got it.
Okay, now, so we understood that there are three major components, right? Now the next thing comes is how actually these components are related to each other. So in UiPath Studio, I just go and I code it. UiPath Assistant is running it. How would anybody know that where exactly these things are connected to? So the next thing is you should understand is how these things are connected to each other. So for that, let me quickly show you a small slide, and that way you'd understand it. Okay. So this is the plain RPA slide. We have already covered, you already know about all of this, right? So I'm not going to go into these details. So I'll just okay, so I'll just open this one, which is the components of UiPath. And in this presentation, we would just read a little bit of theory, right? That how does these components look like? Okay.
Sure.
So here it is, right? So we talk about UiPath Studio, which is nothing but the canvas for the developers to develop the bot. It has the drag and drop activities. We'll talk about all of this into more practical and less of the theory, right? Then you have the next component, which is UiPath Assistant, which is an application which is used to run, manage the jobs, right? From this wizard, you can view, play, pause, resume any of the processes. The third component is the UiPath Orchestrator, which is used to manage the licenses, users, roles, provisioning, integration to the third-party solution. Everything is done by the third component, right? Now a question arises, how are these three component related? So first of all, you have something which is called UiPath Studio. We as a developer, we use UiPath Studio to code the automation, right? I have the automation requirement, I know the problem statement, I go to UiPath Studio, I code the solution, and that's it. As a developer, my job is done, right? Now what happens? The developer will publish the automation. The developer will go and he will publish the automation to something which is called orchestrator, because that's where it is going to manage. So as of now, we have just created the code into the UiPath Studio. As soon as publish the code is sent as a packet, and that packet is called a NuGet package. Extension is NUPKG, NuGet package, right? So you created the code, you done the development, you click on publish, that code is sent to the orchestrator. In the orchestrator, now what happens inside the orchestrator? You are a company, right? In your company, you can have different departments, such as HR is one department, finance is one department, banking is one department, and you do not want the data and the processes to be shared between one another, right? Because the HR is a different vertical, insurance is a different vertical. You can think it of any vertical in your company. So basically in the orchestrator, the first thing is we create something which is called tenant. So what is exactly a tenant? A tenant is something where you segregate the roles, segregate the user, segregate the automation, segregate the stuff which are required to run the automation into different components, such as HR can be one tenant. insurance can be one tenant. The third one can be banking. Once you have the tenant, this NuGet package is assigned to one of the tenant depending on which automation it was. And then this thing is converted to a process. So first, whenever you deployed the, let me just put a pen. Whenever you deployed the studio to this orchestrator first time, right? Orchestrator does not know, it does not understand, right? Whether this process is for insurance, this process is a finance, this process is banking, right? It has no information. So you go to the orchestrator, you go to the respective tenant, and then in that respective tenant, you tell that you convert that NuGet to something which is called process. And when you do that, then this understand that, okay, now I understand that I am a process of insurance. I am a process of banking. And then when the process is ready, then you can do something which is called a job. Now, what is a job? The job is nothing but a task which can be assigned to a robot. Okay, so from the NuGet, you create the process. From the process, you create the job. Now, creating a job simply means that you are instructing the robot to run the job. You can instruct it to run it every 1 hour, every 30 minutes, every 5 minutes, or you can even ask it to run it immediately, right? So you have NuGet, you convert it to process by mapping it to tenant, then you create a job out of it. And then once the job is created, the robot is going to execute. And what is the robot? The robot is nothing but your UiPath assistant, right? So this is the way your complete three components are connected. You have studio, you have orchestrator, and you have assistant, right? I'll take a pause if you have any question in this diagram.
So not a major, but like a small question, Mukesh. We could achieve instead of adding this much like package, process, job. Why we couldn't like create something like it will be straight mapping it to robot? Like why we had to
Yeah.
involve this step?
Okay. So yeah, that's a good question, right? So your question is why I cannot directly go here and just run it here, right? So
Correct.
that way, only you are running your automation. So that is your personal automation. So you created the automation, you are running it on your assistant. So that is your personal assistant, right? Personal
Correct.
robot or personal automation, I would say. Now, if you have to share that automation to 10 of your colleagues, or you have to run it into an insurance department, you
Okay.
have to run it on different machine, right? So
Yes.
talking of the machine, right?
Yeah.
You understand that every company has different infrastructure. Development
Y-
machine is different, testing is different, QA is
Yes. Yes.
different,
Yes.
user machine is different, right? And production is
Yeah.
different.
Yeah.
So you created the studio, you run it on your thing, it is still working on your development machine, right? Our main objective is to serve the client, serve the customers.
Okay.
Then we need orchestrator, right? So in the orchestrator, you would manage all the machines, you would manage all the users, you will manage all the tenants, right? Then you will create a job, then you will schedule it, and then you will run it, right? So basically this happens only in the development. So whenever you develop something on your studio and you run it, right, then it directly
Yeah.
goes here to here. There is no orchestrator involved. Orchestrator is involved as soon as you want to deploy, manage, and do all the stuff. Got
I
it?
get it. So yeah, so when we run like when we use run command or run this file, that is our like
Yes.
process what you are showing on top.
Yes,
Got it.
this.
Okay.
So whenever you go to UiPath Studio, we'll come to that. Whenever you say run the command, you would notice that the command is directly sent to UiPath Assistant and not sent to UiPath Orchestrator,
Yes. Yeah.
right? So
Yeah.
that is your local, right? Now, if you have to share it to me, how would you share it, right? You will either email me and do all those different stuff, right? But the ideal way is to do it with the help of the orchestrator. Okay,
Yeah. It's clear now. Yeah. Got it. Thank you.
great. So this is how the three components are working connected together, right? Now, the next thing is we have different kind of robots which are available. Okay, This is important to understand because we have different kinds of robot, and you need to be able to differentiate between the attended, unattended, and the hybrid. So whenever I talk about the attended robot is simply means something which is sitting on the user machine and which requires a human intervention. Okay. Any robot which is triggered by a human and that requires a human intervention basically is a attended robot. So for
Okay.
example, you have written an automation, right? But you want to run it at 6 a.m. There is another colleague who wants to run it at 9 a.m. There is another colleague who wants to run it at 5 p.m. And to run that application, you have to be available on the screen. That is called attended robot. It is triggered by the user on demand basis, right? So it can be something for let's say a customer support help desk, right? Front desk customer support. As soon as the front desk customer receives a call saying that, hi, my name is Mukesh, and now I want to unlock my account, right? So that call can come anytime. So whosoever is the front desk customer support executive, based on the request, he will go and he will trigger the automation. That means the initiation is done by a human on demand basis. That is called an attended automation. Okay. Now, the opposite of it is something which is called unattended automation, which simply means that now I do not need the human intervention. I can schedule the automation. It can be the banking processes, insurance processes. At the end of the day, you want to compare the debit and the credit. And the bank closes, let's say, at 5 p.m. in the evening. At 7 p.m. daily, I want to run a process that goes to the debit, that goes to the credit, and you continue it, right? You do not need any human intervention. You just schedule the automation to run at daily 7 p.m. or daily 6 p.m.
Got
Any automation which you can run without human intervention is called unattended automation. It is mostly like it can be scheduled for daily, weekly, monthly, yearly, half yearly, right? So at the month end, you have to generate the salary slips of the employee. So as soon as it is the last day of the month, last day of every month at 9 a.m. in the morning, I want to trigger a process that would generate the salary slips and send it to the employees, right? It's a fixed thing. It has to happen, does not require any human intervention. Example of an unattended automation. Okay. Any question on attended and unattended before I move to the third one?
No, I'm good.
Okay, great. The third one is something which is called hybrid automation. Hybrid automation is a combination of your attended as well as the unattended automation, which means that now I have a requirement where I want to run it on ad hoc basis, or sorry, I want to run it on unattended without any human intervention, but there are some steps where I need human input. So for example, there is a robot which has to log into a website, and then from the website it has to fetch some data and do the processing. Now to log into that website, there is an RSA token which is coming to the mobile of the user, or there is some kind of a key which the user has to provide. Now the robot do not have access to a mobile phone. How it will go? So what will happen? An unattended robot will trigger. It will open the browser. It will open the username. It will open the password. It will feed the username and the password. And then when it requires the token, it will send a pop-up to the user saying that, hi Mukesh, please provide the OTP. And then as a user, you will provide the OTP, you will provide the token, it will take the token, and then it will continue from the next steps. So it is simply like the human and the robots working together, known as the hybrid. So basically attended as well as unattended automation working together, right? Does it make
Yeah,
sense?
yeah, sure. So for the hybrid, at least we have to be in front of the machine in order to provide the input, right? It cannot be left alone like unattended.
Yeah, it can be left at, there are both the ways of doing it. It can be left unattended. So what would happen is, so let's say the robot is running at 7 a.m. in the morning, it will trigger. It will send a notification to you via an email or whatever notification you choose, right? You will get an email that, hi Mukesh, I want to have this input. Now, till the time I don't provide the input, the robot will wait for me. As soon as I log into my computer, I go to that email, I will have that thing, I'll click on that, and then it will resume from there. So you don't need to necessarily be in front of the computer, right?
Oh, and
One
even
good, yeah.
sorry to interrupt you, but and it will not hold discard the process. Still, process will
No, no,
wait.
no. It
Yeah.
will wait. It will wait. It will pause. It
Okay.
will not stop. It will pause, right? A very classic example of this is the approval, right? So, for example, you are the HR head of the company, right? And you have 10 different recruiters who are working for you. So, before sending any final offer letter, they need to get your confirmation, right? So, what will
Yeah.
happen? The robot will do the offer letter generation. It will go to the details, generate the offer letters, everything unattended, and lastly it will send an email to the HR manager, and the email would be simply like, hi, this is an automated mail from the robot, we are giving this guy this much amount for this position, do you approve or reject, right? So you would have two button, approve and reject. He select on reject, the process will stop and say that the process was rejected. He approves, it will send that offer letter to the candidate, right? So
Got it.
example of attended plus unattended automation working together, known as the hybrid automation, right? Now eventually this thing has evolved much. You have other kind of automation agents and all coming into play, but first, as a beginner, you need to understand that there is a difference between attended, unattended and hybrid, and UiPath allows you to build all of that into the single platform. You don't need to do anything extra, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Now the next thing is what to automate, right? We understand that yes, our company have got us UiPath, we have the licenses, we have the orchestrator, we have everything, right? Now, what should I automate? It's a question, right? I can automate anything. I can go to an Excel, I can go to an website, I can go to the database, I can automate everything, whatever is possible, right? But how do I know whether this is the correct candidate for automation or not, right? So basically that's the business analyst part, but as a developer, you should ask yourself a few set of questions before you directly jump to the automation. The first one is stability, which simply means that you have to do the process automation only if the process is stable, which simply means that today I have the process, right? The process has step number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I automated it. After 3 months, the business changed the process. They say that, hey, I don't want that process. I would like to now do step number 1, 5, 7, 10, 6, and 4. They change the process flow. Or let's say you started to write a process on Oracle, and after 3 months, the business changed the database from Oracle to SQL. Your automation is waste, right? So basically, the first question as a developer you ask is, when are you expecting the change in the process? If let's say they say that, hey, we are expecting the change in a 1 year or 1.5 year, good enough, right? Because that way you can do. But if let's say they are expecting a change in the near future, that means the process is not stable. So that means that it is not a good candidate for automation. So first you stabilize the process and then you automate. Okay.
Yes. Got it.
The second point is rule based and repetition, which means that whatever you are trying to automate should have a proper rules. Meaning that the rules should be fixedly defined. It should not be vague. So for example, if there is a screen and there are three buttons, yes, no, and cancel, you should have clear indication that when should the robot click yes, when should it click no, and when it should click cancel. Rules should be precisely defined and it should be repetitive. Otherwise, if the rules are changing, it's not a good candidate for automation. The third thing is the volume. The higher the volume, the more it is good, right? So for example, you are working for a company and you created a process to do invoices, but on daily basis you are only receiving two invoices. So then it does not make a sense, right? So for two invoices, the human user is taking, let's say, 20 minutes. You automated it, you put all the efforts, you saved the 20 minutes, right? But
Eventually you put a lot of efforts into developing coding, best practices, deploying, managing, and all those things. That's not a worthy automation, right? So you need to check off the volume. So if the volume is like two invoices, then it does not make sense. But let's say if the volume is like 200, 2000, then it is a good candidate for automation. So volume also plays a important role whenever you decide the automation, right? So you have to do that ROI calculation before you actually jump into the development, right? That how much effort I am putting, and the effort which will get as a saving is less than the manual effort, right? So it should not happen that the human user is taking 10 minutes and the robot is taking 50 minutes, right? That's not the case, right? We just don't
Yeah.
have to automate just because that we can automate, right? So you have to select the correct automation. And the last one is the application involved, which simply means that what all applications are involved, right? So you need to see whether the application which are involved, do we have access? Does the robot have access? Is it a thin client? Is it a thick client? Do we have access to that? Can we scale it? What all are the application involved? Excel, web, right? So that will also be a critical factor to decide what is your automation, right? So that's just about very high level what to automate, right? Bare minimum you should at least ask these factors, because if any one of this is not failing and you start the development and later point of it you file, then you will not be able to generate the return on investment, which is nothing but ROI, right?
Yeah.
Because you have already spent time and money in developing it, coding it, you have the developers engaged, you have the licenses cost, you have the cost of the orchestrator, and at the end you say that, hey, I'm not saving the time. Then you are at the step zero where you would be question asked that why did you automate it if you did not see the saving, right? So basic ROI calculation has to be done before you jump into the automations. Okay,
Okay.
cool. Let's quickly summarize. What did we see? We see that we have three components in UiPath. We have Studio, we have Orchestrator, and we have Assistant. And or Studio for the development, Orchestrator for management, Assistant for triggering the automation, right? And whenever we talk about robots, high level, we have attended, unattended, and the hybrid robots. And it is crucial to select the correct automation process as the first step. Okay,
Yeah.
so that's about the three core components of UiPath. Okay, and these are the three components. You have Studio, you have Assistant, and you have this guy which is the Orchestrator. Okay, I'll take a pause if you have any question.
No, I'm good, Mukesh. Very clear.
Okay, cool. So now first thing first, right?
Okay, so now you have completed the first module. The next module is we are going to do a walkthrough of the UiPath Studio, where we are going to see when you open the UiPath Studio for the first time, what are the things you would be actually seeing and how do you navigate and find the things which are important for you folks. Okay. Now, please remember that I believe that you guys are using UiPath Community Edition. So the look and feel of the software might change depending on when you are seeing this video, but overall the concept remains the same, right? So in this tutorial or in this module, we are going to see the walkthrough of the UiPath Studio.
Let's talk about the interface, right? I won't overburden you in the first session, right? I'll take this module by module, right? So we understood the basic components. We have this installed. We have this everything available. Today, I'm just going to give you the walkthrough of this guy, right? So whenever you open Studio for the first time, it's a very simple interface, right? You would have something which is called open close. As the name suggests, you can open the project, close the project, and then you have something which is called the start, right? So in the start, you have, these are my recent project, whichever I have been working on, right? And you have an option to open a local project, or you can check out from the Git, right? I hope you understand what is Git, SVN, and TFS, right?
Yes.
Source repository, right? To save the code.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
UiPath is integrated with Git, SVN, and TFS, right? So that you can work
Okay.
as a team, right? And then
Okay.
you can open the existing project, you can connect it from Git, SVN, and TFS. That is one. And on the right hand side, you have this option, right? So you can create a new process, which is like a blank project, a blank canvas, right? Which has nothing, absolutely blank. Or you can start from something which is called template. A template is something where you can start an automation by following our template. So what exactly is a template, right? So for example, um, let's say you're in college, right? You're a group of 10 people and a company is coming, and then you have to create a resume. So your faculty gave you a template, right? And ask all of you to put your details in that template, right? So it is nothing but it has something called name, it has your graduation, your address, your marks, your qualification, your project, right? But the template for all the 10 students is exactly the same, right?
Yeah.
Same like UiPath gives you some of the templates, such as today, if I want to build an attended automation, I can start with something called attended automation. I want to do something for background processes, I can use this. I want to do for SAP, I can use SAP. And then you have something which is called more templates. You can click on that and you would have a wide variety of templates which are available from UiPath for you. And as a developer, as a senior developer, you always has an option to add more templates here like this, right? You can see that this somebody has created their own templates and they have put their own templates, right? So individual people also can put their template, and by UiPath are the templates which are from UiPath. Okay, now here the most commonly used would be something which is called the robotics enterprise framework, right? That's what we are going to see later hard later part of this session, right? Robotics enterprise framework create a transactional process for the large scale deployment.
Okay.
99% of the times you are going to use this guy, which is the robotics enterprise framework. Okay, so you have the processes and you have the templates. Apart from that, you have these four components here, these three, sorry, template. Let's say you are an experienced developer now, you have a group of team and your company wants a different template, right? So in majority of the company, they start with RE framework and then they realize that RE framework is more kind of a wider scope, but my company has different practices. My company has different rules, different regulation, which I want my developers to follow. So I'll go and create my own template. You can do it for test automation. Here you can start a blank project for test automation, and you can use create something which is called library, which is nothing but the reusable component, right? Reusable component, simply I have created a small piece of code and I believe that all my team member might need it. I can simply
Mhm.
create a reusable component, share it to them so that they don't have to rewrite the automation again and again, right?
Yeah.
Very simple, plain interface into the start menu. Okay, new project template. Okay, now on the left side you have something which is called tools, right? And this would be important for you when you are working on different plugins and thing, right? So in the tools you have something which is called UiPath extensions. So today if I have to work on the Edge or if I have to work on the Chrome, I need to install the UiPath extensions, right? So I go to tools, I go to extension. As you can see, I have installed the extension for Firefox, I have installed the extension for Edge, but I have not installed the extension for the Chrome. So that means that if I go and try to automate Google Chrome with UiPath, I won't be able to do because I don't have an extension. What is an extension? Extension is simply a plugin which is installed on your browser or on that application that allows the communication between the things, right? And in case it is installed, you won't be able to do that, right? So you have it for SAP, Excel, Amazon, Citrix, Silverlight, Java, and all these stuffs, right? Which is available in this one, UiPath extensions. Okay. At any point of time, if you are facing an extension error, you can come to the tools, UiPath extension, and install it. As simple as that, right? The next thing
Okay.
which you will see is something which is called plugins. The plugins are like if you want to connect to the Git, SVN, and TFS. This is my personal laptop, so I am using Git, so that's why I have enabled my Git plugin. You can toggle this off, your Git plugin would be off. If you are using Apache or TFS, you can just toggle this on and you would be getting an option to check in the code to Git, SVN, or TFS, right? And then you have these plugins for Test Manager and Text Explorer into the plugins. Okay, so that's in the tools, right? And then these are the apps which are mostly used as I would say whenever you have to repair, whenever you have some project mass update tool, right? Some kind of apps, which we'll talk in a later moment, right? Then you have the templates, which is exactly the same thing. Team, why I'm getting only Git? Because into the plugins, I have only enabled Git. That's why in the team, I am only getting Git. If in the tools you enable SVN and TFS in the team, you would have all these options here, right? And then Git init disconnect, all this is your normal source control. Then you have this guy, which is the setting. You can change the theme, light, dark, all of that you can do here. You can do all of these things. Most of you, you might not understand, but eventually when you actually land into that problem, then you can come here and you can change it, right? So you can change where do you want to publish it, how do you package it, which profile you want to use, what is the code editor size, right? Normal settings are available for you into the settings, right? So that's about the UiPath menu, which is available here, right? Any questions till this point?
Yeah, like couple of questions. One is Mukesh,
Yeah.
I understood like we can have a plugin of in order to connect with our source control system. For example, Git. If I'm taking an example, so let's say
Hmm.
if I'm like creating my project, if I want to push it to the Git, or if I want to have like repository, so
Hmm.
would will I be having like some CLI, or would I be having like some option that I can push it from straight from this UI?
Uh, Yes, yes, absolutely. So you have, so if I understand your question, you have a project, you have written it, and you want to push it to the Git. How do you do that? Right?
Correct.
So for that, you just have to enable the Git from the source, which is available here into the tools. You have enabled
Hmm.
the Git, right?
Okay.
And then from here, now you just have to go to the team and you have to clone the repository. See? All those things are available from here. And now whenever you are connected to the Git, whenever you go and you add any project, it will be directly added to the repository which you have configured here. So all this check-in check out option at the individual file level, everything would be available for you directly from your UiPath Studio. You do not have to do it from the folders, right? Unlike in many other tools, you might have seen where the developer is doing this stuff from the folders, right?
Yeah,
No,
or we have to
all
use
of
this
that
CLI
happens.
like, yeah.
Yeah, no, nothing. It is all low code, which is directly available into the project of UiPath Studio here only.
Okay. That's really good feature actually.
Yeah.
And second is
Okay.
like, apart from that, like just for my information, what are the tech stack? Like what UiPath is built on, like what language on the behind the scene this is working on actually.
Okay. Okay. That I'll answer in next 30 seconds, right? When I click on
Sure,
new process. Can we go to the next one? Next
sure,
question.
sure.
Okay.
So
Cool.
no,
Any
I'm
more
done with
questions
that.
you have on this? Okay, cool. So we understand this and we have all these templates and all this stuff here, right? Now when I start the automation, I have two ways. I can go here and I can start from the template, but since we are starting, we'll go here and we'll go start with something which is called create new process. Okay, here.
Yeah.
Then you are going to provide this thing. So let's say I just say mm, this is introduction, right? So I'll just mention introduction to RPA, and maybe I'll just put it like session so that I understand that this is for this session, right? Introduction to RPA. And then what is the description? Good practice. Whenever you're writing, make sure you always provide the description. Okay. Where do you want to
Okay.
store it? Here is your answer,
Okay, got it. Thank you.
right? So basically, whenever you write the code into this project, right? And any point of time, if you are writing some expression, you have two options. You can write VB, you can write C sharp, right? So
I
you,
see.
based on your preference, you can use VB and C sharp. And the other thing is it's not only restricted to VB and C sharp. Apart from that, if you want to do, you always has an option to invoke Python. You always has an option to invoke PowerShell. This language is specifically meant so that you can write the syntax. So when you are writing the programming if logic, when you are converting the data type from, let's say, integer to string, string to double, right?
Yeah.
What syntax you want to use. So that syntax, I am comfortable with VB, so I can go to VB. If you're comfortable with C sharp, you can go to C sharp, right? But additionally,
Got it.
let's say you have already a Python project, ML skill, any what do you call PowerShell script which is written, you can always invoke that as well, right? So you go here and you go and you click on this guy, which is the create, and that creates the first project for you into the UiPath. Okay, and it will take a couple of time. Just notice here, it's creating this automation for you, and then you would get this thing which is called the restoring dependencies, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you are learning, right, just see what is the messages which are coming, right? Then only you would be able to relate, right? So if you see here, it says I am trying to restore the dependencies, and then it says loading the project, right? So there is a new thing which is coming now, dependencies, right? Restore the
Yeah.
dependencies.
Mm-hmm.
So now you need to be ask the question, right? What was that dependencies, right? Where it is this, right? So see, adding the dependencies, right? So all these things will pop up, right? So be curious about it and try to learn all these things, right? So now you have this project which is open, right? First thing
Yeah.
first, at the bottom, you would see here, you are getting this one. This answers your question, add to source control,
Oh, okay. Got it.
right?
Yeah.
And we'll talk about all of this stuff in a little later moment, right? So first
Sure.
time when you open the UiPath interface, you would see it like this. Okay, at the top you have the home, which is nothing but the same thing, right? So then you are only left with the design and the debug. Okay, so
Yeah.
in the design tab you have all these options. New, what do you want to create? Save, I hope this is understand. Save is right.
Yeah.
Cloud and
Yeah.
all, I'll understand. Cut, copy, undo, redo. This is you can do here. And then you have something which is called the debug, which is to find the errors, to run the automation and all those stuff, right? Eventually, when we come to the places, we'll try to utilize all of this in a step-by-step manner, right? So you have
Yeah.
this option. Initially, you just need to know that where do you start the where do you create a new automation, which is in the design from the new tab, and to run, you go to this guy, which is the debug, right? These are the two things which you should know, right? On the left-hand side menu, you have something which is the project, okay? And here it is the dependencies, right?
Yeah.
So this is the project and this is the dependencies. So now as an RPA project, right, it can do a lot of things, right? It can connect with database, it can connect with Excel, it can send in emails, it can do word automation, PowerPoint automation, and all those things it can do, right? But before it connect to Word, before it connect to PowerPoint, before it connects to anything, I need to add those dependencies to this project. And that is what these dependencies are here for. You have Excel, mail. So UiPath says that, Mukesh, you created this project. Okay. UiPath does not know that today, if I want to do the database automation, I want to do an Excel automation, I want to do a Word, I want to do PPT, I want to do Salesforce, SAP, it has no idea. So what UiPath does is whenever you create a new project, it just adds the basic dependencies for you, which means that it understand that Excel, email, system activities, and UI automation, which is user interface automation. So it only added these dependencies to your project, right? At any point of time, if you want to add more, you can add the dependencies. So what do we get by adding these dependencies? By adding these dependencies, you get the activities, right? Which is the second tab into your project on the left menu. Now, what are the activities? Activities are the building blocks of any automation. So if I have to build an automation, I would need to have the activities. Activities are the building block of automation that executes and then it completes the automation, right? So what has happened here? When we created this project, the project has added these dependencies. Now, if I go to the activities, if I collapse everything, you would see that I have 4 tabs here. In the installed, it is telling me that these are the activities which are installed for you. So if you see here into my, I have added the Excel. That's why in the activities in the installed, I would have the Excel here. Into the data, if I just go here and I say Excel, you would see that it would be available into the installed, app integration, and the Excel, right? But let's say today I want to do a PDF automation, right? Do you see the dependency of PDF here?
No.
It's not here. So I go to the
No.
activities, and now if I have to do PDF, and if I search here PDF, it is not installed, but it is available, right?
Okay.
It is available. So UiPath is showing you that you have typed PDF and I have all these activities which are available. Do you want to do them or not, right? So for example, I want to read a PDF today, right? So I can just go here and I say read a PDF and let's see what happens. So I say read a PDF. In the available, I have this, right? But there is nothing which is installed, right? So now if I have to read a PDF, I have all these options which are available. Let's say merge the PDF, get PDF and all those stuff, right?
Yeah.
So if I have to utilize them, then I need to add those dependencies. As of now, I don't have the dependencies, so I will not be able to use it, right? Let me click on this one, which is the open main workflow, right? I'll talk about it. This is the blank canvas, right? So I go to the activities, and if I just now drag and drop, let's say extract PDF, right? I'm just dragging and dropping here. Now see what happens. Restoring the dependencies, downloading the dependencies, installing the packages,
I see. Yeah. So it's adding
right?
dependencies.
It's adding dependencies, right? But for the dependencies which are already added, you won't see this message because those are already available with you, that are already installed. So when you create a project, by default, you have to add some of the dependencies, right? It's not available. You need to add the dependencies. So I dragged and drop it here. It's telling me that, okay, you try to add this activity. I see that you don't have the packages, you don't have the dependencies. So let me go ahead and install those activity, install those packages for you. And once this is available, you would be able to utilize the activities into your automation, and it will do, right? It will take a couple of minutes depending on your internet speed and whatever package you have selected, right? And once it is done, then you would see that thing directly into your dependency. Okay, so let's wait here.
So whenever if I'm looking for some dependency and if it is not present, I just will simply drag here,
Yes.
like, on the canvas,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
it will add automatically.
Yes, but if you are using, let's say, your on-prem version of thing, right? You might not
Yeah.
have this option of drag and drop, then you might need to add it again, right? So that also I'll show it to you how you can add it,
Okay.
right? So this
Okay.
was one way of adding the dependencies where you just drag and drop the activities. UiPath understand because mine is connected to the cloud account, right? So it has access to all the activities, right? Maybe you're in enterprise and you might not have that, right? So it says installing packages. I think I selected the DU1. That's why it's taking a long time. Depending on the size of the dependencies, it takes the time, right?
Yeah.
Now, meanwhile, it is installing. On the bottom of the screen, you have the output, right? As the name suggests,
Yeah.
breakpoints, output, where whatever output you will see here. At any point of time, if you have some error, those errors will be visible here into the error list. And then you have the breakpoints and bookmark, which I'll discuss in a later point of time, right? Okay, so I added that activity. And now if I just go to, just minimize this. Okay, refresh. And you can see here now it has added the UiPath.documentUnderstanding.activities, right? So I just dragged and dropped that activity here. See, the activity came and it automatically added this, right?
Yeah.
Let's say today I want to do a word automation, right? I do not have any dependencies for Word, right? One way is to you just go here and drag and drop, but this feature might not be available. So you can go to the project, into the dependencies, right click, click on this guy which says manage, right click,
Okay.
manage.
Manage.
That opens this, manage the dependencies. This is also available into the design tab with this button which says manage the packages. Okay, so you click on
Okay.
this, open the same. It says project the dependencies. What dependencies you want to add? So I want to add Word. So I just say UiPath.word and you will see all the dependencies with not in the project because the project has does not related to Word, but into the all packages. I have this one. I can go here and I can install and I can save.
Okay.
And now I would have that dependency also added. Okay.
Yeah.
So before you have any activities available, you need to have the dependencies, project dependencies added to this, right? And this is the project which is available here. Okay. So you have the project, you have the activities, and you have the snippet, which is nothing but UiPath has written some little code for you, which you want to utilize. So this is just some sample codes, right? Some code snippets which are there. Okay, so now whenever you create a project, you get this thing, and in every project you would have something which is called main.xaml, which is indicated by this small arrow, which means that whenever you run this project, this would be the first file to run, right? If you're coming from a programming background, you would understand
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
we can have multiple different files, right? We'll talk about
Yeah.
those, but which would be the first file to trigger, right? So that is indicated by this guy, that small arrow you see here, that small green arrow, main.xaml,
Yeah.
right? You can have more than one, you can change all of that in a later point of time, but main.xaml is the first file which the automation is going to trigger at this point of time. Okay.
Got it.
And then the last thing for today is you have an option to publish here as well. Once you have created this automation, you have done all this stuff, right? I have done this coding, everything done. How do I publish it? At the top you have an option which is say publish. You click on that and it's going to publish this automation. Okay, as of now it's not going to publish, but that is how you publish, right? Here, where do you want to
Okay.
publish, to which orchestrator, which tenant, and then you publish, and this goes to your cloud, right? The orchestrator, this guy, right? All of that in
Okay.
a later
So
part of yeah. Hmm.
publishing means like sending it to orchestrator.
Yes, the NuGet package.
Got it.
We'll discuss about it in a practical way once we actually build it. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's it for this session. And the assignment for you would be to just complete the learnings from UiPath Academy. You have the UiPath Academy access with you, right? You know
Yes.
what is the academy, right?
Yeah.
academy.uipath.com, and there you have a course for the developer foundation, right? You can just start with the development foundation course and you can just refer to uh, the things, right? So,
Sure.
and if you go to my channel as well, you would see these same videos into the UiPath beginner series. If you want to get into more details, that which automation is a good candidate for automation, what is the RPA lifecycle, what are the roles and responsibilities, right? So you can start watching from here. Get started with RPA. This has all the details which I explained, that how do you install it, what is the good automation project, what are the components, right? So today we have covered this and this, right?
Okay, great. So now let's go to the next module. So the next module is about the type of workflows we have in UiPath. When it comes to building of the projects into UiPath, I can build it in a sequence, flowchart, state machine, RE framework, and a different kind of workflows are available. So as a beginner, you should understand that selecting the correct type of workflow for the correct type of requirement is important, and that is what we are going to explore in this chapter.
Cool. So in the last session, right, we have seen that how you can actually create a video, create the project, how you can create the new process. We little bit talk about the project dependencies, activities, right? How these activities are coming, dependencies and all, right?
Yeah.
Now, whenever we start a project, right, first thing we have to decide as a at the beginning of the project, right, that what kind of workflow I want to create, right? So you go to new and then you have all these options which are available, right? Now, as a developer, you need to understand that do I need to create a sequence? Do I need to create a flowchart, state machine, form, workflow? What do I need to create, right? Because if you select the wrong kind of a workflow, then it is difficult for you to come back and do the changes, right? So the first
Yeah.
step of the automation, or even writing a functionality, or even just writing hello world, right? You should understand that what is my workflow which I am going to create, right? And that is what we call types of workflow. Okay, so UiPath has a couple of workflows like sequence, flowchart, state machine, and then we have something which is called global exception handler. The others one are just more kind of a advanced one, which we'll also cover, but at a brief, right? So most of the times you are going to use only sequence, flowchart, and the state machine, and sometimes you are also going to use the global exception handler. Now, let's start with something which is called sequence. Sequence, as the name suggests, where the things are happening one by one. It is suitable for the small kind of projects. It can be something like I have a, let's say, requirement. Okay, let me just pull up this notepad. Okay, I have a requirement where I have to read an Excel. Okay, copy the data and send an email. Let's say copy data to sheet 2 and send an email. Now, if you look the flow, right, the flow of the automation is step 1, step 2, step 3. All these steps are happening one by one. That means this is a sequence, right? In other example could be open the website, log into the website, download the data, and maybe send a report, right? Now, if you see here, both of these examples are happening one by one. Step 1, step 2, step 3, step 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So there is no deviation in the execution. And that's where we actually use something which is called sequence, right? However, let's say there is a requirement now. Let's talk about the second use case where you have to open a website, you have to log in, and then based on the login, whether it is a employee login or whether it is a, let's say, admin login. If it is a employee login, then you have to do these stuffs. But if it is a admin login, then you have to change the password and then you have to send a notification, something like this, or maybe send an email right here. So now if you see here, you don't know, right, who the person is going to log in or what login credential the automation is going to use. So if it is an employee login, someday it could be 1, 2, 3, 4, or someday it could be 1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 5, and 6, right? So that means your flow of the automation might change. Since it is having a flow, that's why it is called the flow chart, which is the next kind of workflow. So the first one which I talk about was the sequence. As mentioned in the presentation, it is the smallest type of the project suitable for linear process. They do not use connectors. I'll talk about it. What are connectors? Sequences can be reused and automation goes from one activity to the another activity, and this is the sequence, right? However, flowchart is used when we have multiple branching operation. So you started the automation here, then you need to take a decision. Should I go on the true part or should I go on the false part? So whenever you have something like this where you have a branching kind of things, then you are going to use something which is called flowchart. Wherever you have decisions in the automation, right, you're going to use something which is called flowchart. Okay, let's try to
Yeah.
see that in practicals and then you would understand. So this is my UiPath Studio. Okay, so first thing first, I go here and I create a new and I say new sequence, right? So this is a sequence. I'll just keep it to sequence and I'll say create, and this is a sequence which is created. Okay, now how do you add the activity, right? Before you start any automation, first of all, you as a developer should know what you are going to do, right? If you are not clear with that, take a notepad and just write your steps that what you want to do with the automation, right? So for example, today I want to write an automation where I want to first say hello UiPath. Okay, and then after that I want to say maybe hello Mukesh, and then I want to say bye bye, right? So basically my steps are fixed, predefined, and that's what we call as something which is called process design document or PDD, right? Whenever you start an automation, you have a PDD, which is nothing but the list of steps which you are going to do in the automation. So for a small process, it would look something like this. First, say hello, then you say this, and then you say bye, right? Now, if
Yeah.
you see here, what do you think? This is a sequence or this is a flowchart?
This is sequence.
This is a sequence, right? So I can just go here and I can just go here and I want to show a message, right? So I can just go here and I search message and you would see a lot of activities for message. I want a message box. So I just drag and drop an activity called message box, right? Which is used to show a message.
Yeah.
And then it says text must be quoted, right? Now, one thing which you notice here is UiPath is it's so intuitive, right? You might be looking this for the first time, but it is guiding you. Text must be quoted, that whatever you write must be quoted, right? So I have put the quoted, which is double quotes. So whatever you want to do, just say hello UiPath, right? After that, what you want to do, you have two options. You can just drag and drop the activities from here again, or you can just use this plus button to add the next activity. So I want to use the message box. So I just use the message box, right? Then I say Mukesh, and then I can again use one more message box and I just say bye bye, right? Now, this completes the automation. Now, the thing which you should realize here is this is the UiPath Studio. Okay, this guy is a different product of UiPath. Last time we talked about the UiPath Assistant, which is this guy, right?
Yeah.
Which looks like this. As of now, if you would see, it is not doing anything, right? It is just sitting idle, not doing anything. Now, whenever I go to the automation which we created and I go here onto the top and I just say run, right? So I
Okay.
just want to run this file, right? Which is a new
Mm-hmm.
file, which is a new separate piece of automation. So I just go here and I say run the file. When I say run, it will run the complete project, right? I just want to run this part of the automation, which is currently open on the screen. So I will go and I select run the file. Okay. Now just focus here what happens. When I say run the file, you would notice that it is compiling the activities and it is trying to compile run the automation, but the actual run of the automation will happen from this guy, which is UiPath Assistant. You see here session introduction RPA,
Yeah.
the job has started, right? And it has given you the hello UiPath button, see, which is from this. As soon as I click OK, now it's going to the second one, which is hello Mukesh, which is a sequence, right? And now if you see the UiPath Assistant, right, it is saying that the job has started processing, which means that every time you run an automation, you need UiPath Assistant. Okay, why that is important? Because when you go into the production and into the server machines, right? You need to install this component, which is UiPath Assistant, because this guy has the capability to run the automation. Same like as of now, I have triggered the automation from Studio. When you trigger it from Orchestrator, it looks exactly the same way. So this guy, UiPath Assistant, is the one responsible for running the automations. Okay, it says bye bye. Okay, job done, and assistant is now again free. Right. So in the recents, you can see that whatever we have done, but yes, here, not sorry here, uh, green. Right. So this green status is connected and licensed. Right. Now, I have a question for you, right? Let's say UiPath Studio is already running one process. Okay. Do you think it
Okay.
would be able to run the other process at the same time?
Mm, no, unless
No.
there
Yes.
is some
Yes, correct,
provision.
right? Yeah. At a time, it can run only one foreground process, right? So
Yeah.
if it is busy, right? If it has a message box which the person has to click OK and you are not able to click, you won't do it, right? So that's why this guy is responsible for running the automation. Understood the concept of assistant, I guess now better, right?
Yeah. Just one
Now,
question, like
yeah.
how
Hmm.
to enable this one, like this window actually.
Which
Let's
one?
say the assistant window. For example, when I'm running from Studio, but basically
Yeah.
Studio isn't running. Yeah, assistant is running. But if I want to see this one,
You can just close this. It will automatically open. You can just go to the start menu and search assistant and it would be
okay,
here. When you install UiPath Studio, it comes by default with UiPath Studio.
okay,
Yeah.
okay,
So
got it.
whatever you run, Studio does not run anything. It just gives the command to the assistant to run it. Okay. So this was your sequence, right? Where you have the automation happening in step by step. Okay. Now
Okay,
let's go to the next one, which is the flowchart. Flowchart is, I just name it to flowchart. Flowchart is like when you have a flow of automation, right? Again, same like this, we have to decide, right? What is the flow of the automation, right? So for example, let's take I'll also teach you how do you take inputs, right, in the automation. So for example, I want to ask the user to maybe enter their marks. Okay, I'm just asking the user to enter their marks, and if I would say the marks is greater than, let's say, 80, right, we give them the first division. Else, if the marks, I'll just keep it simple, right? If the marks are less than 80, we give them the second division, right? So this is our automation. Now, if you notice here, this is the step one of the automation. Student is going to give the marks, right? As an automation developer, right? I'm not sure. He can enter 80, he can enter 100, he can enter 200, he can enter 20, right?
yeah,
So I cannot use sequence in this position because I have a flow, right? And
yes,
that's where you have to use something which is called flowchart. The flowchart looks something like this, right? It has something which is called connectors. Sequence does not have connectors. So when I keep my mouse here, you see those four. These are the connectors, right? Where do you want to connect it? Now, when you go to the activities here and you search here flowchart, you would have only limited activities. Flowchart, this one, you have flow switch and you have a flow decision, right? So first thing
okay,
first, I want to see what was the thing. I want to ask the user to enter the marks, right? I want to have an input. So I'll go to the activities and I say input dialog, right? I just drag and drop it here. Okay. You can double
yes,
click to open it. What should be the title? I say enter the marks. Okay. And all self-explanatory. What is the label? Do you want a text box or you want a multiple choice question? I want a text box, right? And now it says that what is the value entered? Okay. Now, this is the point where you need to have a little knowledge of programming. Okay. I want to ask the user to enter the marks, right? Now, this guy is asking me, the user is going to enter some value, right? In your pop-up. Where do
Yeah.
you want to store it, right? Because if you want to use in the program, you want to store it somewhere, right? By default, it has created a variable something called result, right? But if you do not want it, you just can click on this plus button here and you say create variable, right? We don't have anything. Now, what are variables? We'll talk about in the next session. But in simple words, variables are the things which can store the value during the programming. Okay. So
Yeah.
we ask the user to enter the marks. I don't have anything to store, right? So I just go here and I say create a variable. It's asking me what do you want to call them. I say that call it marks. That's it, right? Now, what do you think? What should be the marks? Is it a string? Is it a number? Is it a true false, right? That's
The
where
numbers. Yeah.
number, right? So that's where little bit of programming is required. Starting fresh, start with vb.net, right? So I say that my user will put that number and that number is going to be integer. That's it. Okay, we'll talk about the variables in more detail, but I hope you understand this part, right? So
Yeah.
very simple. I just go to flowchart now and input dialog will ask the user for the input, which we have stored in a variable whose name was marks, right? Now I can just go here and now coming to the flowchart again, I just go here and I search flowchart. I have flow decision, flow switch and the flowchart. I'll drag and drop this guy, which is the flow decision. Here, you can put it. I can put it here. Flow decision. I go to the properties, right? This, this is the properties, right?
Yeah.
What is the condition, right? So now I want to introduce you to something which is called properties, right? Every activity or at least some of the activities, I think most of the activities have something which is called properties, which means how do you customize it, right? Same like we customize our wallpaper, we customize our laptop, we customize our email, right? Different
Yeah.
format, different colors and all, right? So if you go to the input dialog, which we just configured, you go to the properties, it's showing that all these fields are customizable for you, right? The title, the results, this thing and all, right? Similarly, the flow decision has something which is called properties. Now it's asking me, Mukesh, what is your condition? So what is my condition? My condition is mark should be greater than 80. So I just go here and I say marks. I got the variable, right? Because I just created greater than 80. And then you would see here, it would have a true branch and it would have a false branch. See, if marks is greater than 80, then what do you want to do? So let's put a message box. Okay. And then I just connect it to this like this. So this is the true branch. I'll just copy paste it. And this is the false branch, right? So if you see you can keep your mouse. If marks is greater than 80, what do you want to do? In the message box, I just want to say he is the first division. And if this condition is false, I want to go here and I want to say that he is the second division, right?
Yeah.
And that's it. So we created a flowchart which you can adjust, which you can do here and there, right? All of this. Now flow decision will work. So I'll save this. We'll go here and we'll say run the file. Now notice as soon as I run the file, the command is going to go to the UiPath assistant, which is responsible for running the automation, right? Started this and open this. Here it is. Okay. Tick, 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 tick. Where is my pop-up? Okay, here it is, right? So it's asking me enter your marks, right? So I ask 90 and I say okay. It says first division, right? It went through this route. So whenever you
Yeah.
have this condition, it will use the flowchart, right? Now, sometime you would have situations where you have more than one conditions, right? So for example, you are writing an automation for a company, right? Which has separate department, banking, finance, you have insurance, right? And depending on this, you have to take a different set of actions, right? But if you see here, you only have two branches, right? True and false. If you have more than two conditions, that's where you go to activities, you search here flowchart, and you have this one which is called flow switch. Okay, so instead of decision, you also can use something which is called flow switch, which is having multiple condition. I go to the properties and I can just say that I want to check for something which is called marks, which is an integer, right? And then depending on that, you would notice that I am getting multiple different kind of here. One, this is the default. This is 0, right? Because I have put the integer value there. That's why this is coming as 1, 2, 3, 4. See, like this, right? You can create multiples. Understood the difference between flow switch and that true
Yes.
decision, right?
Yeah.
Any question till this point?
No, Mukesh.
Okay, great. So that was about the flow chart, right? It is used to helpful to create the context menus, and you can also auto arrange the stuffs, right? Now, the third and the most important one is something which is called the state machine, right? So if you are coming from a programming background, you would have or maybe from the operating system or the background, right? You would have listened to a term which is called state machine, which is a model driven programming, which means that you can have only the automation can go from one state to another only when it is triggered by some event, right? Before I come to the definition, let me give you a real-time example, right? So you see this, the first example is a traffic signal, right? You have red, you have green, and you have the yellow, right?
Yeah.
Now, at one point of time, your signal would be either red, either green, or either yellow, correct? What happens that you are driving a car and you see red and the green? Is that machine working properly? No, right?
No.
Because at a time your thing can be only red, only green, and only yellow. So that is one of the property of state machine, which means that at one point of time, your automation is at the one stage, which simply means that till the time I have logged into the website successfully, the automation should not attempt to fetch the data, right? Till the time I have downloaded the file, the automation should not go and send an email, right? Till the time I have not read the configurations, you should not start the automation. If my browser is not opening in the first place, there is no point in going to try and extract the data, right? Because your browser is not there, right? So for example, you have created an automation where you want to extract the data from Google Chrome. But one fine day, your admin installs the Google Chrome. Now, it really does not make sense to do the automation till the time you find the Google Drive or sorry, the Google Chrome is not available, right? So that means that at one point of time, your automation should be at the one stage. It should not go to the other state. One example of state machine. The other one is an ATM machine, right? You go to the ATM machine, you insert the card, first step, you enter the PIN, second step, you enter the amount, and then you do the withdrawal, because all these are steps which are happening. What happens someday you go, you insert the card and you directly get the amount, or you insert the card, you enter the pin and there is no money, right? That means there is something which is wrong with the machines, right? So this is actually, this concept is called the concept of state machine, where the automation has to be in one stage and whatever you do has to happen in one by one. Now, what RE framework did, so what UiPath take this from this concept, right? So how UiPath has used this concept is called something which is called state machine. So wherever you have event driven programming, you use something which is called state machines. So whenever we write any enterprise level automation, we use state machines because we want the automation to be in one stage. We want to write it in a controlled environment, right? That's where we use something which is called state machines. Okay. You might be thinking, what is the benefit? The first thing is it is flexible. It can easily add and remove state. Whenever you write business logics, right, you want to have the business logic separate from the system logic, which simply means that if I have an insurance client or a customer and I have a database, so if my database fails, it should have no impact on the insurance customer. The insurance customer should not get an email saying that, hey, there is a database error. Take it the other way around, right? You are the developer of a company. Your orchestrator is down. Who should get the notification? The insurance guys or the developer?
The developer.
The developer, right? If there
Yeah.
is something wrong with the business process, then the business person should get the errors. So that means that you need to segregate the business logic and the system logic. All of that is done with the help of state machine, right? You can have multiple transition, you can have cell transition. Example of state machine is the robotics enterprise framework, which means that UiPath has given us a framework which is called robotics enterprise framework, which is an advanced concept of UiPath, which means that any project we built on state machine, which also means that any project we built is built on RE framework, right? So RE framework looks like this. This is a screenshot from UiPath Studio. Whenever you create a project, you have something which is called RE framework. This is the same thing which I showed you in the previous session, right? About the templates that UiPath created a template. So they have created templates for the business process automation using something which is called state machine. Okay. Now, when you drag and drop a state machine for the first time, it only have two activities. One is the state. So first, second, and third. What do I mean by that? Let me just show that to you in here. So this was the flow chart. I'll go here and I'll take a state machine. And now if you see here in the state machine, exactly look like same the flow chart. But if you go to the activities and you search here state machine, you would see only two activities, final state and state. I drag and drop an activity called state, and then I drag and drop an activity called final state. It has only two activities. One is state and one is final state. If I open the state, it has three sections: entry, exit, and the transition. Wherever the final state has only one state, which is entry. Now, why this is important? As a developer, you need to understand how the execution order happens. It simply, this slide indicates that you have three sections in the state machine. First, whatever code you have written in the entry section, that will execute. Second, RE framework or the state machine will look for the transition, and then the exit block will execute. So these are nothing, if you see here, these are nothing but the plain blocks of code: entry, exit, and transition, right? So whatever code you write in entry, that will execute first. Whatever transition will happen, second the transition will happen, and third it will execute the code which is written here, right? And this is the same thing which you are going to utilize into your test manager and the next advanced concept as well, right? That how does RE framework work, right? So you need to understand that how does the RE framework work. So first it will execute the code which is written in entry, then the transition, and then the exit. However, in the final state, you only have one state, which is called the entry state, right? So three major workflows in UiPath are state sequence, flowchart, and state machines. State machines are going to use whenever there is enterprise level big project, we start with something which is called state machine, or you can also say that we are going to use the robotics enterprise framework. But it has a lot of benefits. Okay. The last one today is called the global exception handler, which is called G handler, right? As the name suggests, global exceptional handler. You are writing a project and now you want to design and determine the project behavior, right? You do not know whenever there is an error which is happening, you want to do something. And there are some exceptions which are not caught. So we'll talk about this more when we go into the exception handling, but G handler is just a mechanism which is provided by UiPath so that any uncaught exception is handled by the UiPath. So if you go here, you go to the new, you have something which is called global handler. As the name suggests, global handler. Any exception in this project which is not handled will be taken care by this guy which is called global handler. Here you can just mention what do I have to do. If there is a choose the next behavior, what do you want to do? In simple words, as a developer, you have written a program. Now there might be some exception which are unhandled, right? Which you didn't thought about. Now what happens to the process? All of those exception, everything would be taken care by this guy, which is called the global exception handler, right? Also one kind of workflow. Okay. And that's it, right? So we have just covered that in the high level details. So you can watch the other videos where we are explaining this in more details, but at a high level you have sequence, flowchart, state machine, and the G handler. Okay.
Yeah.
Before I come to the questions, I want to show you the other things which are available. You have the forms. Form simply means that if you want to create an interface on top of the automation, you can use something which is called form. I can click on it and you can see this. Form is like, okay, I need to install the package, right? So I'm not going to do that. So you can just install the package. Form is like, let's say you want to create an interface where you have a text box, you have a button, you have a label, right? All that is driven by the form, right? We talk about sequence, flowchart, state machine, form. The workflow, it's exactly the same. You can decide here what do you want to create, sequence, flowchart, or the state machine, right? These are the only main three type which we just discussed, right? That's why you have sequence, flowchart, state machine, forms, workflow. And now you see this one, coded workflow. Coded workflow, if you click on that, it simply means that people who are more comfortable in writing the code, and if you want to write a C# code, you can just write directly the code here. Okay, so
Okay.
this is the coded workflow which is available here. And then you have these two, which is the coded test case. In case you want to not use the test manager, you want to write the test cases directly this with the C#, you can use the coded test cases as well. You have the code source file. Click on that, create a new source code C# file, which is this. And then lastly, you have the global handler, right? Majority of the time, you're only going to use the top three: sequence, flowchart, and the state machine. Majority of your RPA automations will revolve around this. Form will come when you want to create a user interface, and these are more kind of the ad hoc basis depending on the developers, right? So
Yeah.
sequence, flowchart, and state machines you are going to utilize. Okay. Yeah, you have a question?
No, I'm good.
Okay, so that was about this one, which is the sequence, which is the flowchart, and which is the state machine, which you found here, which you find here, right? Now, just after that, you have this small window, which is called the debug file. It has four options here. Okay, if you see it closely, right, you have four options. You have run, you have debug, you have run the file, and the big button itself is called the debug file. Okay, so
Yeah.
it's important to understand the difference, that how does it work. It's a very do you understand what is the difference between run and debug?
Yes, Mukesh.
Right, so run means that when we want to run the project end to end, and debug means when there is an error, I want to find the
Debugging. Yeah.
debugging, right? So now run means running the project, debug means debugging the project. You have other option which is called run the file, and then you have another option which is called debug the file. simply means that whichever file is available on the canvas, if I only want to run that file, so this run means running the project, and this debug means running the complete project. That's why you have 4 options here. So if I just want to run, let's say, this sequence, right? So I go to the drop down and I say run the file, right? Only run this
Yeah.
file. But if I want to run all the complete project, everything, I just go and I select run. Similarly, I want to just debug this. I just click on this button, which is debug the file. In case I want to debug the complete project, I'll go and select the debug, right? And then you have the cut, copy, paste, undo, redo, all of that you already know, right? So self-explanatory. Okay.
Yeah.
And the next thing is you have this button which where you can save, and you can save as, right? So yeah, so that's it.
Awesome. Good to see you guys. You have reached till this point. Okay. So the next chapter we are going to see here is the variables and the arguments. Now, whenever I have created two different workflows, now an enterprise use case won't be created into a simple sequence. You would be a lot of developers who are working in parallel, and that always has a requirement to pass the data from one piece of automation, or in other words, one workflow to another workflow. How do I manage all of that data? And then not every data will be always a string. Sometimes you would need to deal with integers, double, complex things like JSON, dictionaries, linked list, sorry, not linked list, right? So how do you manage the variables, and how do you pass the data between one workflow to another workflow? That is what we are going to see in this chapter of variables and arguments.
So talking of the agenda, this we are going to cover today, which would be talking about variables, creating variables, managing arguments, and what all stuffs are important for us to get started with. Okay. Now, first thing first, right? For example, if I ask you a question, right, that you have to store some kind of, let's say, data, or forget about data, right? So for example, I tell you that today you have to carry water from one place to another. Tomorrow I tell you that tomorrow you have to carry maybe some rice, and day after tomorrow I say that now you have to carry some kind of cake, okay, from one
Mhm.
place to another. Now, do you really think that there can be one container which would be actually precisely able to fit all these three kind of items?
No.
No, right? You can
Yeah.
do it. Yes, absolutely. You can, we can argue that yes, I can bring a plate and all this, right? But that won't be an optimum, I would say, utilization of resources, right?
Yeah.
Because the cake cannot go in the bottle, the water cannot go in the plate, and so on and so forth, right?
Yeah.
The same way, right? If I have to pass data from one activity to another activity. So when I say activity, these are the building blocks of the automations. Okay. Today
Yeah.
I'm writing an automation where I have to read the data, pass it to the browser, right? So I need to pass the data from one piece to the other piece, right? So basically to pass the data from one place to another, I would need something which is called a container, right? And
Yeah.
we cannot have a container, right? Because same like we have different items, we can have different data types. Someday I might require to pass string, someday I might require to pass integer, someday I need to pass, let's say, complex data type like data table, right? That's why in simple terms, variables are the containers that are used to store the data during the automation and pass the data from one activity to the other activity. Okay, I'll talk about this default value in a while. So that was a quick introduction about variables. Okay,
Yeah.
so this is our UiPath Studio. Okay, so I hope you understand the sequence, flowchart, and all from our previous conversation. So today
Yes.
I'm going to create something which is called a sequence. Okay, and I'll name it as variables. My bad. Variables best practice, whenever you create the sequence, make sure that you rename it properly. Okay, now the first thing first is these are all the activities which are available. As we have seen, these are the building blocks, that how do I want to build my automation. Okay, so today I want to ask the user for his name. Okay, so I want to get an input, so I just go here and I went and got something which is called input dialog, right? Because I want to know the name. And my simple automation is once I have got the name, I want to simply show a message to him saying hello. So I just put a message box and here it is, right? So if you see here, I have two activities, activity one, which is an input dialog, and activity two, which is a message box. Now this activity input dialog is asking me, what do you want to have the title? So I am just asking it that enter the name. And then it is asking me what should be the label. I say that this should be the label. And then it is asking me, what do you want? I want a text box. And in this message box, I want to say hello to the user. So I just say hello. And then whatever the user will put in that enter your name, I want to use it in this. So basically, technically, if you'll see this, now you have to pass the data from one activity to the another activity, right? And now this is where as a developer or as an analyst, you need to understand that when I am talking about the name, what data is name. And that's where we always say that RPA is not a low code platform. It's not a no code platform. It's a low code platform, which means that you need to have a little understanding of programming, right? So now people who are coming from a background and for you, right, you might understand that now when I have the name, what kind of variable should I have? It should be a string, right? I cannot
Yeah.
store this into an integer, right? So
Yeah.
we have string, we have integer and all those stuff, right? So now to create the variable, I have to pass the data from here to here. You see at the bottom, you have something which is called variables, arguments, and imports. Okay, so if I go here and I click on this guy, which is the variables, this is the place it is asking me to create a variable. Okay, so create a variable.
Okay.
So I want to store name, so I just made it to name. Now here is the variable type. So basically you created that container. Now UiPath is asking me, Mukesh, you created that container. Now you tell me what data you are going to store. Is it a boolean? Is it an integer? It is a string? It is an array? And then you see there is something which is browse for types. If you click on that, you would see that these are all the .NET type which are available, which you can create the variable. Basically, if I want to do email automation, OCR, anything, I have all these things available into UiPath. That's why background of .NET always help. Okay, so now variable type I have created as string. And now all I have to do is value entered. When the user will enter the value, where do you want to store the result? I want to store the result in a variable called name, which I just created. And then whenever the user has put the data into the name, I'm just saying him hello. So I want to add the hello to the name. So this name is the same variable which we have used here. If I just save this, go here and I say run the file. Okay, so now my UiPath robot or my UiPath assistant should work and then it will fire up. See, this green indicates that my UiPath robot, it says enter your name. I'm saying that my name is Mukesh and I got a message box saying hello Mukesh, right? So that way I am able to pass the data from one activity to the another activity. Okay. Now
Yeah.
when you are trying to create the variable, there are a lot of ways to create variable, right? And product is improving. So this was the very old way to create the variable. Now UiPath has got this thing which is called the data manager here. You see, as the name suggests, this is managing all your data. So you have the variables, arguments, constant, process, assets, everything whichever you relate you want during the automation is available here. In case you don't want it, you can click on this filter and you can remove the additional stuff, right? So for example, we are only interested to see the variables. So I'll just uncheck everything and I have the variables. So you can create the variable from here also, and you can create the variables from here also. The other way is you can also create variables by clicking on the small plus button and then you see something which is called use variable and create variable. Programmers actually prefer shortcuts, right?
Yeah.
So you have a shortcut which is called control plus K, K as in kangaroo, to create the variable. So I can hit Control plus K and I can just create the variable directly here and it would be created. Okay, so these are the different ways of creating the variables. Okay, now important thing about variables which you should remember is that it has something which is called default value, which means that by default it has a value. You understand what is a default value?
Yes.
In case I'm not providing any input, this would be used as the name. So let's say I have provided the name as UiPath. Okay, now if you see here, if I just change this sequence, and this is important because a lot of people get confused here. Okay, just pay attention. So I just rename this thing, right? Sequence. So now when the automation will go, it will go by flow. So now I am saying hello and then I am directly appending a name. I have added the value UiPath, which is the default. So it is going to run in a sequence. So when I go here and I say run the file, the first activity which will execute is this. It has something which is called name, and the name has a default value which is UiPath. So it's going to run and it is going to say hello UiPath, right? That is the default value. And then the program is going to ask your name. I provide my name, but there was no further action, so I stopped. Now, why this is important? For example, I have no default value. Now, if I run this automation, what do you think? What would happen?
It would be hello. It would
Let's
print
see.
hello.
Let's go here and I say hello. I run the file, right? And tick, 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 tick. And here it is, right?
Yeah.
Because the default value for string it has taken. Okay, and
Yeah.
then I pass it and then this, right? And now the good part about the variables is it value can be overridden. Okay, what do I mean by that? So I have given a default value of UiPath, and then now if I run this, it's going to say hello UiPath, but in between I use assign activity and I say that whatever data you have in the name, I want you to replace it with something which is called, let's say, new data. And now I am asking the user to provide a name, and then I am again asking it to hello and name, right? So basically, if you'll see here, first I printed the default value, first activity, right? Hello name. It's going to say hello UiPath. Then I went here and I updated the name to something which is called new data. So then if I run this, then you will see hello new data. And then I'm asking the user for a value and then I'm printing the name. So basically what is happening here is you have one variable which is changing its value depending on the condition. You can think it of an automation scenario where depending on the condition you are updating the value and this is the final output, right? So we say hello UiPath and then it's going to have the new data which is say hello new data, and then it's asking me for my name. I provide my name and then I say okay, and then it says hello to me. So basically what I have done is I have used the same variable and changed it accordingly, right? Why it is important is because now if you see the final value for me was Mukesh, whatever I have entered here. So this can be used in situation where you want to have the final value and you want to keep the scope updating. Having said that, today let's say I want to introduce a phone number. Should I use the same variable to store phone number as well? I can use it, right? Nobody
Yes.
stops me. But should I use it? What do you think?
I think integer would be better than string.
Yeah, integer would be better than the string, right? So I
Yeah.
call it integer, but then it is the name, right? Thumb rule of variable. One variable should be used only for one purpose. If I have used
Okay.
to store it name, I'm not going to utilize it to do any other thing. Okay, it's going to have the name. But today, if I want a phone number, I can create something which is called phone number, and then I say that this is an integer, blah blah blah, and all those stuff. Okay, so this is the variable. Variable has one another important concept which is called the scope, which you should remember. So for example, I just drag and drop a sequence. I hope you now remember what is a sequence. Just drag and drop a sequence here. Okay, so this is my, let's say, main sequence. Okay, you have a lot of automation here. Okay, then you have one more sequence, which is, let's say, sequence number A, and then you have something which is called, let's say, sequence number B. Okay, and by the way, you can just drag and drop activity like this. Okay, so you don't need to rewrite and redo everything. You can just
Okay.
drag and drop activities like this into the automations. Okay, so basically, if you see here now, I have a main sequence, right? And here into the main sequence, I have this code, right? Now, think it like that. These are the separate pieces of automation. This is sequence A and this is sequence B. I am writing an automation where I want that this variable from this block of code should not share any data with this one. Segregated logic. Okay, you can do that by just introducing something which is called scope. Okay, so I just use an activity called assign. I drag and drop it here, and I say that what is the variable. I'm using control plus K as a shortcut to create the variable. I am saying that this is variable in the A, and it has a value which is like I am variable A. Okay, and now if you see in the variables, it is the string, but the scope of it is only restricted to sequence A. Okay, now in
Yeah.
sequence B, if I try to use it, if I just drag and drop a message box here, and now if I try to use that variable where A, I'm not getting it, right? Because
Yeah.
this is only restricted to this, right? However, if I just increase the scope of this sequence A, it's asking me, right? Here, sequence A, it's only restricted to sequence A. But if I just increase this scope to something which is called variables, what is variables? The parent,
Okay.
right?
Got
So
it.
if I
Yeah.
change this scope to the parent, which is the variables, which is the name. Now if I go to the sequence B, and if I put a message box, now if you will see, I am able to get the variable A. So scope of the variables is important. Understood?
Yeah.
What is the scope of the variable, right? So is it sequence B, it is sequence A, or if you put everything to the main, it is available everywhere. The second best practice is whenever you create variables, you need to define the scope. If I don't need this variable here, you should restrict the scope of the variables to the container where they are required. Yes, there would be always situation where would require to pass the data from here to here. Then you need to increase the scope, right? But the scope should be restricted to where they are defined. Now, if I go to the sequence B, you see, I'm not getting anything. I click on sequence A, I get everything from sequence A and for the parent. If I go to the sequence B, I'm only getting from the parent, right? Because sequence B is part of the parent, same like parent-child relationship. This is important.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
The third best practice about the variable is the name should be proper. If I just use the variable like this, where a variable one, does it work? Yes, absolutely. It's programming, right? It will work. After 10 days, how would people know that what was this variable created for? So for example, I created this variable for storing the, let's say the college ID, right? So I would just call it as college ID. One another way which people use it, let's say developers use it, they just put the data type in front of it. Again, Absolutely, just depending on your way of coding, right? So by this way, I can now, anybody who is writing this automation, you can say that, okay, this is a string variable and this is storing the college ID.
College ID.
If I just put it like this, let's say integer underscore roll number, then I understand that yes, this is an integer variable and storing the roll number, and this is the sequence B, right? All of these properties can be controlled from the data managers as well. The same concept which can control here and you can control here as well, right? So that was about the variables, that what all it can do. It has a scope, it has this, right? Now if I go back to my presentation, now if I read about these definitions, you would understand it, right? Containers to store the data. Variables can store multiple data types, typically used to pass the data from one activity to the another activity. Okay. UiPath supports a large amount of data from generic value, text, number, data, data table, time and tab, UI elements to the .NET variable type. It has a lot of variables, right? And default values can be provided while testing. Okay. So now we have seen how they are created. You can create it from the body, you can create it from the properties, variable panel, and same like you can create, you can also remove the variables. How do you remove that? Just go here and right click and you say delete. It's gone, right? So same like
Yeah.
you add, you can delete also, right? What other type of variables? You have text, you have true and false, which is boolean, number, array, date, time, which you can relate. And then you click more and then you have all these data, right? A lot of list. Now let's talk about the best practices. Use the descriptive names. Example, first name. Recommended to use is the camel case for better readability, right? First F capital and N capital, one variable for one purpose, which I already explained.
Yeah.
Scope. Now you understand scope. Scope should be
Yes.
minimized. Should not be maximized, right? These are the best practices, which as a senior guy, you should also tell the developers that how do you follow best practices, right?
Yes.
Prefix, you can use it like this. Again, it's completely optional. For data table, I can say data, right? Boolean variable name should imply true false. This is important. Avoid negative names. A lot of the developers do this, right? What do I mean by that? So for example, I am finding an element in the page, okay? And I have to write a condition that if the page is not found, then I have to do something. Okay, so let's say negative condition, right? So I have to write a condition and I say that if, and then I have to check for a variable if the page is not found. So I can create a variable which says page not found. Okay. And then I make it to Boolean.
Boolean. Yeah.
So now when I am writing a condition, I would say page not found is true. It actually means that the page is not found. But if I make it to false, what does it mean? The page was found, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it create confusion and it's difficult to read, right? Page not found is equal to false means that page was actually found. So a better way of doing that would be you just create the variable in a positive sense. Just say page found. Now when you write this, page found is equal to false, which means that you didn't found the page. Now you found the page, right? Simple
Yes.
thing, but that's why, because if you mess up the true false condition, you are at the wrong place, right? So avoid using negative names. Is file available, is this, right? That way you can utilize. So if I want to check the file, I can say is file available, and then I can set it to true and false, so that it's not coding we don't only do for ourselves, right? We have a group of developers, we have to work with everybody. That's why we make sure that we follow best practices with whatever we are doing. Okay, so that was about the variables. Okay, let's jump to the next topic, which is called the arguments. I'll just delete this stuff from here. I'll just delete this. Okay. Now I'm going to go here and I create a new sequence. Okay. First thing first, very easy. I am saying that this is my sequence A. Okay. Let's define a use case, which is called a sequence A.
Okay.
And this is a very blank sequence, right? It has nothing. And The concept here is we have to ask the user for the name. So I go to the activity and I use something which is called input dialog. So I'm just asking the user to provide the name. Right? Very simple automation. Same thing. There are no variables, so you can just go here and you can use something which is called create variable also. And then I say that name, and I can just put something which is called seq underscore a, so that I understand that this is from sequence A, right? Very simple automation, right? That's what we have done, right? Now I can put a message box and I can print the name. This you can think of a very large automation which has a lot of code which is written. Okay. Now I have a new piece of automation now, sequence number B. That was sequence A. This is sequence B. In the sequence B, we are asking the user to, let's say, provide his country. And I say that this is my country, a variable again, which is coming from sequence number B. Straightforward automation, nothing fancy, right? Now, this you can think of a very large automation, sequence number A, which has a lot of code, lot of things, functionality wise it is done. There is a new functionality which is taking care of the country. Now, there is a new sequence which we call as, let's say, merge, or let's say anything, right? Merge sequence, I'll call it merge sequence. Now in this merge sequence, my requirement is I simply want to print the name and the country into the merge sequence. Now, if I go to the activities, I use a message box, okay? And then I want to print the name. And then I want to print the country. Okay, simple use case. Where are my name and country? In the sequence A and in the sequence B. Basically into the different pieces of automations. Now, what do you think? How would I pass it? Right?
Yeah.
Understood?
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
That's where you need arguments. Okay. Variable are used to pass the data only between the XAML file. This variable, this is the variable. We were able to pass the data only between this. That's it. As soon as you move out of it, this is gone.
Okay.
Sequence A is a new piece of automation. Sequence B is a new piece of automation. Merge is a new piece of automation. So this and this can pass the data between them by using variables. But when you have to pass the data between the different pieces of automations, or in other words, different sequence or different days, then you need something which is called the arguments, which you see here. Okay. So first
Okay.
difference between variables and arguments: variable is used to pass the data between the activities. Arguments is used to pass the data between the XAML files. Okay. So now how do you work with arguments? If I click on arguments, the same thing, right? It has the name, it has the type, it has the default value, but it has something which is called direction, right? So this is important, and a lot of people get confused here, and this confusion stays with them, right? So I try to make it clear by just using a simple example. Okay, so we have something which is called sequence A, we have something which is called sequence B, and we have something which is called merge. Okay, in sequence A, I have the name, in sequence B, I have the country, and in here, I need to merge. Okay, now if I ask you a simple question, right? Input and output. If I have to merge, my bad. If I have to get the data into the merge, right? Do I need input or would I be providing output?
So in merge, it would be input.
Correct? So in
Yeah.
merge, it would be input. correct? And what
Yeah.
would be the input? The input would be nothing but the name and the country,
Country.
correct?
Yes.
If I talk about sequence B, is sequence B expecting any input or it is giving some output based on my situation?
It's giving output.
It's giving output, right? So here we need to have something which is called output, which would be
Yeah.
country,
Country.
and same thing into the sequence A, because it's not expecting any input. Yes, if it expects input, we would have input, and then this would be
Name.
the name. If you understand this simple concept, you are clear with the argument concepts. That's it, right? So in sequence A, we want output, and here it is input, right?
Yeah.
Let's go to the sequence A. In the sequence A, I go to the arguments and I say here, I want to out it, right? So that's why the direction would be
Out.
out. What do you want to out? I want to
Mm,
out the name. So I will just, again, a best practice, you can say out underscore name. I want to out the name. What is the type? This is a string, right?
Yeah.
Now, if you see here in the activity, I will use something which is called assign, as to assign. So now what I'm telling UiPath is, in my whatever value you have got from the name, which is the variable, because to pass the data between one activity to different activity, I'm using variable. I want you to assign that value to the out. That's it, right? You could directly use this guy, by the way, here as well, right? But to make you
Yeah.
understand the variables and arguments, I have created like this. If you just use out name, it will be still considered as the out, right? But from passing data to here, I have used a variable, and from passing here to this, because assigning this is an out, right? So if you see here argument, this is of direction out. Now in
Yeah.
the sequence B, I'll go to the arguments, and then here also I want to out. So I say out country. This would be again an out. And then
Mm,
I again want to assign it.
Same
So
assign.
what,
Yeah.
same assign, I am saying that whatever value you have in the country variable, just assign it to the country. You can
Country.
directly use this country as well, right? Now when
Yeah.
I go to the merge, now the merge is expecting input, right? So
Yes.
the in the merge, I would go to the arguments and I would create input in underscore name, and this direction would be in, and
Yeah.
then I would say in underscore country, and this would be in of the type string, and that's it. Now when I have to print the name, I would just say that just use the argument in name, and when you want to use the country, just use in country. That's it, right? But still, if you see, we have not actually mapped, right? I haven't mapped that the in name should be mapped to this argument, right? We haven't mapped that yet.
Yes.
So that mapping is always done in something which is called a main sequence. So that's why you have the main sequence into the UiPath. Into the main sequence, if I now ask you the flow, this is one automation, this is one automation, this is one automation. The first automation should be triggered is this, right?
Yes.
The second automation should be this, and the third automation should be this, right?
Yeah.
Now, this sequence is important. Now I'll go back to my this, which is the main sequence. And here, now I am teaching you a concept that how do you create a big automation? So as of now, you have this small block of codes, right? One
Yeah.
sequence, two sequence, three sequence. Now I have to work, I have to create this project, but as a full-fledged project where I need to run this complete functionality, right? And that's where we actually use something which is called invoking the automation. So if you go to the project, you see here all the files which we created are available here.
Yeah.
So to merge all of them, you just drag and drop. So first I want to call the sequence A, I drag and drop it here. It uses an activity which is called invoke workflow. After that, I use sequence B, and after that, I want to merge it. So I have this merge sequence. This is how you actually structure the code. You first write the smaller functionality. You decide what data I want to give out or what data I want as an input. So as soon as I do this, right, you see that these are all the things it's showing. It's showing that, Mukesh, you have something which is called out name, but you have not utilized it. This guy is providing you country, but you are not utilizing. And then it says that I am expecting name and country, you are not providing me, right?
Yes.
It's a
Yeah.
warning. It's not an error. It's a warning. This is the new functionality, by the way. So to import them, you just click on this guy which says import arguments, and it has imported the argument for you. Now, if you go here, you say again import arguments, and then you click on this. You see that out name is imported, right? Import
Okay.
arguments, it's imported. Import arguments, it's imported, right? But now, if you technically see this, right? If I have to pass the data from here to here, what should I use?
Like from sequence A to B.
Yeah.
So aren't we exporting?
Yeah, so we just imported, right? So we just imported the arguments. So this guy
Okay.
says that, okay, I am providing you out name.
Okay.
Okay, understood.
Mm-hmm.
Sequence B is saying, I am providing you out country. Understood. Sequence merge is saying, I am expecting two values, right? But if you
Yeah.
technically see this, all three are in a sequence. This
Right.
is other activity, this is activity, this is activity. So when you have to pass the data between activity, I have to use the variables, right? So now, basically what I am going to do is, argument concept was clear, right? That we need arguments in and out. But now when you
Right.
actually merge the data, if you technically see this, this is one activity, this is one activity. So I have to pass the data from here to here. So I'll go to the
Right.
input arguments and I'll say that, open it, and I'll say that, okay, whatever data you are having, you are passing into the out name, right?
Mm-hmm.
You just store it in a variable called, let's say, str underscore name, and it will create a variable here, same like we created here, right? So str underscore name is created here. So now this guy is saying that, okay, I have a value which is argument. What do you want to do? I say that, okay, whatever value you have, I'm going to create a variable for you whose name is str country. Just store that value in that variable. And if you
Okay.
see, that variable is again created. Now, when you have to pass the data from this to this or this to this, you are going to use the variables. So I go to import arguments, and now this guy is saying me, provide me the input. Where is your name? So I say that, okay,
STR
I have
name.
got it in str name and I have got the country in str country. And that's it. Now if I run this automation, run the file, I just want to run this piece of automation. Okay. And it's saying provide me the name. I provide my name. Then it's asking me provide the country. I'm saying
Country.
India. And then it's going to the third sequence where it says the name is Mukesh. And then it's saying the country is India.
Yeah.
Right. So basically what I have done is I have passed the data from here to here to here. Three different pieces of automations, and that's how variables and arguments work together. I'll take a pause if you have any questions on this part. Understood the difference?
Yes, I got it. Just
Yeah.
one question, Mukesh. Like for example, sequence A, we did import argument. In import argument, we assign uh, the variable name to
Hmm.
str name. So
Hmm.
can't we do can I not use same like the variable in the third activity merge instead of assigning and bringing, because so if you'll open that import argument.
Okay, so here you have out name,
So
right?
out name. So straight can I not assign in
Yeah.
the merge activity
So if you
in
see
import
out
argument?
name is not here, right?
Okay.
It's not here. This is the new
Okay.
sequence, which is main sequence.
Okay.
Do you see out name here? No, right? It's not part of it. Out name is coming from this sequence, merge sequence,
I see.
right? That's
Mm-hmm.
coming from the other sequence, right? So to use the data, if you see it technically, right? These are the three different activities, right? Same like you
Correct.
have the activity. Now, if
Yeah.
I have to use anything here, I need to have variables or arguments, right?
Okay.
Do I have
Yeah.
anything? No.
No.
Now to work this automation, what do I need? I need a name variable and I need a country variable, right?
I
So
see.
now you are just telling UiPath that, okay, whatever data you got from this automation as an argument, I want you to assign that value to my variable. So now you have made that value local to main sequence, and that's how this is working, right?
I
Outname,
see.
why I understand the concept. You are saying that why outname cannot be work, right? But if you see here, outname is not here, right? It's not here. It's not here.
Yeah. 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 Get it.
So this is the part where a lot of people get confused, and that's why you need to at least practice this once. Try to pass the data from here to here, and then once you are done, then you would understand that how the data is flowing between automations, right? And
Get
this is
it.
also important. How do you manage a large project? Okay, how do you do that? So for example, you are writing an automation that has, just hypothetical scenario, 100 steps
Okay.
or 100 activities, right? I cannot write all the 100 activities in one sequence. I can write it, nobody's stopping me, right? But when I
Mm-hmm.
have to test it, when I have to do some editing, testing, I need to run the complete flow again and again, right? So
Yeah.
basically, as a best practice, what the developer do is they divide the flow by the functionality. And in larger project, there is a team of developers who are working. So let's say you are having a team of 5 developers. So the 5 developers divide the work. So 5 developers says that, okay, we are going to do 20 step each. So now all the 5 developers will create the different kinds of developer 1, developer 2, developer 3, developer 4, and developer 5. They are going to create all of their separate individual code, right? And then I, as a manager, I'll just have the main workflow, and I'll say that in my main workflow, I'll just combine all of your code, right? So now these
Okay.
guys, whatever the developer one has to do, he will take care of it inside his automation by using the variables and all. But as a manager, as the main, these guys know developer two will ask developer one that, hey, from your piece of code, I need 3 values. So these values would be passed as argument. Developer 3 will say that, okay, I have done something and I will pass 2 values. Now, whosoever want to use it, just use it, right? Segregation of the functionalities and passing the data is important when you have to do a larger project, right? So basically you divide the project into small modules, pass it to the different developers. If there is one developer also divide the data into different things, and then you pass the data from one sequence to another sequence because it's easy to manage, right?
Yeah.
So that's the whole concept of variables and arguments. Now let's talk about the definition. Arguments are used to pass the data between projects and automations. Okay, help in
Yeah.
code reusability. This is important. If you see here, tomorrow, if I have one more automation where I want to use the same sequence,
Okay.
tomorrow I am writing one more automation where I just have to merge it. So I can just write a new sequence and I do not have to rewrite the code, right? I just use the merge sequence here like this drag and drop.
I see.
I can reuse the code, right? And I
Mm-hmm.
say import the arguments, and then it's asking me what data you want to provide. So I say that now the new data which I want to provide is, let's say, Iron Man. I just provide Iron, and I just provide Man, Iron Man, country name, like Iron Man maybe, and just say save. So same automation, but this time if I just run the file, it's not going to ask me the input, right? It's just
Yeah.
going to directly give me the code which
Default
I have
values. Yeah.
written, right?
Yeah.
Which I have directly provided. So now you can think of an automation where you can get this data from, let's say, a website. It's saying Iron Man, and the country would be again provided here, right? Iron Man. You can think of this automation where the value can come from anywhere. It can come from Excel. It can come from these values, right? These
Yeah.
values can come from Excel, these values can come from a website, these values can come from a database. All you have to do is just you write the code here on the top of it. I'll just use something like a comment activity here. In here, you just write the code to read the data, right? So you just go
Mm-hmm.
here and you write the code to read data from Excel, maybe from web, from the database, blah, blah, blah. Wherever you want to read this, you just read the data from all these places, and then you just pass the data here into the variables, right? So this automation is now reusable. In here,
Yeah.
when I was using in the main sequence, here I was passing the data from here to here to here. But then I have a new piece of automation where I say that now I want to read the data from database. So I will hit the database, got the data, pass it into a database variable and pass those variable here. Code reusability, right?
Yeah.
That's why we also use this arguments. And then mostly uses the invoke workflow activity, the activity which I was using into the UiPath Studio, which you see here. This is nothing but the invoke workflow activity. You can also, instead of, there are two ways of using it. Oh my bad, I just clicked on that. So you can drag and drop from here like this, or the longer way is you go to activity and you use something which is called invoke the workflow,
Okay.
because I'm invoking the workflow, right? These are all the workflows. See, these are
Okay.
all the
Mm-hmm.
workflows. So I say invoke workflow and then I select which workflow I want to invoke.
I see.
So it's the same thing on the longer way. And the default values can be provided while testing. That's the same thing, right? Now, the direction wise, you can have in, you can have out, and you can have in out also, which means that someday you might have a situation where you want to have the variable which can be used as in or which can be used as out, right? So that's why
Mm-hmm.
in UiPath you have these arguments you see here that can be in, that can be out, or that can be used something which is called in out as well,
Mm-hmm.
which
Yeah.
is behaving both as in as well as out. Okay. How they are created from the body, property panels, argument panels, remove the variables. You can also delete this as well, right? Let's talk about the best practices. Use descriptive names like first name, camel case, one argument
Yeah.
for one purpose. And if you are using out, you say in, it's all in. Whenever you use out, you say out underscore, right? And this is the syntax you are going to see in RE framework, which is the default template by UiPath, right? So that's why these best practices, we understand that how UiPath is coding it. That's, we at least try to follow the same standards, right? And
Yeah.
default values can be provided while making the reusable component. Okay. There are two important things. One is conversion and one is find references. What exactly are that? So, for example, you are coding today and by mistake you created these variables here. Sorry, you created these arguments and later you realize that, okay, I needed to have it as a variable. You can right click on it and convert it to variable,
Okay.
and it's converted to variable now. You created a variable and then you realize that, oh, I needed to have it a variable argument. You can right click on it and you can convert it to arguments.
I see.
So no need to, again delete it and create it. You can convert and vice versa. Okay. The other important feature of that is, for example, this is a very big automation, right? As of now, I have two activities, only two activities, right? But imagine
Yeah.
that there are 100 activities. And now you want to know which all activities are using this argument or this variable, right? You have a situation, right? Now you want to know that which all places I'm using this variable or this argument. You just right click on it and you have something which is called find references,
Okay.
and it will search for the references and it is telling me that Mukesh, you are using it here. If you click on that, it will take you to the activity.
I see. Got it.
Good feature. Yeah.
Yeah.
And these are all the improvements which UiPath keep on doing over a period of time by listening to the developers' feedback and everything, right? And then you have conversion, converting variable conversation, but make sure when you convert from variable to arguments, make sure that you take care of the names and the directions, right? And
Yeah.
that's it. Let's quickly summarize. We see that we used to pass the variables data from one activity to another activity. Arguments are used to pass the data between automations. We need to follow the proper naming conventions. Conversion is possible. Find reference is a useful feature during the development. Okay, so that completes your variable and arguments. Again, the assignment. Go back to UiPath Academy, try to read the variables and arguments. If you are comfortable with the way I am teaching, I have the videos available in both English as well as Hindi language where I am teaching this thing in detail, right? We are talking
Yeah.
more about variables, different type of things. You can read that and then you would be able to relate to what we have covered today. But one thing for you would be you need to create at least one project. It can be small
Okay.
project what we did using variables and arguments, right? Because if you are done with this variable argument concept once, it's there for forever, right? But if you just say that okay, I'll ignore it, then later you would forget it, right? So at least create one automation using variable argument, pass the data from one activity to another activity. You can just create this one, right, which we just created today, right? So that one you
Yeah.
can try to create.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, the next chapter we are going to discuss about the control flow. As the name suggests, when we are doing an automation, not every time I will run it in a linear position or in a linear way. There would be situations, circumstances where I would have to actually control the flow of the automation. If this condition is true, do this. If that is false, do that, right? So how do you control the flow of the automation inside UiPath? That is what we are going to understand in this chapter.
Today we are going to discuss about the control flow activities. Okay, till this
Okay.
point we have seen that what are the basic switch flow sorry, till this point we have seen what is sequence, flowchart, state machine, how you can do UI automations and all those stuff, right? But when it actually comes to writing the program, you would always have to control the flow of the automation, right?
Yeah.
So you need to always decide whether I have to go to this route, whether I have to go to this route. You need to control the flow of the data and you need to also control the flow of the automation, right? So for that, UiPath has given us some activities which we call the control flow activities. Okay, these are a couple of activities which will be available inside the installed workflow and the control, right?
Okay.
So these
Mhm.
are the control flow activities which are available, and that's what we are going to discuss. In simple terms, control flow activities are the activities which are responsible for controlling the flow of the automation. Okay, now the first activity and which you are going to utilize most of the time is called an assign activity. So activities, I go to the activities and I just drag and drop the activity here on the canvas, which is called the assign activity. Okay,
Mhm. Mhm.
it has two parts, right and the left, right? So save to in what expression you want to save and what is the value you want to save, right? Why do I need it? So when I am actually passing the data from one automation to another automation, I would need to store the data into some places, right? In other words, the variables which we have discussed, right? So let's say today I want to store a name. I will create a variable called str name. Now, initially when I created this name, the value is blank. You don't have anything. Now, if I have to assign some value to this, so I'll go to this activity which is assign and I'll call str name, and then I can just put here Mukesh, right? So now this has this value assigned. So that's why this activity is called assign activity, right? Where you are assigning the value to this variable. This is also used to write expressions. You can initialize the value. For example, if I want to have a default value to this one, I can just make here and make it to something like default, right? Simple work of assign activity, assign the value which is there to this, right? So this was the old actually style of coding. And then over a period of time, when you actually write an automation, you have a lot of variables. Then I want to have the name, then I want to have the last name, then I want to have the age, and then I want to have maybe the subject, anything, right? Now, if you notice, if I have to assign values to all of this during the automation, I had to use multiple assign activities, and it was unnecessarily creating a huge lot of automation space, right? So over a period of time, UiPath got us a new activity which is called multi-assign. That means that now you can just assign all the values directly at a single place. The concept is same. Str name, the value is Mukesh. I just go here, I say integer age is let's say 21 years. Then I can say again to be let's say integer underscore sub, and I can just put let's say something like this, right? So it's a string, so we have to put it in double quotes. This is also a string, so we have to put in double quotes, right? But the concept is we can actually now assign multiple values in a single place, and you also have an option to move them. Uh, sorry, you also has an option now here to add and create a variable on the fly. So rather than actually creating the variables and assigning them one by one, you can actually go and create the variable on the fly and then assign a value directly, right? So this two activities are called assign and the multi-assign, right? Simple explanation, whatever value you want to have, you want to assign it to some value. Okay. Now, the second activity is, and which you might use in some places, but you should be aware of. Okay. So for example, today I am writing an automation where I have to click on this calculator. Okay. So
Yeah.
what I'll do, I'll just take a click activity. Sorry, I'll just use application and browser. This one, modern design, right?
Yeah.
And then it's installing the packages. Now, this activity is when I open the calculator before I type, sometime what happens is this calculator, let's say, is taking some time to do the automation. So usually the automation is very fast when it runs. So I open the calculator and calculator was not open, and before that only the automation is trying to do something on this application, right? So that's a scenario which might occur. So UiPath has various, I would say, mechanism and activities which are available where you can actually control all of this. And that's what I'm going to show next, right? So you might understand what is happening here. I use the use application slash browser. So it is adding the dependencies and the packages to my automation because I created a new project, and by default this dependencies was not added. So it is adding the dependencies, which means that now those activities would be available for me, and then it should be available 8 or 14. So over a period of time, as the updates are coming to the product, right, you would see new and new activities which are getting added. So UI activity package is now showing that we would have OCRs, we would have the image processing, right? So we have to just wait for it to get installed, right? Mm. And modern design is the default experience now in your all the design experiences. But
Yeah.
let's say you went to some of the corporate, in the corporate where you work, there might be case where they are in the community, sorry, in the classic
Classic
design
design. Yeah.
experience, right? So if you know modern design, it's very easy to work on classic, but vice versa is not true, right? So my suggestion would be that you need to at least know what is a classic design experience, then only you can actually relate to the modern design experiences. Okay, let's see if my assistant is connected. So this is how it happens. So you have the UiPath assistant, which is available. This UiPath assistant is connecting the thing to the internet, and from internet it is actually now downloading the packages and the dependencies.
Meanwhile, this is downloading. Mukesh, just one quick
Hmm.
question as you brought it UiPath Assistant
Yeah.
here. What exactly use of UiPath Assistant versus Orchestrator?
UiPath assistant is the guy who is responsible for running the automations.
Okay, but the same I believe Orchestrator does, right?
No, orchestrator is for managing. So when we go to orchestrator, then you actually see, right, in here, we
Okay,
can just run this, right? It will run on my computer. But if I have to run it on your machine, where is the
okay.
settings? If I have to run it at 9 a.m. every day,
Hmm.
so all of that orchestrating and those settings would be done into the orchestrator. In simple words, it would actually be orchestrating.
Okay.
So like managing the machines. So in simple words, right? Let's say you have written 10 automations today, right? And
Hmm.
out of those 10 automations, you want to run 5 automation in the morning and 5 automation is in the evening. So the
Okay.
first 5
Hmm.
automation, you want to run it in 5 different computers, 5 different VMs, right? So we
Hmm.
need a place where I could manage all the VMs, all the users, right? All of
Hmm.
that is required, right? So that's what orchestrator is for. And after this, the next one would be the orchestrator.
Okay. Thank
Okay,
you.
so this is taking so much time. I can cancel this, and I think it should have. It's taking. It should not ideally take that much time, but anyways. So activities. Let me explain you in a different way, right? So the first one was assign activity. Okay,
Hmm.
now we have one more control flow activity available, which is called delay.
Okay.
So delay in simple words is, for example, today I have to write an automation, right? So I will just go here and I use a write line activity, which is just printing the time, right? So I just say that this is the time and I'll just print the time by using something which is called now.toString that will print the current time, right? So
Yeah.
just assume that this is a huge piece of automation. And in UiPath, what happens is all these activities happen one by one. So let's say your step number 1 of the automation was this. Okay. And then after that, you had the step number 2. And then after that, you have the step number 3. Okay. And now if I just go here and I just say run the file, what would happen? You would notice that it will all happen very fast, right? You don't have any options to actually go and see something. Right now it may be a scenario where the step number 2 has to wait for some time, but it actually happened in a fraction of seconds, right?
Yeah.
Everything happened in 1 second. That's where UiPath has an activity which is called a delay. As the name suggests, you can put delay between the activities. So now what I'm going to do is I'll put this time here at the top, which is going to print the time. And then I'm going to put a time activity at the end, which I'm going to say at time end, right? And now what is this delay activity? If you click on this, it says that for how many hours, how many minutes, and how many seconds you want to put a delay. So I can just go here and I can just write, let's say, let's something like maybe 10. So that means that your automation will execute the time, it will print the time, then it will execute the lines, and then it will wait for 10 seconds, then step 2, step 3, and then it will print the time. So basically what I have done is I am intentionally telling the automation, after step 1, you have to wait for 10 seconds before doing anything. So time, it printed this, then it came to the step 1. Now it's going to wait for 10 seconds. That's what we have mentioned here. And now if you
Mm-hmm.
see, it started at 9:54, 11, and then after 10 seconds you got this, right? So you can actually put delays into your automation when you see that the automation is going very fast, or you want to wait for some of the activities to happen, right? This is not the correct way of actually putting it. You have to actually use the activities like element exist. You have to do some condition, but there are some situation where there is nothing, so we have to end up using the delay, right, where we want to pause the automation for some time, right? The second kind of a control flow automation, where you can actually control the flow of the automation by using something which is called a delay activity. Okay.
Yeah.
Next, we have conditionals, right? So we have condition. Always, whenever we are writing an automation, we would always have something which is called condition. Let's take an example. I have this age where the age is, let's say I'll just pass it 23. Now, depending on this age, I need to decide whether the person is eligible to vote or not, right? So now
Yeah.
if you would see, I would be using all our knowledge into one thing. So first of all, I am going to assign a age. So I'm going to use an assign activity. And then I'm going to say that the age today is, let's say, 23. Now I have to write a condition that if the age is this, you do this. If it is not this, then you do this. So as I speak, I am going to use an activity which is called if, which is our next control statement. I'll drag and
Mm-hmm.
drop it here, and you would see here then you have a if condition. Now what is this? You can just write a condition here, and the output of the if and the else should be a boolean, right? You cannot write something like if the value is this, right? You have to get always a boolean output, which means that the output of the expression should be a boolean. You cannot write here 2 plus 2, right? Because 2
Yes.
plus 2 is 4. It's not a
Yeah.
boolean. So the output of the condition should be true and false, which could be something like that. If the age is, let's say, less than 18, right? So what would happen? It would either be true or it would either be false, right?
Once.
And then
Yeah.
if it is true, then I can just maybe use a write line activity, and I can say that uh, you are a kid, or else means if this condition is false, then what do you want to do? Then I can just maybe say you are an adult, right? So
Mm.
here, based on two control activities, you can control the flow of the automation. You can think it of a scenario that where you are writing a huge piece of automation, and now you have two conditions, right? Whether I want to go to the left side or to the right side, right? So I can save this, go here, and I say run the file, and you notice that in the output I got that you are an adult because it is 23. If I just make it to 10 and I save this and I just say run the file, you would see that you'll get an option which says you are a kid, right? So now depending on this, I have changed the course of my automation, so I can actually controlling the flow of the automation, right? So if and the else. Now if I just go to the activities, and if I just go here and I write if, you would also see an activity which is called else if, right?
Yeah.
If else if, right? So you can still utilize that one also, but I hope you understand what is if and else, right? Two simple blocks. Okay.
Yeah. Got it. Yeah.
Now, when it comes to the loop, right? You understand what is loop?
Yes.
Okay. So simple task, right? Today I ask you that you have to print the numbers based on the input which you get from the user, right? So for example, I have a variable which I called integer number, okay, which is integer, right?
Yeah.
Now By default it is integer, the default value is 0, and I ask an assign activity, and I just say that in the integer number I have the value of 5. Now I have to do the task that I have to print the number till 5. Till the time I need reach this number, I want to simply print 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can simply treat this as something that till the time all my list of files are processed, till the time my all the items in the database are processed, right? So basically you have to do something, but you have to do it in a loop. That's why UiPath has given us some kind of loop. It's not UiPath, it's coming from the C# and other programming languages. The concept is exactly the same. We have two loops which I'm going to discuss first. First one is the while and the other one is the do while, right? So have you heard of this previously?
Yes. Yes.
Right, so while and the do while, it's the basic programming thing. I'll quickly show you the syntax. How does it look like? So basically let's take this part, right? I have to print the number till 5, right? So I can go here and I can use an activity which is called while, and now it's asking me what is the condition. So I'm writing a condition that while,
Integer number is equal to 5.
yes, right,
Yeah.
while the integer number is, let's say, less than 5, what do you want to do, right? So its initial value is 5, so I'll just make the initial value maybe something to 0. So 0 is less than 5, the condition is true. Then what do you want to do? I simply want to
Print the number. Yeah.
print the number, so I can just inside this, I can just go and I say integer number dot to string, right? Because this is a number, right?
Mhm.
And when I am writing, this is a string. So I have to convert the number to string. And then once I have printed, I have to also increment it by 1. So I'll just use an assign activity. And here I can say integer number is equal to integer number plus 1. So I
Yeah.
have to increment the number as well, right?
Yeah.
Now here I want to teach you one more concept, which is the debugging, right? So debugging is a very important concept in UiPath to track the flow of the automation, right? So we started with something which is called 0. Now next it is going to check the number. If the number is less than 5, the condition is true, so it will execute the body. Then it will go and increment the number to 1 and it will do. But if I have to just go and if I just go and I say run the file, what would happen? It will simply go and print the numbers 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Because I
Yeah.
started from 0, so I can just, if I just started from 1, then it would start from 1 and I can just say run the file and it will print the output here, right? You can see here 1, 2, 3, 4. Why it's not printing 5? Because 5 is not less than 5. If you want to have it, you can just say less than equal to, and it will print the 5 as well, right? That's all your little bit of programming language you require. But now the important thing is you as a developer always has an option to slow down your automation and run the automation in debug mode. So for example, this is a code which is written by another developer. And now I want to actually see what is happening. So you can go to any of the automation, click on this, and you can go here. You see this option. We talked about it in the initial videos
Debug.
that we
Yeah.
have something this. So I can just go here and I say debug the file. Now what happens? The automation is going to wait and it again completed, right? In the debug mode. I was not able to analyze because I have to actually put and stop it. So I go to the debug and I put something which is called breakpoint. As the name suggests, break the automation here, right? To breakpoint, you just go to debug and then you have
Mhm.
the breakpoint. You can just enable and disable it at any point. I want here, you can put it like this, right? I don't want it here, I can remove this. So I'll go to the first activity, I'll put a breakpoint. Now
Mhm.
again go to design and I say debug, right? Now if you see the automation has stopped, right? Now whatever is happening in the automation, I can actually see everything on the left side. You see, I have all these variables. It is showing me that you have all these variables where the value is null because string. You have a age variable which is 0. You have the number variable which is 0. right?
Yeah.
Now the assign has not happened yet, right? Because it is in blue, it is still not executed, right? So that's why the number is still 0. Okay, so if I go here into the debug and you see step into means step into this activity, step into this
Okay.
step, right? Same thing, I
Mm-hmm.
just say step into. Now what happens? The number value is now 1,
One. Yeah.
right? Now there is a condition. The condition says the number is less than 5, right? I can just go and say step into, and I can just minimize this as well. And now you would see that what is happening inside. It will come inside,
Mm-hmm.
step into, next it is going to print it. The number value is 1. I can say step into, and now it would have printed. So I can go to the output and I can see that the number 1 is printed, right? Now, after that, till this time also the value of number is 1. It will happen to at this point, right? So I can say
Mukesh,
step into, yeah,
sorry to interrupt you.
yeah,
But let's say in this debugging, where would I
hmm,
see my condition is true or false? For example, when I'm getting into while
hmm,
loop and
hmm,
it is checking condition,
hmm.
so where would I see whether it is bringing true or false? Like in
If it
this.
is false, it will not go inside the loop. It's true, that's why it is coming. So
Okay.
this
So.
body is executing
Mhm.
because it is true, right? But if you would actually write in if else, right, then you would see the true, right? Because here I'll show you that I'll understand your question.
Mm.
Let me just do that and then I'll explain, right? So if you
Okay.
just see here, here it is the one, right? If I just go here and I say step into, now the value is 2, right? Now what should happen? It will again now check for the condition,
Correct.
right? Now
Mm.
here the expression is this. See,
Yes. Less than or equal to 5. Yeah.
number. What is the number? Well, it's now 2. If I do a
Hmm.
step into, now the result is true. This is what you want, right?
Yes. So where would we see? Like, do we need
In
to
the
click?
properties. No,
Okay.
no need to click it. It's on the locals. On the left hand side, you have the locals where you would see all this, right? I'll show you again. See,
Yeah.
now what is the value? The value for this is 2. I'll just go and step into. Now the value
Yeah.
is 3,
3.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Now again it is going to check the condition. So as soon as I click step into, you would see here in the properties, say step into, it says that there is an expression, visual
Mm-hmm.
basic expression, which is this, which I am evaluating, which is this, number is less than equal to 5. The number is
Mm-hmm.
3. 3 is less than equal to 5. Yes, it is
Correct.
true. So the result as of now is a boolean. It don't have the value because it is not evaluated. So I say
Okay.
step into. Now you would see that the result is now true,
Okay. So,
right?
okay. Got it. Yeah.
Now when it is becoming false, then you would see it as coming false. So now 4 is again less than 5. So it will print the number 4. You can see the output that what is happening, right? And then I can
Mm-hmm.
say step into, and now there is 5. 5 is less than equal to 5. Yes. 5 is less than equal to 5. Yes. Condition true. It will print the 5. And now the value is 6, right?
Yeah.
6 is not less than equal to 5. So now if I do a step into, you would see here this is trying to evaluate the condition. 6 is not
Correct.
less than equal to 5. Step into, and the result is false. That's why it came out of the while loop, and I can just step into, and that completes the automation, and I can see the same output here, right?
Got
So
it. Got it.
basically with the breakpoints, you can, the debug menu, you can actually slow the automation and see what is happening, right? This is applicable to a bigger problem where you are inserting data into an application. The application is slow, fast, everything. Debugging itself is a big topic. That's why I tried to explain you in this small module, right? So try to explore the debugging module as well. It's not very much,
Mm-hmm.
but if you understand these three, that would be enough for you as for a beginner. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So then you have a while loop, right? There is another kind of loop which is called do while. Concept is exactly simple. And by look and the feel, you would understand what is the difference. So the while loop, first check the condition while. First
Yeah.
check the
Yeah.
condition and then execute the body. Whereas the do while loop, first do whatever you tell it to do, and then it executes the condition. So technically, in simple words, if you see, the do while will at least execute your condition at least once, right? Because first time it is not evaluating any condition. Whereas in the while loop, initially it start the condition, and if this condition is false, it will not give you any results. Wherever in the do while, at least it will execute once, right? Otherwise, the concept is exactly the same,
Yeah.
right? So while, and I can just do this, Control C, Control V, like this, and then I am in the do while loop, right? So I can just go here, and by the way, you can enable and disable the activities by right clicking on it, and I can say disable it by using Control D as a shortcut. So it will not execute it, right? One is delete and one is disable, right? I don't want to execute. So now here, if I just go and if I say run the file, you will see that we are getting the same set of output, which is 1 2 3 4 5. We using the
Mhm.
do while. The difference is first it will, without even checking the condition, it will go and print this, right? Let's try to
Yeah.
run it in debug mode and see. The initial value is 1. It will come into the loop and it's not evaluating the condition. Print the thing, increment the number, and now when it comes for the next time, then it is going to evaluate the condition, which is this, right? So you can
Mhm.
say that the do while loop is going to at least execute once, right? So while
Once
and the
at
do
least. Yeah.
life, the that's the basic programming concept which you should be aware of, and these two are the control flow activities, which means that you can control the flow of the automation. Okay,
Mm.
now sometimes we have a collection. Okay, collection could be anything, right? A collection is files in the folder. A collection is a list of name, right? You are writing an automation, you are reading the data from a database, and you got 100 records, right? Now
Mhm.
you want to do the same automation for 100 records. How do I do that? You have a folder. In that folder you have, let's say, 100 PDFs. Now you want to do the same automation for 100 automation. So basically you have a collection which you want to iterate, right? So
Yeah.
how do you do that? So for that we have an activity. I'll just delete all of that, which is called for each, as the name suggests, for each. For each in what? You have to provide a collection which I need to iterate, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So let's say I have a list of string. Okay, and this is how you create a connection. You can browse, you can say list. I have a little more knowledge on .NET, but that's why I'm able to do this. But eventually you will also understand that how these things are happening, right? So basically I'm creating a list of string, and I'm saying that I have a list of string, and I want to pass some value, which is like I have read let's say a database, or I have read data from an website, and I have got a lot of names like AAA, comma BBB, comma CCC, comma DDD, right? So same like this, it can be a lot of names, it can be a lot of phone numbers, it can be a lot of integers, and all of that is possible, right? So what's happening here? Okay, I think I just Okay, so now it's giving me some error here.
So at last DDD, and after that we need double quote.
Yeah, I think that's what I was trying to
Yeah.
find.
Still.
No. Okay, now what I can do, I can actually use autopilot. Let's try to see that.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's good. Yeah.
So let's try to see. I'm not sure whether this will work. I have done some syntax mistake. I am not sure whether I can still fix it or not, but let's see. I have the list of string and I am trying to pass this value, which is this, right? Okay, did some mistake here? Comma looks good to me, but let's see. I save this and now if you see here, it's getting an error, right? So Autopilot has this option which is called fix.
Fix. Uh,
Let's see. New
oh,
list of string from. I left the word from.
from okay.
Cool. So no need to
But
remember the
that's really cool.
syntax.
Like, this way I could
Yes.
see this practical,
Yeah.
implementation of autopilot even.
Yes. Yes. This is the new feature, right? And I forgot the word from, right? So that's why.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. So yeah, I have a list, and then in the list I have four items, right? A, B, C, A, B, B, C, C, D, D,
Mhm.
right? Now my task is simple. I want to do something with this name, right? These names could be from a website, these names from a database, email. This could be a list of emails, right? You want to send an email to all of them. You have to do the same task, but for all of them, right? So I use an activity called for each. Now it's asking me where is your collection. I say that my collection is list of string. And now
Mhm.
inside that it is asking me what do you want to do with that collection, right? So my task is simple. I let's say simply want to print them.
Yeah.
And here, if you see, when I say for each, it has given me here something which is called current text, which is going to give me all the text one by one into this one, right? So I just go here and I say current text. So now if you see that instead of writing the right line items 5 times, right? So for example, if I am not using this activity and I have to print all these 5 values, right? 1, 2, 3, 4 values. I have to use this write line activity 4 times,
Uh,
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm doing the same thing again and again, right? So that's why I'm saying that use the for each activity for each collection in that item. And here it is A, B, C, and D is printed directly by using the for each item in this collection. Now, since I'm able to print that, I can write automation here to put it into a notepad file, to put it into a website, send an email, and all those stuff I can still do, right? Because if I'm able to access the value here, I can now do it anything, right? I am just printing, I can do anything. So inside this body, I will just write the automation where it is supposed to do with those values. Now this can be anything. And as UiPath is improving, they are giving the common activities for you into this here as for each row in a data table, for each file in a folder, for each file in a folder. So if I just go and drag and drop this, for each file in the folder as same thing, right? If I
Mhm.
have a folder here, I can just pass the folder here, maybe this. For each file in the folder, if you want to include the subfolder, XLSX, what do you want to do? So whatever the operation you write here would be applicable to all the files in this folder, right?
Yeah.
Concept is exactly the same. The activity is for each. Used to do the automations whenever you have the same set of activities which you want to do for the complete collection, right? So that's the for each. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, sometimes you have an option. Okay. For example, I'll give you a scenario now. So I have a huge collection. Okay. Just
Mhm.
putting 5, but assuming that it is 500. I'm just putting A, B, C, D, E, F, right? Now, if I go here and if I just go and I say run the file, see what happens. A, B, C, D, E, F. It prints for everything, right? But now I have 500 items and I am looking for some specific condition, right? I don't want to run it for all the 500 items. So for
Mm-hmm.
example, you are hiring a candidate. You are writing an automation for a recruitment company and you say that as soon as the status is hired, I don't want to go to the remaining 500 items, right? Or it can be simple that you are processing a file and you say that as soon as I process 10 files, I want to stop. I don't want to do the remaining stuff, right? It would be a
Yeah.
situation, right? You don't want to run for the complete collection.
Yeah.
That means that I want to break the loop, right? I want to
Yeah.
break the loop. And that's where you have an activity which is called break. So if I go to the automation and I search break, see that I have something which is called break, which is inside the control to break the flow. But
Mm-hmm.
now on what condition should I break it? So again, on what condition? So I say if, right? Inside the for each, I have put a if, right? And then I say if my current text is equal to what do I have? Let's say DDD.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. As soon as I get DDD, you are supposed to break.
Mm-hmm.
Till the time you don't get DDD, keep printing the item, right?
Yeah.
So now let's try to run it in the debug mode. Put a breakpoint. So eventually when you see, right, all the concept which we have been learning, right, will come together. Then only you can actually write an automation, right? You need to know all of this stuff, right? So I just go and say debug the file and let's see what happens, right? So it says again the same stuff into my break. This it says that I have a list of string. It has 6 items. The 6 items are
Mm-hmm.
this.
Yeah.
For each item, I just go and say step into, and then you see here the current text is AAA.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah.
It says,
Yeah.
right? I
Yeah.
step into. Now this is a condition. It's still not
Yeah.
evaluated. I go here and I say that this expression I do step into, the condition is false. So that's why it went into the else part, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
it didn't break the automation, right? I go and it will print AAA. It will go to the next item. As soon as I say step into, then it will go to the next item. The next item is now BBB, condition false, will print BDD. Then it will go to CCC, condition false, right? Now this time it is D. And after D, I have E and F also in my collection.
Yeah.
Now if I do a step into, this is the condition and the condition become true.
True.
So now in the condition I have written that if you find DDD, you just break the loop. I break the loop and now it didn't came to E and F.
Yeah.
Understood?
Yes.
This you can use it in while, do while, right? So in the while loop also you are doing, right? Something. So
Yeah.
wherever you have to break the loop, you use an activity which is called break, right? So wherever you are doing things in iteration, while, do while, for each, you use something which is called the break. Okay. So
Yeah.
these are the control flow activities in UiPath. So just a quick recap, control flow activities in UiPath are used to control the flow of the automation.
Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now control of the automation simply means you are just supposed to control, and not always your default activities will work as expected. That's why you need to control the flow of the automations, right?
Yeah.
And you have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 activities, 8 or 9 activities which we discussed today, which is for the control flow activities. Okay. And in my channel also, you would see that we have already covered that in Hindi, and this one is on the number 6, which is called the control
Yeah,
flow
yeah,
activities, where I have explained all of this in detail. That again you can refer in English and Hindi. And also, if you simply go to Google and you search for control flow activities UiPath, you will reach this page, right? Control flow activities in UiPath: assign, delay, do while, if, switch, while, for each, and break. Okay, we didn't cover this one, which is called the switch activity. Okay, so what is the switch activity? So we have the switches in the home, right?
yeah,
So I have a lot of switch. I toggle the switch for the fan on. I off it, it toggles the fan off, right? So same like the switch, you have something which is called a switch activity in UiPath. What is a switch? Simple, same concept. We have the switches. You have a switch, which is this, right? Now, today I want to write an automation, okay, where you have different values. So for example, if the input is 0, I want to say run automation 1. If the input is 1, I want to say run, let's say automation B1. Okay, it can be any
mhm,
scenarios. If the input is, let's say 3, I want to run the automation Z, right? And if the input is anything apart from this, right, I just say not a valid. So basically, this is my condition. Now you might think that I can always write this in a if else condition, right? If I have to write this in a if else condition, you have to write an if, then an else, then one more else. And what if I just go here and I put one more? If it is 4, then I want to, let's say, run the D, right? So the
yeah,
input could be anything, and I want to do a different set of actions or different set of automations I want to run, different set of automation pieces you want to run, right? In all this situation, you have something which is called switch. So now if you'll see here, what are my inputs? I have 0, 1, 3, and 4. You can simply treat it as that, okay, I have a switch for fan, I have a switch for maybe AC, I have a switch for my television, and I have a switch for my computer, right?
yeah,
And apart from that, there are some switches which does not work. So I just want to perform these things, right? But you don't know, right? At any day, you can press any one of these. Same thing happens here. You have a switch activity, and what is my input? My input is an integer. So I can just go here and I can create an integer. I can say that this is maybe an input to the switch. Okay. So now I'll go to the activities. I'll say assign, and I'll say that input to the switch is today, let's say 2. Now in the switch, it is asking me, what is your expression? What do you want to check? I want to check what is my input to the switch.
mhm.
And then you have something which is called add the case. What is the case? So my case is, it could be 1.
Is 2, yeah, 1, 2, yeah.
Then what do you want to do? I'm just writing a line.
Mhm,
Let's say run A1, whatever, right? Then
mhm,
add a case. If it is 2, then I want to run B1. If it is, let's say 4, I want to run, let's say D1, right? So I can just
yeah,
add the case. And now every switch has something which is called a default case, which means that if none of these conditions are satisfied, right, then what
yeah,
should I do? Then I say that it's
invalid or yeah.
invalid. And now it's giving me an error because the input switch is ideally supposed to be a integer, right?
Yeah.
And then in the expression, let me do a control plus S. It's
You have
still
to convert
printing
in
this.
string, right?
I actually changed it to input switch to integer. Okay.
But right line will take in string only.
No. So right line is string. This is for this
Yeah,
input. So what
I
does it
see.
say? It says input to string, the value is incompatible with the property type. Okay. So ideally in the switch, right, it's taking the value as string, right? So I need to change it to integer, which it is not allowing me to do here because the properties are visible in the activity card. Okay, because I changed the variable type afterwards, right? I understand. So bug in the UiPath Studio, but anyways, I can fix this. New switch. So I changed the activity type afterwards, right? The data type afterwards.
Yeah, I get it. Okay, got it.
See?
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, and so now it took that, and yeah, see, system 32, right? Previously I was not able to change that. So
Yeah.
yeah, and then I need to again, I think, do the add case, right? So I can just go and say, yeah, see, for 0 I can say it is 1. I'll just do a right line, I say run A1 and 2. I can say run V1, add case 3, and I can just say it is run C1, right? Something like that. Now here I have passed the value of 2. I just go and I say run the file, and it says run B1, right?
Yeah.
However, if I pass it something like 29 and I say run the file, then it will come to invalid, right?
Yeah.
So what does it mean? It means that it's not required that my case can be always an integer. My case, which was this, right? It can be something like, if I am right, if my customer is HR, run this. If my customer is, let's say, financial, run this.
Mhm.
If my customer is banking, run this.
Mhm.
If my customer is coming from legal, you run this, right? So
Yeah.
basically, your input can also be a string here instead of number, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
when
Yeah.
you have different pieces of block defined for each of the things, you can actually go and utilize something which is called switch. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, these look simple, right? These concepts look simple till the time you actually do them, right? So,
Mhm.
two things for you. One is you go to this page and you can click on this and you can read more about it, or alternatively, you can refer my videos as well, which I have covered both in English and Hindi languages.
Yeah.
And then at least do one practice for each one of them, right? Then
Mhm.
you would have a clear understanding that what actually this thing, and this is important because when you actually write automation, you have to actually navigate from one condition to another condition, right?
Yeah.
Next up into our series is coming an interesting topic which is called selectors. Till this point, you might have seen that Mukesh, this I have already seen in the other programming, how UiPath is different and how I can automate my work, how I can automate my website, right? That's why the selectors come in pictures, right? So selector is a concept of UI automation, which is user interface automation. Whatever you do with the help of keyboard and mouse can be automated with UiPath. And in this chapter, we are going to learn how do I automate my keyboard and mouse so that I'm free to do other related stuff, right? So welcome to the chapter of selectors, right? Selector is a complex topic, guys. So in case you want to explore more, we have a dedicated playlist which is entirely talking about selectors. Again, I have posted all the links into the description. Feel free to refer. Let's get started.
Topic for today is something which is called selectors, right? So first of all, uh, let's talk a little bit. I would say I can just maybe pull up. This is more technical deck, right? So let me just pull up a deck which I use for the students. So have you heard of the selectors previously? You have any idea?
Yes, Mukesh, I know about them.
Okay, that how does it created and all, right? You know that already.
Yes.
Okay. So this is what I created for students, right? But I think I can give you the background so it would be easy for you, right? So take an example, right? So for example, you have a parcel or a delivery person, right? And he has to deliver some courier, he has to deliver some letters to you, right?
Mhm.
Now, how does he is able to deliver the correct post or the correct letter to the correct home, right? That is because in the letter he has something which is called the address, right? He know what is the country, what is the state, what is the city, what is the street, and what is the house number, right?
Yeah.
So if let's say this address is vague, right? If if this address is vague, so let's say there is no country, there is no street, you have only put the house number, then it is difficult for the person to identify the correct person that whose this parcel is or who is the recipient, right? So
Yeah.
this is actually, if you see, this is an hierarchy, right? It's an address, it's a country, state, city, and the house number. In the similar way, you have something which is called selectors. So if you are aware of HTML, have you used HTML?
Yes.
Right? So how do we create a HTML page, right? So we have an HTML, then we have something which is head, right? And then in the head we have the body, right? And
Yeah.
then we have, let's say, a div, and then maybe something here. I have a button, right? Now if you have to click on this button, what UiPath does is it gets you this complete address, and then it allows it to backtrack this complete thing, and that is what it is called a selector. In simple words, for example, this is a notepad file, right? Today you have to automate this notepad. Okay, now I go to UiPath, and if you see here, there is a new tool which is called UI Explorer. Okay, so UI Explorer is user interface explorer. Wherever you have an interface, you can click on this, right? It might be very new for you, but you need to utilize it to see whether the application you are automating is good or not, right? So for example, here, if today I have to automate this, right? This notepad. So if I just go here as of now and I say indicate element, and I point it to this notepad, click on this file button, you see it generated this. It says that I am having a application whose name is notepad. The title is untitled notepad. The control ID is this, the application is this, and it has generated the address. Okay. So same like you have that address. This is the address which is automatically generated by the UiPath, which is known as a selector, right? So
Yeah.
same like a postman uses this address to get the correct person. Same way, UiPath has something which is called selectors. Okay. So the first property of selector is that selectors are automatically generated every time. You do not have to actually go and create them. A selector in UiPath is a feature that enable us to automate the user interface. When I say user interface, any interface, whichever you are able to click with keyboard and a mouse is called a user interface element. It can be notepad, a browser or anything. Wherever you are automating with keyboard and mouse, you would call it as a user interface. And how does it work? It works on the concepts of address and attributes, which is nothing but a XML fragments, right? We'll talk about this XML fragments because this is important. And as a developer, as a QA, you need to know that how do you manipulate this XML fragments. Okay. And this is how a selector look like. So same like I pointed to the notepad and I generated something. You can see here, tells you, right, that to do the automation, you need to go to an app, which is notepad. Then in the notepad you would have a file button, and inside the file button you would have a save button. So this is a selector for the save button. Now if I talk about UiPath, where exactly this thing you will find, one is in the UI thing where you can point it to any of the things. Let's say I want to know the selector for this Windows Explorer, right? I can just indicate the element and I can point it to this one, which is, let's say, this selector, and you would see that it will actually generate the selector that you are in the Explorer. You have this in the Explorer tab, you have a lot of items. There is the first item and the item name is this. So this guy is used to navigate the selectors, right? Now how and where in automation you are going to utilize it, right? So two things which you have to remember here. UiPath has got two kinds of design experiences. Okay, one is classic design and other is the modern design experience. Okay, so the classic design is the old way of coding and the modern design is the new way of coding. Now, in the current version, the modern design is the default design experiences. So you cannot actually go to the classic version, but I have videos on my channel which are on the classic. So you should at least know how does the classic look like because your enterprise might be in the classic version. Okay. So first thing first, this is a plain sequence, right? So today, let's say we want to automate this notepad, which is a user interface. My task is simple. I want to just go here and I want to write here hello, and then I want to click on file and maybe then click on view, right? So in the modern design experience, what happens? The first activity, whenever you have to do a user interface automation, you have to use is use application slash browser, which is this one. Use application slash browser. This is the first activity you are going to use anywhere whenever you have to do any user interface automation. Previously, if you talk about the classic one, the developer has to use different activity. If you want to use a browser, he used to have browser activities. For files, he used to have a separate activity. But then UiPath combined everything into a single activity which says use application slash browser, which means that if you want to automate any application or browser as in Chrome, Edge, Firefox, application as in Notepad, database, SAP or anything, right? You can use the same activity. Very simple activity. It's asking you indicate the application you want to automate. But the thing is, if you click on that and you go to the properties, you will notice here that these all properties are absolutely blank. At this point, this guy does not know which application I should automate. Should I automate a browser? Should I automate a notepad? It does not know anything. And if you go here, you would see that the input and the output element are absolutely blank. They don't know, right? Now it says indicate application to automate. I click on that and I point it to this application. See, it's showing you that this is the application. Modern design, very intuitive. I click on that and now it's understand that yes, I need to automate this. Now, if you go to properties, now if I just expand these little things here, you would see here, it has got something which is called selector, right? So what
Yeah.
is this selector? If you open that, it's nothing but the same thing, which says that I have a notepad which I have to automate. So that is why the selectors are important. And now if you want to relate it, this is what the selectors look like, right? Now, when you want to automate, you need to know how do you read the selectors. Okay, so whenever there is a selector which is generated, the first line is called the root node, and the one at the last is called the actual identifier. Actual identifier means what is the work that is supposed to happen, right? You might be looking this selector for the first time, but now you would have easily figured it out that yes, this is for a notepad and you are trying to do something on the control plus S button. That is how UiPath also read it. And now, if I go one step down, selectors are made up of nodes, and this is how it look like. Okay, maybe this one. I think that's some color thing I was doing, right? So for any line of selector, you would have two things. You would have tags and you would have attributes, right? So the first thing here, which is this guy, this is called a tag, and the tag can be WND, HTML, control, web control, or Java. So whenever you see WND, that means that this is a Windows application. Whenever you see that tag as HTML, you should understand, or the UiPath will understand that this is an HTML page. You don't have to actually learn and hard code this, but you should know how this technology is working, because when the issue or when there is some I would say some hiccups which are coming in the selectors, you need to know where and how to edit, right? And this tag has something which is called attributes. The attributes are nothing but the properties, right? So now if you go back here to UiPath Studio, which we just generated. Now if you see here, this is nothing but a selector, which says that WND, which means this is a Windows app whose name is notepad.exe. Its title is untitled hyphen notepad, which is this. So that's how it understands that I have to use this as the container. Now it says here inside this do. What do you want to do inside this? What do you want to do? Now, this is where you need to have a little knowledge of activities that will come eventually when you use it, right? So my first task was I need to type something here. So if I have to type, I go to activities and I use an activity called type into. And you see here you have UI automation and then you have something which is called type into. I drag and drop it here inside the do. If I place it outside, it won't work, right? It says that this activity must be inside the use application slash browser activity. This is the modern design activities where all the UI automation activities should be inside this. In the classic design experiences, this used to work outside as well. Okay, so I just go here and I just drag and drop this activity inside this. And now again, the same concept, right? For the type into, if you go to the properties, you see in the target, there is nothing. It don't have any information here because it does not know where to type, what to type and anything, right? But as soon as I point to this and I click here, it understand and it gives you the selector. See the selector, right? Strict selector, fuzzy selector.
Yeah,
I'll talk about this strict and fuzzy selector in a while, but just focus on this guy that it has generated something which is called selector, and I can just go here and I can say confirm. Now if I go back to the same, previously it was blank, but now you see that it has generated all these things, which is nothing but the same thing which we are discussing, right? That you have a Windows app, you have a text editor, and then you have to do the editable text. And then what do you want to type? I just want to type hello. So I just type hello. That's it, right? Now, this, I can just go here and I can say run the file, and then it will run and it will simply go and do whatever you have instructed it to do. So I can see if my robot is okay. My robot is not. Here it is. Yeah, so it typed hello and it just came out, right? So whatever we have
Yeah.
instructed, it just did, right? Now,
Mhm.
I have a question to you now. Now, if you see here, this guy is looking for untitled hyphen notepad, right? If I go here and if I change the name to something else, maybe change the name it to ABCD. Now, this guy is looking for untitled notepad. I don't have the untitled notepad available on the screen. Do you think that this will still work?
No.
No. But that problem was in the old design. In the newest design, if you see here, there is UiPath has given us this thing which is say match exact untitled notepad. As
Yeah.
of now, this is unchecked, which means that if I go and if I run this automation, let's see, even though that notepad is not available, it's still typed because this match exact is turned to false. If I turn it to on now if I go and if I run this, now it's going to fail because now I have told it to look for the exact title, right? So these are the benefits which the modern design actually gives. And now it has opened a new notepad whose
Mhm.
name is untitled and it is trying to do the automation. So if you see here, the chances of failure from automation are very less, right? Even though
Yes.
the notepad was not available, I as a developer don't have to do the exception handling and all those stuff. Everything is controlled by this activity only. But that might not be the use case every time, right? Sometimes you want the automation to fail, right? I want it that if the automation is not able to find the untitled notepad, I want it to fail. I don't want it to open a new instance and do the thing, right? It can be some software where you have a perpetual license, if that is the word, I think for a single license, perpetual license, right? I
Mm.
can at a time have only one application. If it is not available, then the robot should not open a new one. UiPath provides you all those flexibility in the properties of use application slash browser. Here you can control everything whichever we talk, right? So in the open, if you see here, you have this never open it, if not open and always. I can say that open and I say never, don't open it. Once the automation is done, what do you want to do? You want to close it, you don't want to close it, never, if open by, always, right? You can customize it here. And now I have told that this guy that I want never open this application, and here this ABCD is also not available. Now if I go here and if I try to run the same automation, now it's going to fail. It's
Yes.
going to say that Mukesh, I was looking for a notepad where you told me to look for untitled notepad, but the untitled notepad is not available. You have a ABCD notepad and it is going to fail. And you see the error. And now when you are working with UiPath, one thing you should realize is that the errors are very, I would say, in detail, and you should know what the error actually mean, right? So if you see here, right, same like the postman, if the address is not found, it will look for some time, right? It won't directly give the error. Here also you have something which is called timeout. The automation is going to look for the notepad for some time, and after some time it will say that, hey, I was not able to find the notepad, and now I cannot proceed, and here is the error, right? Because you cannot keep the robot looking for the notepad, and that timeout is customizable, right? So we'll just wait. I don't know how much is the default time. Yeah, you can see here
Yeah.
the automation break, right? And
Yeah.
now if you see, the automation cannot find the UI element correspond to the selector, right? And if you just open this, this is could not find the UiPath element corresponding to the selectors, right? So this, when if you are looking it for the first time, you might be finding that, hey, this is a weird error, right? But if you actually read it, it says that, see? Application was not found, could not find the user element corresponding to this selector. I was
Yeah.
looking for this selector, but I found ABCD notepad, which is 90% matching,
Mhm.
right? So these are the new things which are introduced, right? And I can stop this. And now in the properties, you have this thing, timeout, display name and all. We'll discuss about that in the later video. So this is the first activity where you are actually using the selectors. Okay. Now,
Mhm.
same like selectors was able to work, right? Uh, it was able to find the elements, it was able to match the elements and all those stuff, right? Now, every time you do automation, it was difficult for the developers actually to go, right? Because you have written this automation. Now, how do I know whether this activity will run or not? Every time I cannot go here and I run this automation and then see whether it will run, not run, and all those stuff, right? Because if just imagine, right, you are writing a automation where you have, let's say, 50 activities, 100 activities, you want to do something. Every time you cannot go code one activity, then rerun it, code one activity, then rerun it. It will take a lot of time. UiPath has solved this problem by introducing something which is, if you go to these three lots, you have something which is called edit target, indicate target. You can click on any one of those. So let me go to this one, which is the edit target, right? And you have these things which are available here, which is kind of a very bulky thing, but maybe I can show it to you in a different way, maybe. Yeah. So I have this guy, which is the UI Explorer, which is User Interface Explorer, which looks something like this. Okay. So at any point of time, if you want to see whether the selector is valid or not, what you can do is you can open this guy, which is UI Explorer, right? And
Mhm.
just indicate on the element, which is like say on the file button. And you could see that this is the file button selector, notepad.txt, abcd, file menu and all. You click on validate and it says that yes, if you use this selector, I am going to trigger the automation, right? So if I just go here, you could see that this abcd, it's going to run, and you click on highlight, you can see that this has actually highlighted the thing also, right? Now, sometime as in the previous uh, attempt, right, where I changed the name from ABCD. Now, if I simply go and if I change the name of this ABCD to, let's say, XYZ. Now, if I go back to the selector and if I say validate, see, it's saying I'm not able to find this
Mhm.
XYZ, right? Because you changed the name to XYZ, right? You can validate that. But
Yeah.
now if you see here, the name is ABCD hyphen notepad and here it is XYZ hyphen notepad. I am writing a requirement or I am writing an automation where I am not sure what would be the notepad. My requirement is simple. Whatever notepad you have, you just write the data. I want to ignore this name. Now, UiPath provides you that functionality as well in forms of something which is called wildcards, which simply means that as of now, you have the name as abcd-notepad. I change the name to xyz-notepad, right? Now, tomorrow the client say that, hey, I want to have something which is Mukesh-notepad. Now, if you see this hyphen notepad is exactly the same everywhere. The only thing is changing here. So I can remove everything and I can put a star, which means that I am telling UiPath, irrespective of this thing, right? I just put a star here and I say
Yeah.
that ignore everything, match everything with the star and validate. And now it's able to again find the element, which is the file. There, this star which I put, this star is called a wildcard. So this star is called a wildcard. UiPath has two wildcard, one is star and one is question mark. The star is going to replace all, or in other words, zero or many characters. As you can see, previously it was Now even it is this, or it is A, B, C, or it is something like this. It's going to work for all, right? This star. Star means only one. Sometime you have a requirement where you have the things like this, A, B, C, D, or maybe something like A, B, C, and G. Now, if you see here, only one character is changing, right?
Yeah.
So then I can just do it like this. It's only going to replace only one character. Maybe if both of these are changing, DC, I can just put star star, question question. It can work like this also, right? So question mark is only going to replace one character and star is going to replace all the characters, right? Now, previously in the classic design, the developer has to manually go and figure all of these things. But if you ideally see this, right, technically, why can't UiPath do it on this own, right? So if it already know that it can put star, it can put all of these things, why it does not do it all? And that's where UiPath actually does this now with the modern design. And as a developer, you don't have to worry all about it, but you need to understand that there are two wildcards which are available this. Now with the modern design experiences, basically UiPath has got some new interesting stuff, which I'll show you now. So maybe I'll just open my modern design. I have created a dedicated playlist on modern design, which you should refer. Targeting methods. This one. Yeah. Yes. Here it is, right? So we just saw that we have something which are selectors, which are automatically generated. And then we had something which was the
Wildcards.
wildcards, right?
Yeah.
Asterisk and the question mark. So this was thing and this was the notepad, right? So till this point it was the classic design experiences, everything, everybody was happy, it was able to cater the use cases, right? But what happened was it was not able to cater all the use cases and developers still used to do some kind of exception handling, which means that if the selectors are failing, they used to go for image automation. If the image is failing, they used to go for computer vision automation, right? And what do I mean by that is, so for example, if I have to go and click on this format button, right? One way is I can just go here and I use a click activity and I just point it to this. Okay, so we change this, right? So that's why I can just remove this and then start working. I want to click it to the format button. One example was that I just go and click on it. The other way was you can actually, today you can also do the automation with the help of image, where you can actually click using image. Now, which one do you think would be more reliable, using the selector or using the image?
Would be selector.
Selector, right? Because image has
Yes.
an issue that it might zoom in, it might zoom out, right? So
Yes.
developers used to do the exception handling. They used to write code that, hey, if this click fails, then do the image automation. And then as a developer, I have to write a code here to do the image automation. However, with this new modern design, UiPath is now taking care of everything. So you understood what is selector?
Yes.
Advanced version of the selector is called the fuzzy selector. Fuzzy selector simply means when the item is not available, it can actually figure it out using some fuzzy logic that what actually you want to do. So there is a developer, the actual name of the notepad was sample notepad, right? But by mistake, the developer made it like this, SMAPLE. SMAPLE. Now this problem cannot be solved by the wildcards, right?
Mm.
The wildcards will completely replace this, right? It does not know what spelling the developer is going to mistake. It can be
Yep.
phone number, PHONE, PHN, right? So now UiPath introduced this thing with something which is called, let's say, fuzzy selector, where they say that in the attributes you can actually add this thing, and UiPath would understand that yes, this is a fuzzy matching, and it will still able to identify and click on this element. And this also the developer has to do manually to make the selector more reliable. This was all part of exception handling. Then there is a new technique which is called the anchor base. Anchor base was a technology which the old developer used to use, that to find one element, they used to use the other element as an anchor, saying that if you are looking for this view button, take the reference of this. If you are looking for this file button, take the reference of this. If you are looking for help button, take a reference of this, right? So anchor was an other technology which the developer used to use to find the element. And then there was one more technology which was image automation, as I was talking about, where you can actually do find image, image exist, click image, and all of these things, right?
Yep.
Now, if you see here, just to work on a single click activity, all of these things used to happen in one by one. First, the developer used to code the selector, then the developer has to fix it by using wildcard. If the wildcard also fails, then they use something which is called fuzzy. If fuzzy fail, then they used to go for anchor, and if anchor fail, they used to go for image, right? So all this the developer has to code one by one into UiPath, and that was a huge lot of code. This, whatever you see on the latest one, this is the modern design experiences. Now, this is where you'll realize the power of UiPath. Now, if I simply go here and I take a click activity inside this and I point it to this button, which is format,
Mm-hmm.
just notice what happens here. It creates the strict selector automatically, which is the base one. It creates the fuzzy selector also. It created the text also, which means that it can look for the text. It did the text automation, and image is toggled off. I can click on it and it also generated the image also. So now this simply means that at any point of time when this automation is running, UiPath is going to run all of these technologies together to find out which will find this format button. And in the runtime, what happens? This is a kind of race which happens between struct, fuzzy, computer vision, image, everywhere they run together and they are actually finding this element. Whichever is able to find the element first, it simply goes and do that operation. Just imagine, just in a single click, I am able to code all of this. And I just click on confirm, and that's it. All of that is wrapped up into this single activity. That's the power of modern design experiences, right? The other feature is,
Can I interrupt
yeah,
you,
you have a
Mukesh?
question? Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, sure, sure.
So when you were showing me that window where we could see fuzzy selector and strict selector,
Hmm,
so I was seeing like, they both are same. So here in that case format, that
hmm.
specific element, what's the difference between fuzzy and like, strict selector?
No, it would be different. Let me show it to you.
Yeah.
See here, the automation ID
Oh,
format menu item, it has added this, right?
I see. I get it.
And
Okay.
by the way, you have an option to edit this. You click on this and it says open the UI Explorer. That will open this. This too, you see concentric circle. This means that this is the first method to identify this element, right? Okay, so that would be
Yeah.
different.
Oh,
And
thank you.
then you a quick question, right? Do you understand what is remote VDI, virtual machines,
Yes.
right? So
Yeah.
virtual machines are where your application which you want to automate is available on a VM, Citrix,
Yes.
VMware, or
Yes.
anywhere,
Yes.
right? And
Yeah.
your UiPath is installed on locally. Now, if I have to automate that, do you think that Citrix is going to give me the selectors?
No, I
No,
think.
right? Because
Yeah.
Citrix is going to throw that as an image.
Yes.
So, what's the challenge? The challenge is even there is a minor change, your automation will break. Resolution of the virtual machine changes, the color changes, background, it is going to impact your automation, right?
Yeah.
To, to tackle that, UiPath have got something which is called computer vision automation. How does it work? It actually creates the selectors in simple words from the remote screen, images, and everywhere. And this works with the help of cloud. Okay, so you have
Mhm.
the robot, you have the licenses, you get this, and you generate the computer vision, right? And I had a complete playlist which I have created on the virtual machine automation as well, which you can refer to. But this was all still classic, where you go to this, you get this API key, then you use it in your account and you do all the stuff, right? But with the modern design, if I just go here and I take, let's say, one more click activity and I point it to any one of the button, you would notice here it is actually generating the computer vision for you as well. You can generate the image. If you don't want computer vision, you can toggle this off. When you use computer vision, you are actually sending this data to UiPath server, which on the runtime is generating the computer vision server, running it on the screen and then sending the data back to you. If you don't want it, just toggle this off. But just imagine
Okay.
the power, right? I just
Yeah.
clicked
Yeah.
on a single thing and it generated everything for me. Selector, fuzzy selector. At any point of time, if you want to change, you can change the selector, fuzzy selector, everything here, and I can just go here and I say confirm. And that's it, right? Now, with this modern design, there is a very, very less chance of your UI automation failure because it has handled everything. It looks a little more complex than the classic, but trust me, this has a lot of power. See, you can verify, you can do a lot of things, right? Even if you see here, you have this button here, which you can just click on and target application is already open, right? So people who are coming from testing background can relate to it, right? I have
Yeah.
already opened this version and I want a new version of it. Previously, the developer, you will go here, they will search for Notepad, open a new Notepad application. It's understand this, open a new instance, and now you have a new instance of the software. You can test it, you can verify whatever has been typed, you can control this automations. And the other advanced thing of it is you can add it to this guy which is called object repository, which is kind of an advanced feature of UiPath, which simply means that today I am writing this automation, I have a team member of 10 developers, or maybe I have to use the same thing into other automation. I can just add it to something which is called object repository, and object repository is like a library of selectors. So next time, if this I have to change, so it works like this. So I have, let's say, 10 automations. Okay,
Mhm.
first I'll show you the tell you the problem. In the 10 automation, I'm using an application which is called, let's say, Notepad. And since it is a UI application, I am using the technology which is called selectors, right? 10 automations. Now, the company decides that now we don't want to call this software as Notepad. We want to call it as Scrubblepad. The company, Microsoft, changed, let's say, the name of the application to Scrubblepad.
Mhm.
Now, all these selectors are going to fail, right? Because you configured it with the word Notepad, right? Be it the image or an everything is going to fail, right? If I have to make the changes, I have to make the changes in all the 10 automation,
Then,
correct?
yeah.
Because everywhere it was using Notepad, and now the name and the properties has changed. Scribble pad, right? 10 automation change. This was a problem. UiPath introduced something which is called object repository, which simply means that we stored all this selector separate from the project. Now, whenever there is a change, I just change in my object repository and all these 10 projects automatically take the new one. So as of now, this selector is embedded inside this activity, right? Anything I have to change, I have to go here and click on this property. Object repository means extracting all this information, this selectors, everything into a new library. And wherever there is a change happening, update that library and this process automatically getting updated, right? So modern design is compatible with object repository. Click on that and it creates the object repository for you here, which you can export and reuse. So that's how the modern design activity work, right? It has a whole lot of features, but to start with, you should know that whenever you use the modern design experiences, you need to have the first thing, which is called use application slash browser activity, right? And if you go to my channel, I think I would have, maybe I can just, it will have my, I was just editing something, so it should be here on the incognito. Yeah. So both for this modern design CV thing, right? I have actually covered all of that into the playlist, which is here, modern design experiences. And this is your virtual machine. And then you would have the object repository also somewhere. So I have also covered the object repository also, because these are the important concepts which you should know. So object repository, I think, would be part of the design experiences only. Here it is. So this is your modern design experiences, targeting method, properties, screen selection, modern design. And in the same one, you have this one, object repository, right? Which I was talking about.
Yeah.
What is object repository? So if you watch this, you would be expert in the modern design, which is the default way. So today I just explain at a very high level some properties. I have explained you this thing, but it has descriptors, it has a lot of elements which you need to do self study, right? Because these are all the things which you will gain from experience. But yes, you need to have that. And then there is one more playlist which is on how do you actually work on remote automation when you have a Citrix, right? This might not be quickly for you, but you never know, right? You might get a computer vision or any automation, right? So you should know how do you work on that as well. So you can refer these two playlists, but this you should do. You do it from here or you do it from academy. Modern design experience is must for you. You cannot skip this if you want to work on UiPath.
I hope now you guys are enjoying, and I believe that you have reached till this point. If that is the case, maybe just comment down I have reached 50% of the course, right? So that I understand people are following till this point. Okay, what's next? The next up is coming for a chapter where we are going to discuss about Excel. Excel is an enterprise software, Microsoft Excel. I believe most of the industries are using Excel today, right? And when it comes to the automation, how do I automate Excel? UiPath has always got a classic design of Excel automation and a modern design of Excel automation, right? So in this tutorial, since you guys are looking this into 2025, modern design is the default one, so I am doing the Excel automation with the modern design. Chances are there some of you might be into the older version of that. I have posted a classic design complete playlist on Excel, link in the description. Find that video, right? Even for the Excel automation in modern one, we have a dedicated playlist or a series which is available, right? So depending on your interest, feel free to look up to that. But however, in this we are going to see an overview of the Excel automation in modern design.
So Excel, basically, I don't have to tell you that why do we need Excel automation, right? Because Microsoft Excel is used in, I think, almost every company, whichever is Windows, right? You do that data entry, calculation, report generation, and most of the automation processes which we do involve the Excel automation, right? Now, when I talk about the benefits, you are able to create data, charts, and all those reports, right? And mostly enterprises are using Excel to do the report generation, data entry, input, output, saving of the logs, doing the calculation, macros, graphs, right? Everybody,
Yeah.
I think, uses Excel, right? So that's why Excel automation is kind of important stuff whenever we are dealing with automation. Okay. Now, whenever we talk about automating Excel with UiPath, okay, there are two ways of working with. There is a way which is called workbook, and there is a other way which is called the Excel activity pack. Okay, so there are two ways, and this is important for you because you need to remember in what kind of client or customer you are working and what is your requirement, right? So that at a high level you need to understand that if today I have to work with Excel, I have two approaches. One is the Excel approach and other is the workbook approach. I'll try to explain you how does that differentiate, right? So UiPath offers two ways of accessing and manipulating the workbooks, as one is called the workbook and the other is called the Excel or the Excel app integration, right? Now you might be thinking, why same Excel having two approaches? So workbook is also known as the file access level and Excel is called the Excel app integration. Now what does it mean? Whenever we talk about the workbook activities, okay, so if I go to my UiPath Studio, let's first create a small automation process, right? I'll call it as, let's say, Excel automation. I'll say create, right? And now you would have understand that to get the activities, we need to have the dependencies, right? So as of now, if you see here, I only have system dependencies. If I now go to the activities and if I just search, let's say Excel, okay, and I maybe just say I'll remove the preview and I'll remove the available one. I'm just searching for the installed one, right?
So we don't. Yeah.
So I'll just say workbook. Okay, I think I removed this available. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, here it is. So in UiPath, if I just go here and I say Excel, right, you would see a lot of activities which are coming. You are getting something from Office 365. You are getting something from Google Workspace. Now, which one should I use into what scenarios, right? So first thing first is, whenever you are working with Excel, you need to know whether you have Excel installed in that machine or not. Okay. So for example, if you are running on a VM and that VM does not have a Excel installed, what I mean by that is, if I go here and if I search Excel, this is an application which is installed on this machine.
Correct.
Okay. But sometime you work on environments where you do not have Excel because it requires a Microsoft license. But still, you can actually read the data from Excel, write the data, and you can do some stuff, not everything. Okay. So in those situations, you can actually use workbook. So workbook activity don't require the Microsoft Excels to be installed. Okay. What it means is, when UiPath is using the workbook activities, it will directly go to that file. So for example, this is my, I just pull it here. So this is my Excel. I don't have this Excel installed. With the program, UiPath will directly come to this folder, desktop temp, and try to read the data inside this sheet without connecting to the Microsoft Excel. So what it means is, it is not dependent on the Microsoft Excel software to read it. So since there is no application in between, so it can be faster and more reliable when where you don't have to depend on the Excel application, right? But what is the downside? The downside, or I would say upside or downside that we can decide, it will be always running in the background. Why? Because you don't have Excel installed. So it cannot run in foreground, right? Because which application is going to open the file? So that's why workbook activities always works in the background. It only work for certain files, XLS and XLSX, right? Do you
Mm-hmm.
understand what is XLM files? Have you heard of it?
I saw that, but don't recall right now.
Macro. So
Macros,
when
yes.
yeah, so whenever you have a macro enabled file, that is saved as an XLSM. So in case you have macros which are inside and you want to do something on macros, you cannot use workbook activities, which means that with the workbook activities, I can do the Excel automation, but I am only limited to do some activities. And the other thing is the file should not be open when the automation is accessing the files. You cannot have the Excel open when automation is trying to read the files. So that is the
Mhm.
workbook activities, right? In a summary, workbook activities we should use when we don't have the Excel installed, right? The second thing is it is faster, it works on only this file, and it has only limited operations. It don't have everything which Excel can do, right? Let's
Mhm.
go to the other approach.
Um, Sorry
Yeah,
to cut you off, Mukesh here.
yeah.
Just have one question here. So, for
Hmm,
example, workbook activities we are seeing, we
hmm,
don't have Excel to be installed. So, means like whatever the
hmm.
machine we are running on, it's not mandatory to have an Excel on that one. So,
Yes.
which file the UiPath will be written on, like workbook, if there is no Excel, and let's say if I'm reading data, writing data, and we are referring files. So, is it some uh, customized file by UiPath or
No. It's
which
still
file?
Excel. It's still Excel. I'll come to that point. We'll see the demo, right? And then you will get your answer. Still Excel,
Okay.
but when we use the workbook activities, you do not need an Excel. Okay.
Okay.
I'll come
Okay.
to the demo and then that will answer your question.
Sure.
So yeah. The next one is Excel or the Excel integration. Okay.
Okay.
So now
Mhm.
if you see here into the workbook activities, if you see this diagram, the workbook activities are inside the system, which is the
Mhm.
Windows, file
Mhm.
and workbook, and you only have limited activities. Now when we talk about the Excel integration, the first thing you will see is it's part of the UiPath.Excel activities.
Okay.
Okay, and it is
Yeah.
an app integration, and then you have all these other things, right? Now what is how it
Mhm.
is different? The first thing is Excel app needs to be installed on the computer. It is a must. In case you
Okay.
want to use the Excel, means you need to have the Excel installed on the computer. By that I mean the Excel application with license should be available. Okay, it works
Okay.
with XLS, XLSM, XLSX. So in case you have macros and all those stuff, you can use this. Okay, now this also has activity specifically designed to work for CSV file. So CSV, comma separated file. Sometimes we
Yes.
have CSV files which are stored in the form of Excel, something like this. You can see this is a CSV file and this is an Excel, right?
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
cannot read this with the workbook. I can read both of them with the Excel application scope, okay, or Excel app
Mhm.
integration. Now
Mhm.
user choose whether two activity should be visible or not. So in the workbook activities, everything runs in the background, whereas in the Excel application, you can run it in the foreground. And the reason is simple because you have the Excel application installed. So you have an app which can actually open the Excel, right? And now that
Mhm.
is on you as a developer that do you want to see the operation happening or no? If no, you have an option, right? So user can choose whether I want to see or not, right? Whereas in the
Yeah.
workbook, it can only work in the background. Now, in the workbook, I told you that the file cannot be opened, whereas in the Excel application scope, the file can be opened in your machine and the automation can also run at the same time, right? So there is
Yeah.
no kind of a mandate that the file should be always closed, which was there in the form of workbook, right? Now,
Yeah.
this one is Microsoft Excel must be installed even when the visible unlocks is checkbox, right? So you need to have the Microsoft Excel installed, and if the file isn't open, it will be open, saved, and closed for each activity, right? So because this is now kind of a native integration with the Excel, so it takes care of it, right?
Yeah.
Let's quickly summarize. So we have two kind of activities. One is workbook and one is the app integration. Does it require Excel? Here it is no, here it is yes.
Yeah.
Compatibility wise, it works with XLS and XLSX, but it works with CSV, XLSX, and this. Functionality wise, it is limited to basic activities. When I say basic, it means that it will read, write, append, maybe rename, read cell, delete cell, the basic Excel operation. Whereas this one is having wide range of application like running macros, pivot table, creating chart, graphs, running with macros, and all those stuff are available here. Let's talk about advantages. Can be executed in the background without opening the Excel application. So since it is running in background, does not interact, so this is faster. This
Yeah.
can perform a wide range of application in advanced situations such as macros and pivot tables, right? Now,
Yeah.
as a developer, you have to decide what I am going to use. If your requirement is very simple, right, that let's read the data from the Excel and paste it, I can go
Hmm.
with either one of them. So
Yeah.
one thing you need to remember is if even I have Excel installed, I can still use the workbook.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
even though I have Excel installed, I can do the workbook. But if my requirement is very simple, like, just reading the data, writing the data, reading the cell, I would like, and you do not like to work in the foreground, you can always prefer workbook because it is faster and this. But if you have some complex requirement, pivot table, Excel SM macros, then we go for the modern activities of this one. Okay, so that is the
Hmm.
first difference between the workbook and the app integrations. Okay,
Yeah.
the next thing is, let's go to the studio and let's try to see that in action. Okay, so this is my UiPath Studio, right? And first I go here and okay, I think I have put some filters. Okay, my bad. Yeah. So as of now, I only have added the UiPath.system activities, right? Now, if you remember, when I talked about the workbook activities, they are inside system, file, and workbook. So if I go
Yeah.
to my UiPath Studio and if I go to the
System.
activities, right?
Hmm.
Installed, system, file,
Fine. Yeah.
and then I don't see the workbook. Why so? Okay, I think workbook is also part of the Excel application only. Let's try to install the Excel dependencies, right? Let's see. I think there is some dependency which I got confused. So
Hmm.
yes, let me quickly check for the dependencies. So the dependency is, see this uipart.excel.activities. Okay. So I go to the project, all
Hmm.
packages, and
Hmm.
then I say uipart.excel.activities. This one is by
Yeah.
UiPath, right? There
Hmm.
are other activities also, but we go with by UiPath. I click on
Hmm.
install, then I say save, right? First thing first,
Yeah.
before we get any activity, we need to have the dependencies, right? It can be the other way
Yeah.
around. You can just drag and drop the activity and it should have got, right? But I want to show it step by step, right? So
Yeah.
you have now created, let's go to the activities now and tick, 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 installed in the system. Do I have some filter? Okay. Why I am not getting the workbook? Here it is. System file workbook, right? I think it was not showing there, but now when I just did a refresh, then it should here. So if I just go here into the search and if I just search for
Hmm.
workbook, right? Let's try to first look for workbook. So you can see that inside the system file workbook. So means
Yeah.
these are all the activities which can even work when the Excel is not installed. Okay. So
Okay.
I can just go here and you can see that this is all the activities which I can do whenever the Excel is not installed, right? So it is inside system, file, and then workbook, right? So these are
Workbook.
all
Yeah.
the limited activities. Whereas if you scroll up, This app integration means that these are all the activities which will only work when the Excel is installed, right? So you see
Installed.
this
Yes.
Excel icon in front of it,
Mhm.
right?
Yes.
So
Yes. Yeah.
this is the modern design experience. Okay, the one which you see here, it is the modern design experience, right? One important thing I
Okay.
want to show you here is, before the modern design, there was a classic version of Excel activities. So if you go to this filter and if you click here classic, right, I have removed the
Mm.
classic. Now if I
Yeah.
click on classic, you would see that there is also a version of classic. See, classic app
Okay.
integration Excel, right? So the classic one is exactly the same. App integration means you need to have Excel installed on the computer, and then you can do all these things, right? So I think I have put this filter here. So now when I go and I say Excel, now you would see a lot of activities. One is coming in the installed app integration, which means that the Excel should be installed. Where you see this Excel, this is the modern design Excel. Okay. Now the classic. The classic one, UiPath has two design experiences, classic and the
Mm-hmm.
modern. The classic
Yeah.
one has also the same thing, app integration Excel, exactly the same thing, right? Now,
Yeah.
if
Yeah.
you are in the modern design, prefer using this. If you are in a company which is, more towards in the later or the enterprise version, you will get these stuff, app integration classic, right? So
Mm.
now majority of the UiPath is moving towards the modern. That's why I went here and I removed the classic that we don't want to see. And then you see there is something else which is at the bottom, which is coming from integration services of Office 365. So which means that if I have it on the Office 365, I hope you understand the Office 365, which
Yeah.
is
Yeah. Yeah.
on the online side of it, right? Then you have this
Yes.
one
Yes.
under the integration, right? So the best thing is, whenever you are utilizing and running any activity, right, first thing is you can just go here, remove the classic. If you want to work on classic, go ahead and use classic, but we are not, so I remove this. That was just an FYI, right? Then I go here and I search Excel. Okay, and then you would see
Mm-hmm.
a couple of activities, right?
Yeah.
So you have
Yeah.
to choose the one which is installed, app integration, and this is your Excel. Okay, if you have
Mm.
to work on workbook, then you can simply go here and I search workbook, and then you will get the workbook activities, which is inside the
The
system
system. Yeah.
file and workbook, right? Which means that this guy do not require a workbook. Okay, so I hope
Yeah.
till this part we are clear, and let's start by doing something very simple, right? So I have this sheet which is called the vendor data into my desktop and temp, right? And let's try
Mm-hmm.
to open that and let me see what data we have. Okay, so we have data in the sheet which is like this, right? Or maybe
Okay.
in the new sheet I have some data which is related to something, right? So now
Mm-hmm.
let's, today my task is simple, that first I want to read the data. So let's try to first do it with the workbook activities, which means that assuming that I do not have the Excel installed, right? So you can
Yeah.
see here you have a couple of activities. Excel
Mm.
works on the concept of range, right? So this is a range, this
Okay.
is a range. So whenever we
Okay.
have to read the Excel, we have an activity which is called read range, right?
Okay.
So read
Mm-hmm.
range workbook. I drag and drop it here. It's absolutely simple, right? Then it's asking me, Mukesh, tell me where is your workbook, right? So you can click on this
Yeah.
folder button and you can just point it to, maybe I'll point it to the desktop, temp and vendor data, right? Now, if you see here, this is the workbook. So it's showing me only the files, right? And then it is
Yeah.
asking me, what is the sheet name? So if I go here,
Okay.
you can see the sheet name in Excel. You can have multiple sheet, which sheet you want to read, right?
Yeah.
So for
Yeah.
example, I want to read this new sheet. So all I have to do is just go here and put in double quotes the new sheet, right? Now,
Yeah.
the next thing, it's asking me that what is the range? So if you see, Excel works on the concept of range. If I select this, it is showing me it is from A2 to, let's say I select till this, right? This guy is G7. So if I just have to read this, I can just put like H5 A3 to G16, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And if I have to read only this thing, then maybe if I just have to read this part in blue, then I can just say L11
I11.
to,
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
whatever it is, to M30, right?
Yes.
But if I have to read everything from the sheet, I can just leave this to blank,
Okay.
right? And it will read
Hmm.
everything. However,
Okay.
There is another scenario where let's say you want to read the data from here, A6.
Okay.
So you can put just here A6 also. And what would happen is it will start reading data from A6 and it will read it in a like this. So everything from A6, right?
Okay.
So
Okay.
you just can give the starting cell and it will read. So if I just
Okay.
give A1, it will do like this and it will read everything. Okay. If
Okay.
I want to
Okay.
start it from here, you can just do it like this, right? You can provide the range and
Okay.
everything, right? So let's say if I
Mm-hmm.
just want to provide a range, uh, I can just give it like this A6. It will start from A6 and read everything, right? But if I want to give a specific range, I can do it like this. A6 to F19, blah, 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 right? Whatever you want to do. So as
How
of now,
about
I
like
just,
particular cell?
no, that is read cell. We are reading the range. So that's why it's only
Okay.
range,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
So as of now, I'll just leave it to blank and that should read the
Mm-hmm.
complete data for me. Okay.
Okay.
Now,
Mm-hmm.
UiPath, if I go to the properties, okay, this is the most important properties which you should know when you are working with Excel, right? I'll just pull
Mm-hmm.
it like this. File is the file local path. You can also use it as a resource variable, which we will see maybe when we move ahead. But this is a local file path that which you want to read, right? Range, as
Mm-hmm.
we have specified, what range we want to read. Sheet name, what is the sheet you want to read, right? Now, there are a couple of options. Add headers. It means that it is asking me, Mukesh, you are providing me this data. I do not know whether this first row is a header or is it a data. Now, sometime you get data where you do not want to treat the first row as an header, right? You directly get the data.
Mm-hmm.
Or sometime you have
Okay.
headers. So UiPath is not taking any decision. If you uncheck this, this is not going to treat it as an header. But if I check
Okay.
this, it's going
Mm-hmm.
to treat the first row as a header. So you
And
should know
okay.
what I am doing. Then the next thing is password, which is kind of self-explanatory. We have
Mm-hmm.
sometimes password protected
Sheet. Yeah.
Excels, right? Which we can
Yeah.
get from banks, confidential data. You can pass the password here, right? And then
Mm-hmm.
when it comes to the output, whenever I read data from Excel, I get something which is called data table. This is the most common question which I ask people in the interviews to the beginners. A lot of people get confused here. Please do remember that whenever we read Excel data, because it's a table, right? We are
Mm-hmm.
getting a data table. Okay.
Okay.
So a data
Mm-hmm.
table is a variable or is a container which have rows and columns. So when you read data from the Excel, actually you are going to get a table and it cannot be stored in string, right? Because the string would not be able to store. So that's why
Yeah.
it says data table. Now it's asking me, where do you want to write the data? I can hit tab and it has created a variable for me, dt excel data, right? So if I run
Okay.
this automation, what will happen? It will go to this, it will read this new, it has header and it is going to store in this one, which is Excel data. Okay.
Okay.
Now,
Mm-hmm.
what I want to do here is after it read the data, I just want to see how many rows the Excel have, right? And that I want to put it in a message box, right? Just to see that whether the read was successful or not. So I just put here a message box and I can just write a simple expression here, or maybe you can use the autopilot here, you see, right? You can use
Mm-hmm.
autopilot in studio, right? Expression. So I can
Yeah.
say,
Yeah.
get me the total row count, right? So
Yeah.
it has given me that thing, right? So total row count it will give me and I can just say save. So now if I run this automation, I should get how many rows are there in the Excel, right? So to
Yeah.
execute
Yeah.
that, I'll just go here and I say run the file. Okay. So now what is going to happen? It is going to go to that file. We are using workbook activities and see, you got an error. The process
Mm.
cannot excel the file because it is being used by another process.
It's
Why
open.
this
Okay.
error? Because it is open, right? And we are using the
Open. Yeah.
workbook, right? That's why. So I'll
Workbook.
close
Yeah.
this, I'll save this, and I'll just go here and I'll say run the file. And I got a message box saying that 696, right? Which means that
Mm.
your Excel has 696 rows. Okay. So that
Yeah.
was just reading the Excel. Now, same like reading, you can actually write the data also, right? So to read, I use this activity read range. To write, I can use the write range workbook, right?
Okay.
So I can just drag and drop it here, write range workbook. It's going to ask me the same thing, right? Where is the Excel? You want to provide the Excel. If you want to write in the same Excel, provide the same Excel path like this, right? Now it's
Okay.
asking me what data, what is the sheet name? Now, if I go to the Excel, in case you already have sheet and you want it to override, let's say you want to override this actual or this sheet, you can just pass the sheet name, which is sheet 1, provide it here into this activity, and it will just replace the sheet, right? Because you are overwriting the data. But let's say we are
Okay.
trying to create a new sheet, and which I want to call, let's say, temp data, right? Which does not exist, by the way, here, right? If you see here in my
Yeah, it's
Excel,
not.
I do not have, not there, right? Now it's asking
Yeah.
me, where is the data table? So what data you want to write? So my data table is in DTXL
Yeah.
data, which is
Yes.
nothing but the variable which I stored here, right? Now it's
Yeah.
asking me
Yeah.
what is the cell you want to use. Now, while it is writing the data, do you want to write it from here, 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 or you want to write it from A1, right?
Yeah.
Depending on
Yeah.
your requirement, you can do it from anywhere. And let's say I just want to write it from A1, I just pass here A1. I save this,
Yeah.
I close this, I save this again, and I can remove this message box. Just go here and I say run the file. So now what's going to happen? We are just reading the data from that vendor data, which is using the workbook without even opening. 9 seconds completed. Let's go to that vendor data, and you would see that I have something which is the temp data,
Term
which has
data.
all
Yeah.
the created, right?
Yeah.
Right. But if you notice here in my new data, I had this header: segment, country, product, sales price. In my temp data, I do not have that header, right? Why? The reason lies into your activity. When you write the data, if you go to the properties, you never told it to add the header.
And header. Okay.
If I check this, then it will write the header as well, right?
Yeah.
S- Understood till this part?
Yes. Got it.
Okay. Now, what else we can do with the workbook? As you can see, we can say read the cell, right? What is read the cell? So for example, you are interested to read only this cell. So sometime you have an data, and I am only interested to read, let's say, this, which is highlighted, right? Which is in
Okay.
B13, right? So to
B13.
do
Yeah.
such kind of automations, you can actually go here and use this one, which is the read cell from workbook. It's going to ask you the same question, right? What is the thing? Where is the sheet name? Which sheet you want to read, right? So I'm going to from this Excel, this sheet, and then it is asking the cell.
Cell.
So
Yeah.
cell is for me is B13. So I can just go here
B13.
and I say B13. Now let's go to the properties. And if you see here, you'll see a couple of more properties here. Now it's asking you, first of all, the result. The
So
result this
variable.
time would be a single value,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So I can say maybe value, right? And now if you realize here in the variables, it has created value something which is of type string, right? Because now it's not a data table, it's a single value. The other thing is you can actually have something which is called the format, which I'll show you also. So let me just save this, and then what we are going to do is I'll just use a message box, and let's try to print the value into the message box, right? And I can just close this. Okay. And now if I just go here and I say run the file, and you see that I have got United States of America, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
because that was the value, single cell, right?
Yeah.
And now it will continue the automation. Now, sometime what happens is you have formats. You see this one, rupees format. It
Yeah.
has a formatting, right, which is rupees. So if I ask it to read the data from E13 now, let's see what happens. It's E13, right? Yeah, E13. If I ask it to read the data from E13, and if I just go and say run the file, let's see what happens. So it has given me this one 9225, but it has given me the format also. Okay, so I think this is still treated as a string. But anyways, I'll tell you what does it mean. So sometimes I don't have an example for that as of now, but sometimes your text has some kind of formatting. Okay,
Okay.
special symbol or something or any value. So now when I am reading this data, it is asking me into the properties, do you want to preserve the formatting or not? Use the display format. Okay, maybe it will happen in the dates. Okay, it will happen in the case of dates. So I don't have any dates here. Okay, so just to give you an example, right? When I hover over this, you can see here, it says that sometime you have the dates in the Excel, right? 12, 2000
Yes.
something.
Within
But when
within
you are, when,
milliseconds, and yeah.
yes, and it changes, right? Now, if you want to have exactly the same thing, you can just go here and take this one and it is going to preserve the formatting for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so if you want to preserve the formatting, you can just go and click that. Otherwise, you can just ignore the thing. Okay,
Okay.
so
Okay.
same like read cell. If I just go here and I say workbook, you would see here same like the read cell. I have a read row, I have the write cell, but I'm only limited to do these things, right? I cannot do
Yeah.
much things with the help of workbook, right? But it was
Okay.
faster. It happens quickly. It happens in the background and I don't have to worry about anything, right? So that was your
Mm-hmm.
workbook. Let's go here
Okay.
and I try to create a new Excel and I call it now as Excel app. Okay,
Okay.
so now
Mm-hmm.
let's talk about the Excel now. When I go to the installed and then if you go to the app integration in the Excel, you see you have the CSV also and you have this Excel. Now inside
Yeah.
the Excel, if you see by looking into it, you can realize that how many extra things I can do.
Yeah. Bunch of things. Yeah.
Protect sheet, save Excel as, rename sheet, invoke code, invoke VBA, which is your macros, duplicate sheet, delete sheet, VLOOKUP, text to columns.
Mm.
And I think all these are self-explanatory, right?
Yeah.
Export to CSV, fill the range, filter, a lot of activities. But the caveat here is you need to have the Excel installed on your computer. Okay, so now
Get
how
it.
do you get started with the Excel? The first thing is you should use this guy, which you see at the top, which says Excel process scope.
Okay.
Okay, Excel process scope is simply a container which allows you to use everything into this process scope. You can just think it as an Excel which you can use it. It's a good practice to start with Excel process scope. Otherwise, you can directly use with something with the use Excel file as well. But it's a good practice. Why I'm saying
Is
that?
it
Because
isn't it similar to like add application app application scope, use
yes,
application scope?
yes, similar to
Yeah.
that. But if I directly have to use Excel, right? So today I have to
Hmm.
use Excel. So I use this one, which is use Excel file. This is the first activity,
Okay.
right? But as soon as I
Okay.
put it here, it's
Yeah, it's
asking
error.
me, no, it's not an error. So there is an error which says that provide the Excel part. There is a warning if you see that warning. UiPath recommend
Okay.
using the use Excel file inside the Excel process scope. That is a warning.
Mm-hmm.
The error is because
Okay.
we don't have provided the workbook path, right? But that is the warning.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay.
So now we'll go with UiPath and we'll start with the best practice. We'll use something which is called Excel process scope. Okay.
Process. Okay.
And then inside that, inside the do, I'm going to use this one, which is the use Excel file, right? And now
Okay.
you will realize that how good this activity is. So now it's asking me, Mukesh, where is your workbook path? So I'll provide this, go to the desktop, temp, and this is my file, right? Now,
Yeah.
this Excel file is a complete Excel file. So UiPath has created a reference for it, right? A nickname or an alliance, right? Which it is referring as Excel. You can actually go and change it to, let's say this is my Excel for vendor data, right?
Okay.
So this is now the latest features which UiPath has got, and it has a lot of features, right? Let's try to see that. First thing first, let's say the Excel path which I have given here does not exist. Instead of vendor data, I just have passed vendor123.xlsx, right?
Okay.
Inside the temp folder, I am saying vendor123.xlsx, and I am trying to read that file. Now, if you see here, do I have the vendor123? It's not here,
No.
right?
Yeah.
Now, create if not exist. I'll save
Okay.
this, go here and say run the file. Right? So sometime you are writing in automation where you want the file to be created automatically at every run, right? So you can provide the file and use Excel to created the file, but it would be
Yeah.
blank, right? Because it won't have anything, right? So the first
Yeah.
functionality was this, create if not exist. Save changes means as soon as you do it, do you want to do a control S or not, right? That's
Okay.
self-explanatory. In case you don't want to create, if I remove this, create if not exist, right? And now if I am trying to read vendor123, which is not here, now if I go here and I say run the file, what would happen? It will try to find the file, it will not have it, and you will get an exception. Got it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because the file
Yes.
was not there, right? You're trying to read a
Correct.
file, you do not want UiPath to create it, so that's why it has given the error, right? I'll just revert it back to the file and I'll say save, right? And then I'm
Yeah.
referring it as this. So these are the two settings, right? Now there is
Yeah.
something which is called read the formatting. This is coming from the modern design experiences. So we'll keep it as it is and we'll not touch this, right? Now, the first thing is if I have to read the data, now these are very self-explanatory. I have to read the data. It's a range. So you can see here, I have all these activities and then I can say read range, right? Read the value of an Excel and give me the data table. It is exactly the same as workbook, but you will see here more functionality or more features, right? So now
Yes.
it's asking me what is the range, right? The same question. Now, but the difference here is if I click on this plus button, you would see
Okay.
a kind of an intuitive menu which was not there in the workbook. So this Excel vendor data which you see here is coming from here, the allies which you have gave. So it's asking me from the Excel vendor data, it is showing me all the sheets. See,
Yeah.
actual, new,
Yes.
sheet 1, sheet 2, which one you want to read. You can just click on this and then
Okay.
it will actually go, and it is actually telling me their actual sheets has a financial table as well, right? Which is the Excel table. So it has made it very easy for you. But
Yeah. Just clicking
so
on.
yeah, just clicking on. So I want to read the complete sheet, let's say for the new one, right? I can just click on it and it has got me this data. Now, where do you want to save it? I want to save it to the vendor data table. I hit a tab and it created the variable for me. Much more cleaner and easier, right?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
this guy has a lot more properties. If you go to the properties, it has a bunch of properties. First thing first, has headers. I hope you understand that it has
Yes.
headers
Yes.
or not, right? The
Mm-hmm.
second thing is visible rows only, which means that
Okay.
sometimes in Excel you might have hidden rows, right? So
Yes.
if I go to my Excel and in my new sheet, I just go here like this and I right click on it and I just hide them. Now it's asking me, do you want to read only the visible rows
Or
or
hidden.
has formatting? And then there is something which is called read formatting. How do you want to have the formatting? Default, raw value, or the display value, right? So raw value and the display value, there is a difference. When you say raw
Yeah.
value, it means the actual value, and the display value is how is actually shown in the Excel, right? So you can change the settings from here, range and everything is coming on here, right? Now,
Yeah.
the other thing is, I just forgot in the use Excel file also, if you go to the properties, you would have a lot of properties again here, like
Okay.
password,
Mhm.
edit the password, right? create if not exist, keep the Excel file open. Remember this setting?
Yes,
Whenever you are
yes,
doing, do you want to keep it open or no?
yeah.
Resize window, minimize, maximize, save the
Oh, okay.
changes, right?
Yeah,
Sensitivity operation, add, update, clear, right? So a lot of things are available for you which were not there into the workbook, right?
yeah,
So if you
yeah,
have
yeah,
Excel installed, you have more complex thing, you should go with this one, right? Now I'm asking
yeah.
you to read the range from this, which is this, right? Now if you click on this plus button, you also has an option here which says custom input.
Okay,
So in the custom input, you can actually put the table, you can put the range, you can put anything, right? So for example, you want to put a custom range A2 to B2, all of that you can do here into the custom range. So it has given you everything whichever you require to do the sorry, my bad. Yeah, so it has given you everything whichever you require. And the last thing is you can actually go and write here as well that what data you want to read, right? So
hmm,
you can
hmm.
just go here and provide the read range and everything. You can just go and do it here as well, right? So now I want to read this, I want to put it to the vendor table, and then other option here is indicate in Excel. Okay,
Okay.
so this
Hmm.
indicate in Excel is other component of Excel where you actually install a plugin inside the Excel. Okay,
Okay. Hmm.
so if I click on this indicate in Excel, do you have an Excel add-in installed? As of now, I don't have an Excel add-in installed on my computer. So what this guy will actually do is, it's when you say indicate in Excel, it is going to open this Excel in front of you, and then you just have to select the data like this, and it will automatically get the range for you here. So it has become that easy now with these activities,
Okay, so
right?
once we install this plugin, then I think we will be able to
Yeah.
just select the range and we
Yeah,
can use it instead of
you can
typing
provide
in.
the range. You can provide the range by using this custom input,
Okay.
right? You see that option of range. But I don't know why I'm not able to select the range. Is it because it's open on my secondary monitor, or there is something which is happening? It's not allowing me to select the range, but I think you can try it on your own. I think it's because I'm using the two monitors, so it's opening on the different machine, maybe that. But you can
Okay.
just go and say custom input, and you can provide the custom input as well. Okay, so
Okay.
I'll
And then
just,
we can select. Okay.
yeah, something wrong. I don't know why, but anyways, but you got the concept, right? So you can read
Yes.
the
Yes.
range, and then once you have read the range, similarly to write it back, you can just use something which is called this write data table to Excel.
Hmm.
Now it's asking me what to write, the vendor data table, destination. You can click on this Excel vendor data. You want to create, you want to put it into this sheet, that sheet, or I can just go here, put this tab here, and into the destination, I can just remove everything. Same like we did there.
Okay.
I can say that maybe something like Monday, right? I don't have a sheet called Monday. So I'm just asking it to create a sheet called Monday. But now if you see here, it says that I am not able to get the Monday file because if you go to the properties, it says that the destination should be a I read reference. So it should be a reference. So you can just remove this tab, and then inside this, instead of the new, I can say
Okay.
Monday, right? So
Okay.
it's
Okay.
following the reference, right? Because when I started with the use Excel file, I have provided that this complete Excel has to be referred by this reference. And when I directly passed Monday, it was asking me that Mukesh, you don't have the reference, right? So I provided the
Okay.
reference. Now it's asking me a question. If do you want to include the header, exclude the headers? Do you want to append it, delete it, all of that? is there, and then here we have the exclude headers. By default it is included. Monday sheet is not there, but this time if you see, I have the Excel open. So if I just go here and I say run the file, it's going to read the data from the new sheet and it is going to put it into the sheet by creating a new one. Because I'm using the app integration, I do not need to close the Excel, right? You see that I'm not
Yeah.
getting the error, right?
Yes.
So, and then it went and it created the Monday sheet for me, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So that is an example of the read and the write. Okay.
Mm.
Now, what are the other things which you can do? Let's try to see something which is like append range, right?
Yeah.
So you are writing an automation where you have already some data. Let me just try to put it like this. Into my sheet 4, I already have some data, right? But I
Okay.
don't know
Mm.
till what data I have. It may be sometime till 17, someday it is 18. You are just creating some kind of log, right? Now you want the
Okay.
automation to actually append. So you have something which is called append range,
Yeah.
right? So I can use the
Mm-hmm.
append range here. I will just remove this guy. So we are reading the data from the new sheet and then I am asking it to
Append
append
it.
it into this. And then it is asking me, what do you want to copy? All values and all these things, right? But if I just go here, Excel range to append after range. So if I just go here, you can see here, Excel data to append, what data you want to append, or I have another option, which I say use the variable, where I say that
Mm-hmm.
use the vendor data. So whatever data I have read from here, I want
Mm-hmm.
to put it into this one. But it's not taking it. Maybe I'll just go here and I say use the variable Excel vendor data. Yeah. So whatever you have in the Excel vendor data, I want to append that and append after range. After what you want to append it. So I can just go to the Excel vendor data again into my sheet 2, I guess, right? Sheet 2. So whatever you have in the sheet 2,
Mm-hmm.
oh, sorry, sheet 4, my bad. Can just change it to again sheet 4. So I want to append after range into the sheet 4. Excel range to append. What range you want to append? I think I should be able to use the data table, but it's not allowing me. But let's try to do it again. Let's say I want to read only the custom input. Ah, just give me 1 second. I think there is something wrong with this.
Probably third option range. We might have to pick.
Yeah, but it's not allowing me to select this. It's not giving
Oh.
me the control. Yeah, now I think it blinked, but yeah, I'm not able to select this. I think it's because of something, right? But anyways, so Excel range to append, and then I can just maybe go to the actual sheet. Yeah. So whatever data you have in the sheet 2,
Mm-hmm.
which is empty, maybe I'll just put some records here, right? Whatever
Mm-hmm.
data you have in the, actually I should
Sheet
have
two.
got an option to here, but yeah, okay, let's try this. Whatever data I have in the sheet 2, I want to append it into the sheet 4 from row number 18, right? So
Okay.
let's try to go here and try to run the file. And now if you realize, we are not actually closing the Excel, right? And now in the sheet 4, you can see that it directly started
Appended.
from 18, right? I didn't
Yeah.
have to explicitly mention 18, right? Sometime you have a requirement where you actually want to append the range, but maybe you want to uh, let's start with a specific cell.
Okay.
Okay,
Mhm.
so then you also have an option to, I think in this one, which is destination. Okay, so maybe I'll just give a different example which is familiar here. Okay, so for example, today you are doing an append range. Okay, so append range is simple, which simply means that it will read all the data, and then it will allow you to write the data from the next cell. But sometime in your automation you might have empty rows, right?
Okay.
Now you have a requirement that first you want to actually let's say delete the duplicate rows, sort that, remove the duplicate, insert the rows, right? So to take an example, so for example, I want to put the data into sheet 4, but before that, okay, let's take it like this. Actually, I confused you with a lot of example, but let me make it simple.
No. I'm getting it. Don't worry.
So for example, this is my
Yeah.
source data. Okay,
Yeah.
now
Yeah.
I do not want to append the data directly from here.
Yeah.
First, I want to insert some rows, and then I want to start the data from here.
Yeah.
Okay, so for that, you have activities where you can actually insert the rows.
Okay.
Same like this, I can just drag and drop it here. In what table or range you want to insert. So I want to insert into sheet number 4.
4. Okay.
How many rows you want to insert? Let's say I want to insert 10 rows.
Okay.
And where do you want to insert? At the start, at the end? So I'd say that at the end of the sheet 4, I want to insert 10 rows, right?
Can we see, like, let's say if I want
Yeah.
to insert at specific location, for example, after row number 20.
Hmm. So in table or the range, right? So I can just go
Yeah.
here, and in this, you can say
No,
in
in where we are
expression.
seeing some option. The third box where there is third option, I guess we are seeing, and that
Uh-huh.
shows us. Uh,
I didn't.
no, in the
Okay.
no in the dialog box where you have written end, right?
Uh-huh. Okay.
So
Ah, okay.
that there is
This
a
one you are
next
asking.
one.
Yeah. Okay. Specific
Yes,
index.
yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Understood. So, okay. This is the one you are asking. I thought you are asking about something else. Okay. So
Yeah,
specific
yeah,
index, which row number you want to write.
yeah.
So this is what you want to do. So
Yes, so I
let's
like
let's try
specific
to
row if I
put
want to. Yeah,
25, right? So let's try to
yeah,
do 25. So we are saying that in this sheet 4, into row number 25, just insert 10 rows, right? So let's
yeah,
save
yeah, yeah.
this. I can just delete this. We don't want this as well. Save this, go here and say run the file. Okay, so now if you go here, you can see that we have the 10 rows here,
Correct. Yeah, that's what I wanted to. Thank you, Mukesh.
right? So
Yeah.
same like insert rows, you can insert the columns. You can do this first and the last data row. Then you have the filter, export to
Mm-hmm.
CSV, delete the rows. So same like you have insert rows, you can actually delete the rows as well, which all position, match function, VLOOKUP, refresh pivot, rename sheet, macros, save Excel as PDF, protect, unprotect, right? So all
Yeah,
of these options are available for you, which you can actually utilize. VLOOKUP, text to columns, right? So I think these
yeah.
are self-explanatory option. You need to just play around with it, right? But the thing is, which you need to now remember is that you have two kind of activities. One is the workbook and the other is the Excel. Okay. Workbook has a limited features which you can see into the system,
Yeah.
file, and workbook. Only this limited options,
Yeah.
right? Reads,
Yeah.
write, cell. But if you have only this task, read cell, read column, you can do this. But if you have more complex and you have Excel installed, then you want to go for the this one, right? So
Absolutely.
this application scope, and to get started with, you start with Excel process scope, and then inside that use Excel process, and then you start doing this automation, right? In
Yeah.
case you are in the classic design experiences, right? In case you are not using
Okay.
modern, you can click on this and click on classic. And then the classic is going to give you a tab which is called, I think it would be in the classic tab here, classic app integration, Excel, right? And
Okay.
it has the
Okay.
same set of activities. See, append
Okay. Yeah.
range, Excel application scope. So instead of Excel process scope, they call it as Excel application scope, read
Hmm.
cell, read range, write range. But if you see here, I was using insert row, it has given me this good wizard, right? But if I
Yeah.
just try to use maybe, let's try to use the read range or read cell formula from here, right? Let's try to use the read range. So if you see here,
Okay.
this read range is different. It has not that intuitive feature because
Correct.
it is classic, right? If I try to do
Mm-hmm.
something from classic like insert column, right? The one which we just use. If I just use insert column, you see, bit
Yeah.
different, right? You
Yeah.
can not intuitive, you can just use variables, right? Like this.
Yeah.
So that's why the modern one is the new one. Still, in some companies, you will still get classic. So you need to understand that how does this thing work, but you will be able to figure it out, right? These are all self-explanatory activities. When you don't want it, you can just uncheck it. So yes, that's pretty much about Excel. Now to get more hands-on, what you need to do is just take any Excel, try to read, write, delete, append, right?
Mm-hmm.
Try to use a lot of functions, install that plugin, whichever it is suggesting, and then you would be able to see more of its power.
Yeah.
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 And yes, that's it. Any questions you have on the Excel?
No, I think that's was very good. I think a
Yeah.
lot of features. Only I just have to play around, I guess. Otherwise,
Yeah.
no
Yeah.
questions.
Right. So just need to install this dependency and practice this.
Yeah.
And yeah, that should be fine. If you want some sample Excels, right, to practice, maybe this one, you can just go to the website, which is my website, which is mukeshkala.com, and I have uploaded this sample Excels, right, whichever I am showing. So you go to downloads,
Okay.
and for all the projects and whatever I have put it into the YouTube, right? You would see all the files and everything. So you can just download the code and everything. So this is
Oh,
Excel, this is from
nice.
the classic. So you can download the file and it will give you the sample files, right? So you have
Yeah.
everything here for Python, Boolean, AI Center,
Wow.
document understanding. So
That's
you
impressive.
can just
I
download
will
it from,
definitely go through with that.
you can download the source code for each and every video or, the playlist.
Okay, so I hope you guys enjoyed the Excel automation and were able to follow along and download some of the material from the website as well, right? Next up is something which is called file and folder automation. Whenever I have to work in any automation, I have to work on file folders. How do I automate file and folder in UiPath? That would be the agenda for the next session. See you into the session.
Excel, I see an Excel automation project. That's why I was a bit confused. Okay, Excel automation we have not covered. Okay, that's not a problem. Excel we can cover, right? But before Excel, there is something which is called file and folder automation, right? Because Excel
Mhm.
will come as a folder, right? So file and
Yeah.
folder is a small topic, but an important concept. Okay,
Okay.
so today I'll cover something which is called file and folder automation. Because any project you do, right, you need
Mhm.
to interact with files and folder. Okay,
Yeah.
so I don't need to go into the details of why file, what is folder and all, right? So basically, whenever we talk about file and folder automation, uh, we do CRUD operation, right? Create, retrieve,
Yes.
update, and delete, right?
Delete.
So whenever we are doing an automation, right? So there would be always requirement where you actually go and you want to create folders. So what are the requirements? Sometime, let's say you are pulling data from a website, or sometime you are doing some of the test cases. Now you want the automation itself to create the folder, right? It can be something like creating a folder by the date time. It can be something like creating a folder by department, or creating a folder in the directory with the name of some customer, right? So that means
Yeah.
that creating a file and folder becomes important, right? So first thing is, let's see what actually I require to start with the file and folder automation. Okay, so I'll go to the activities, and if
Okay.
I just search here folder, okay, so you can see here I am getting all these activities which are available into the system file, right? Why I am getting system file directly? Because now this is a recent update in UiPath. Now UiPath has adding only one dependency to the project. This is the new project which I created, and it is
Mhm.
only adding the system activities. Previously it used to add the Excel, it used to add the UI automation. That's why this solution is clean, neat, and you have only one package which is system activity, and file and folder automation is part of the system activity. So if you go to the installed, if you go to system, you would see that all this file, and then you would also have the folder inside that, all these
So Mukesh,
activities, right?
like,
Hmm,
so for let's say if you want to work with Excel, then do we need
hmm.
to add that separately, or like, it will
Yes, you
cover
need
here
to add,
only?
the dependency. So as of now I do not have the dependency for Excel, right? So it is
Okay.
uipath.system.activities. Now if I go to the activities and if I just search Excel, right, you would see that these are available, right, but these are not installed,
Hmm. Hmm.
right?
Yes.
Wherever if I search here file, it is inside the installed. Okay, so it's
Yeah.
nothing. You can just drag and drop and it will automatically add the dependencies. So for example, if you want to do today Excel, right? So
Yeah.
if I just drag and drop this like this, see, it is adding the dependencies, right?
Oh,
Which
okay.
means that it is telling the project that today the developer wants to do the Excel automation. That's why it has now added the Excel dependency also. So you don't need to
Yeah.
remember this. You can just drag and drop and it should work. Okay. So now, first thing first, like let's say today you have to create a folder. So I can just go here and search for something which is called folder, and you can see that you have all these activities which are available. Okay. Now, so to create the folder, you have an activity which is called create folder. You can just drag and drop it here, and the
Mhm.
activity is absolutely simple. See, the full path of the directory to be created, where actually you want to create the folder. Okay, if you go to the properties, you would notice that it has no other property. It has something which is called the output. What is the output, right? So it is just asking you where do you want to the full path of the folder, right? So for example, I am in my desktop temp, and maybe I want to create a file here into my C user desktop. So all you have to do is just pass the, open this. This is a string, so put in double quotes, right? This is the path, full path of the folder. So temp is already there. I want to create a new folder. Let's say new folder,
Okay.
save. That's it. Now if I just go here and I say run the file, it created a folder, new folder, as simple as that. Okay.
Okay.
Now
Hmm.
the good part about this activity is this: when you are running it on, let's say, ad hoc basis, or when you are running it between the automation. So for example, there are a lot of automation which is happening here. The best practice says that you can create a string variable, something like this, str underscore folder path, and then during the automation you can create a folder path like this, right? Now the good part here is you can actually create dynamic folders also. What do I mean by dynamic folders is, let's say today I want to create a folder by current date and time, right?
Okay. Mhm.
So now here, if you see, This is now the latest update of UiPath, right? So people who are not comfortable with, let's say, coding, right? Previously, they used to now go to internet and find it out that how do I create a new folder with current date and time. So the syntax to create the new folder with date and time was you need to put a plus, then you need to write now dot to string, right? Something something, and then you need to do it like. But
Okay.
now AI is part of UiPath Studio. Okay,
Okay.
this is called autopilot experience, right? In case you are new to autopilot, start exploring autopilot. That is the next thing which is going to come into your path. So this is what you see here. This is the new autopilot experience which you see in Studio. So I can say that create a folder with current date, and I can just do this. So it automatically created that expression for me. System.io.path.combine str folder path and date time dot now dot to string this, and I just need to go here and I say save this. So in this thing, it is just asking you to provide where is the str folder path, right? So I can
Right.
just combine this, copy this, pass this complete thing here that I want to create a folder into str folder path followed by current folder, right?
Date time.
And in the
Okay.
str folder path, I will just pass this path, maybe the desktop temp. So
Mm-hmm.
basically, what I mean to say that is you don't need to now remember much of the syntax.
Syntaxes.
You
Yeah.
can just pass the things and autopilot and UiPath can always do it for you, right? The other thing is you can always go to internet and find the syntax, you'll still find out, right? So see, 13 to 2025 without me
5.
even writing a single piece of code, right? I just configured that activity, right? Now you can think of a scenario where you will utilize it, where you are creating an automation, you have downloaded some file, and now you want to save it as per the date. Inside the date, you can
Mhm.
create a time and all those things you can do, right? So that's the create folder.
So
And
I have a
yeah.
question.
Hmm,
I have just
hmm,
question here. Sorry to interrupt
hmm.
you,
No, no, go ahead.
but you are mentioning autopilot, right? So does it
Hmm.
something like what we refer to AI center, or it's a different thing?
No, it's a
Because
different thing. It's a different thing.
okay, so that comes only on cloud version, or we can have it on on premises version as well.
That
I'm just
is
little yeah.
available only in cloud. Autopilot is a separate tool, or I would say product of UiPath. It is available in all the products such as UiPath Studio. If you see,
Mm-hmm.
this is my UiPath assistant, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I have installed the autopilot on my UiPath assistant also. So that means that if I can ask this guy UiPath assistant, like who is Mukesh Kala, right? I
Mm-hmm.
have trained my automation to gather information about myself, right? So
Okay.
in the background, I have given it a lot of context, lot of information about myself, and it is giving me this information, right? So this is context grounding, all those advanced stuffs of AI are working all absolutely low code, right? And if you want to learn this, again, you can go to the YouTube channel. There is a complete playlist on autopilot for everyone. It is free. You can just go to the YouTube channel and I can just show you here, view your channel.
So
I'm
it has to
recently
be,
covering that.
yeah,
Yes,
it has to
see,
be cloud
this one.
version only, right?
Yes, you can do it on your community edition. So this is the complete playlist on UiPath Autopilot for everyone, which I have recently started. So Autopilot is something which is now UiPath putting into everything. This is the first step towards the agentic process automation, right? So yes, it won't be available into on-prem as of now, but you can always try it on your own and get those additional ideas that how does the industry shaping, right? So yeah, so that's about creating the folder. Okay, now what happens today if I go ahead and if I again run this automation? Okay, see, I
Mhm.
already have the folder created at that same location, right, with the current date
Yeah.
and time.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
happen if I again go and if I run this file, right? It again went
Mhm.
and it might have overridden the file,
Correct.
right? So
Yeah.
ideally, sometime you do not want to create a file. First, you want to check, right, whether if the file or folder is already there, there is no point in creating that again, right? So the ideal way or the good practice again, right, as I was saying, right, we need to write automation. We just not need to write automation, we need to write good automation, right? So if you see the folder is already there, there is no need to create a folder, right? So now I should have an option to check whether the folder exists or not. So if I just go here and I say folder exists, right? Simple
Oh,
activities,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
So I have the path here, and then before I create a folder, I am checking whether this path, the same path, exists or not. If it exists, I can just create a variable control plus K, that is the shortcut, and I say that is exist. Okay. So
Okay.
this would be now a variable. Again, now all the concepts are coming together. It's a
Yeah, yeah.
Boolean variable. It would be true or false, right? So
Yes.
now,
And if it's true, yeah.
yeah, then I can just use an if condition,
If
right?
condition, yes.
And then I can say that if it exists, then you don't need to do anything, right? Don't need to
Correct.
create it.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe if it does exist, just give me a message box or just give me some action. Just say that, okay, maybe folder already exists, right? So that you don't override or you don't over automate, right? So I can just go here and I say run the file, and now you would see that the folder is already existing, and I got a message which says that folder already exists,
Exist,
right?
yeah. Mm-hmm.
So that means that we have all these things which are available. We just need to know that how I can do that, right?
Yeah,
Now,
yeah.
that was about creating of the folder. Now, if you go back to the activities, and if I just go here and I search folder, there are some of the self-explanatory thing like
Yeah.
copy folder, copy
Okay.
from one folder to the
Oh,
another
another.
folder,
Yeah.
right? Delete
Yeah.
folder. So for example, while during doing your automation, you have created some temporary folders, right? So you do not want your things to override, right? That
Yeah.
time you want to delete the folder, so you have delete the folder, right? Some interesting one which you should know is something which is like get folder information. Okay. So for example, you are writing an automation where a lot of team members are actually creating that and using that automation. Okay. So
Yeah.
now you want to know the additional information on a folder, such as who created it, what is the created date, what is the modified date, what is the size, right? So
Yeah.
previously we need to write a lot of information. Now UiPath has got us this activity which is called the get folder information. You just have to provide the folder path here, right? So for
Yeah.
example, if I just want to have information maybe about, let's say this one, right? This folder sample files, I can just copy this, pass the complete path here, and then in the output I can create a variable called output. Okay, and then if I just try to put a breakpoint here, right, I want to run it in debug mode,
Mm-hmm.
and just put it in a debug mode here, and I can just say debug the file. So I want to run it in debug mode to see that what data is coming in that output, right? So this is the variable, and you can see here in the output I am getting all this information.
Simple paths. Yeah.
What is the complete path? Even there, if I expand this in the directory info, you have the, I think, let me just, yeah, see, now it is expanded, right? Took some time. So I have all these information like what is the root, okay? What is the parent folder? What is the creation time in the UTC? What is the last access, attributes, Unix file, folder path? So all these are the things which are available for you. The full name, whether it exists, does not exist, and then you have all the things which you might require, which is available inside this output variable. So for example, today my automation requires is that I want to know that what was the last day of the year when it was created, right? What was the last write time, what was the last created date. So I have this information in the output and we have all this information. So wherever I want to use, I can just say output, what is the variable which is getting this information, put a dot, and then it will give me all the properties which I was showing you there. Exist, full name, get directory, and all.
Okay. Mhm.
So it will give me all these details from this. So I can just use it and it will give you the data, right? Full name, what is the path, what is the created date, last created date, last updated, and all that information you can get using this guy, which is called the get folder info. Okay.
Okay.
Now, others are like self-explanatory, right? Rename the folder, move the folder means moving from one folder to another folder. If you just see these activities, it's just asking you from where you want to move folder to the destination, and if it already exists, do you want to overwrite or not overwrite, right? Simple, you can just try it on your own. Now there are some actually things which you should know is about the environment folders. Okay, so
Okay.
what is that? Environment folder are the system folders. So for example, consider today you wrote an automation. Okay, and let me pull up a notepad. Okay, so today you wrote a automation. Okay, why it is zooming there? Okay, I think yeah. Okay, yeah. So today you wrote an automation and your requirement is when you download the file, okay, you want
Mhm.
to download the file into the download folder of the customer.
Okay.
Okay, so every Windows computer have a download folder, right? We know that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Download folder of the customer. Or
Okay.
to be simple, like let's say whichever user is using that automation, you want to put it into the my documents of that user. Okay.
Okay.
Or
Mhm.
even something like that, you today wrote an automation where you want to put the data into the desktop. Okay. Now you build this automation for 100 customers, or you are providing the services to a company which is going to use your automation. How would you know what would be the download path,
Yeah.
right? How would you
Okay.
know what is the desktop path? So for example, if I see today, my download path is this. Sorry, if I go here, maybe if I go to my documents, right? My document parts is this. DEC colon Mukesh something something, right? If I go
Yeah.
to my desktop temp, my path is this C
It's a C
users
column.
Mukesh Kala, right? How would
Yeah.
you guess what is that user machine name, right? So
Mm.
that's where UiPath has something or some option where you can get this environment variables. When I say environment variable, this is something related to Windows. Okay. Anywhere
Okay.
you want to get the information of the folders, which is in Windows folder, right? When I say Windows folder, I mean the environment folder. So you have something which is called get environment folder, and get
Okay.
environment folder gives you access to special folders, right? Which are by default in every Windows, like every Windows will
Mhm.
have desktop, my documents, recent, my videos, right? All these things, right? Cookies, history, internet cache, right? Think of an
Mhm.
application where you want to know what is the program file x86 path, right? Or you want
Mhm.
to know where are the histories getting stored, right? You want to do something for, let's say, resources. You want to get access of admin tools, right? When you actually do real-time automation, you need all this information. So today, let's say I want to know that what is the my document paths of this computer where this automation is working, right? So I go to the
Mhm.
properties and I can create a variable called, let's say, paths,
Mhm.
and then if I just use a right line activity, okay, so and I can just say here paths. So basically what does this do is whichever computer the automation is working from, that computer it can get you the environment values. So get environment folder from this computer. If I go here and I say run the file, it means that it is running on my computer, right? So I just triggered it and completed. You can see that it gave me my user document. If I deploy this automation to Orchestrator, and from Orchestrator, and I run the same automation on your computer, it is going to give me your computer path, right? So I have
Okay.
not hard coded, I have not configured it, right? I have just used the environment folders. Now, what can I do? I have this path already with me, right? Which is this.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
now I can use this path into the next set of activities where I say that if today I want to create a folder, okay, just go and create a folder. So it's going to ask me, where do you want to create a folder? I can say
Oh, I'm
that
getting it. Yeah.
create a folder in that
Pattern.
path location, and then whatever you want to create the folder, put a plus and whatever you want to give the folder name,
That's very
right?
useful. Yeah. Yeah.
Right. So these are the environment folders, right? That's why it is called get environment folder. Okay.
Yeah.
So apart from that, the other activities are like self-explanatory, something like rename the folder. If you have a folder you want to rename, right? Folder exists, delete folder, create folder, copy folder. Okay. Now, this is all about the folder, right? The same concept applies to the files.
Yeah.
So for files, you have a lot more options, right? So let's talk something about files. So files are like, you want to today create your own file. There is a
Okay.
file which does not exist at all, right?
Okay.
So
Mm-hmm.
you are writing an automation, you got some data, you got some information, and now you want to put that information into a file. So today, if you have to write the data to a notepad file, first you need to create the notepad file, right? How would you create a notepad file? First, you need to instruct the system, right? That I want to have a notepad file at this location. Before, if you don't have a file, how will you write? So UiPath gives us activities to actually do all of this. So for example, today, if I want to create a file, I can use this activity, which is called create file. Now,
Okay.
concept is simple. It's asking me, where is the file location, right? So you can use this browse button also. And let's say I want to put it into my desktop temp. Here I want to create a new file. See, it got the complete path of that folder. It's simple as that, right? You can use the variable. Now, next thing it's asking me, what file you want to create. So inside that temp folder, let's say I want to create a new file, demo.txt.
Okay.
I just go here and I say run the file, and
Okay.
I just minimize. I can go to back to the close this actually. And then here you can see demo.txt is available.
Yeah.
So it created a demo file for you, right? Text file, Excel, CSV, you can think of any of the file, right? Now, what else? You already have a file. And if I rerun this automation, what would happen? It will actually go and recreate the same file. However, the ideal way would be first check whether the file exists or not.
Exist or
So
not.
same
Okay.
like I did the folder exist, you have an activity which is called file exist.
Finances. Okay.
Provide the path, check the file if it is existing. Yes, it exists. Create it. If it does not exist, don't create it, right? So this is useful when you are creating a logs, right? So for example, you are running an automation into it's a very big automation, right? And you are creating a log. So you do not want to create log for every run, or maybe you want to create log for every run, right? But let's say I have a requirement where I want to have a single log file for one day. For today, I want to have a single log file. So what I can do is I can create a folder inside the stem folder, right? And
Mm-hmm.
here, instead of the file name, I want to create, let's say, see again, create a txt file by today's date, right? I don't want to
Mm-hmm.
write the syntax. And see,
Yeah. It's going with syntax as well.
with .txt date time not .to string, only I have to provide this guy, which is the output, right? And I can just save this. That's the small thing we need to understand, right? That where this output will come from, right? So that's why a little bit of this thing you can, and always, by the way, right, you can
Mhm.
put this thing back into chat GPT or autopilot and ask it to explain me this expression. So if I don't understand this, right, I can go back to
Mhm.
autopilot and
Mhm.
I can pass this and I can say explain me this, and it will explain you.
Okay.
So all this is coming towards something which is called agentic, right? C sharp is combining two parts of the file path, system.io. This is a method that combine two or more part, output is file this, date time non this complete thing, right? So I don't have to worry about, and I can ask it to do things here and here, right? So I just need to pass this one, which is the output,
Mhm.
copy. And then in the output, I just need to provide this path. So I'll just copy this and I hard code it here. So what is the file name, right? So file name is only this. This is only the file name because I know a little
Mhm.
.NET. So yeah, I know that this is the file name, right? So
Mhm.
datetime.now.toString followed by the txt, right? So now what I'm telling it is to create a file with that name. Okay. So now when I run this, it will create a file, right? So back to our use case, today we want to create a logs. So it created a file like this 13 to 2025, right? Now if I
Yeah.
rerun this and if I have some data which is already added to the logs. So let's say there is some data which is already added to the logs. Now,
Okay.
because this is Windows, right? So I have
Mhm.
some data which is already there in the logs, right? Just treat it as a business scenario. You created logs, you have a lot of data, and then from your automation, you just go and you rerun. So it
Okay.
created the file again, right? So if I go here,
Mhm.
the file is blank, right? Because you
It's
override the
created
data,
new.
right?
Overrided. Okay.
So what is the current situation? What should be the correct approach, right? The correct approach should be first you check whether the file exists or not exist. If it exists, just do that, right? So before
Mhm.
this, you need to use the file exist activity and all those stuff, right? Now,
Mhm.
when you're working with file, there is a good part about the file is, let's say you have already created a file, right? Now, for that file, you want to add the data to that file. You have something which is called append line,
Okay.
right?
Mhm.
So append as in what text you want to append. So for example, I can just go here. This is the file. I can say that this is, let's say, already some of the data which is there. I'll just save this. And
Mhm.
then I want to copy as path
Bend
for
it.
this here. So I'm saying what is the file path, the complete file, right to the file name here. What is the text, right? So I can say that new content, something, right? Anything.
Mhm.
So you don't have to actually go and write logic that, okay, check what is the content till where it is there. It will automatically figure out the new line and it will add the
Bend
new
it.
content. See?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So basically it has made this thing easier, right? Now you can relate to scenarios where you want to keep append to the text file, right? And you do not want to
Mhm.
create new files. Yes, if you want to create new files, go ahead and create a new file, right? But you want to do an append line, you can do that, right? Other thing, if you see here, delete file, self-explanatory, zip unzip,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
If you want to zip and unzip the file, you have that. Move the file, move the folder. One of the most common activity which you are going to use is this guy, which is called path exist, right?
Okay. Mhm.
This activity is a single activity which can take care of any path. Okay. So for
Mhm.
example, uh, in your business requirement, okay,
Yeah.
you have given the business the option to provide the folder path. Okay, so you had a
Mhm.
requirement where you told the business that, okay, the business folder path should come from the business or the file path should come from the business, right? So
Okay.
business gave you a path. So let's say
Okay.
business gave you this path,
Okay.
C desktop user temp. But the problem is while giving the path, they put an extra one here, right?
Okay.
Now, if I use this path into my further automation, what would happen? The robot would not be able to find the path, right? So for example, the business gave me this path, temp1, which does not exist, right? Now,
Mhm.
inside the temp1 folder, let's say now my next piece of automation was to create a file. Now
Okay.
into the create file, the business gave me this path, temp1, which is wrong. And now I have asked the automation to create a file called business.txt. So theoretically it is correct, right? It is a path. But if I go and if I say run the file, see,
Okay.
you got an
It
error.
won't find it.
It says
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
I cannot find the file. So now you have to go back, handle the exceptions and all, right? So basically a correct approach should be before you do any of the file and folder automation, first you check whether whatever I am giving exists or not, right? So as we speak exist, we have something which is called path exist. It's a simple activity, but it takes care of both the scenarios. If you see there is a small drop down here, you can check for the
Mhm.
folder or you can check for the file. So ideally I could have just checked with the folder whether this exists or not. So previously I was checking folder exist, right? And then
Yeah.
there
Yeah.
is an activity called file exist. You can combine both of them into this one where you can see that whether the folder path, whatever path I have given exists or not. And the output for
Mm.
this activity would be
Boolean. Yeah.
the exist boolean.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
The difference here is you would also get a reference if the path exists. This was missing into the
Folder. Mhm. Folder exit.
okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that iLocal resource, right? That
Mm.
iLocal whatever it is that, right? If I'll just go to the path exist and if you go to the properties, right? So
Mhm.
this resource, iLocal resource, is used by the StudioX activities. You would see it in the Excel activities also. And you
Okay.
would also see this in lot of the Studio Web activities also, right? So maybe whenever we are doing this activity, then you can actually see that. So yes, here it is the additional thing, which is the resource, path resource, and this will give you all the information about that local resource which was missing here, right? So that's why developer always try to use this one because it gives you more information, right? And then using that variable, I can check that, okay, if it is existing, don't even go and create the file. If it does not exist, go and do that, right? So I
Get
could have just used an if activity here and then, so this is now your logical flow, right? If the path
it.
exists,
Mm-hmm.
if the path exists output, then only
Don't
go
go.
and try to create the file. Otherwise,
Mm.
just log a message
Yeah.
saying that it's incorrect, right? So now when I run this, path is not correct. And I can just go and say the run file. Now temp1 is still not available, but the good part would be my automation is successful. It did not break and I got a error, proper error, right? So
Yeah.
whenever we say that the automation is successful or it has failed, right? Fail does not mean that this is not a failure. This is a proper handling of the exception. Fail is something like where the automation failed abruptly, right? And the user does not know,
Yes.
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So this is the file one using this activity which is in the file. Okay. And you can see here you have the append file, browse for file, browse for folder. So browse for file and browse for folder, right? So again, these are new set of activities and you might be thinking why we have that, right? So let me show you
Mhm.
interesting thing. So tick, 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 tick. Browse for file maybe, right? So now there is an activity called browse for file. If I go so save this, go ahead and run the file. See, when I run that automation, it has opened this wizard for me. It's asking me to
Okay.
select a file,
Okay.
right? This is useful when you are writing attended automation.
Yes.
Okay, you
We have to
want
put it.
the
Yeah.
user to select a file, because when the automation is running from orchestrator in the background, right, this activity does not make sense. But let's say
Mm-hmm.
you are writing an automation where you want the user to select a folder, right? So you have
Yeah.
written an attended automation and you tell the user that go ahead and select the folder where you have kept the input data. Use this activity called browse for folder. So whatever folder this activity the user will select, that folder path would be stored in this variable, which is the
Yeah.
selected folder. And
Okay.
that way you can just continue the rest of the automation.
Hmm.
So yeah.
But browse for the folder and
Hmm,
select path, like get path. So
hmm.
that isn't the same thing, whether it is exit or not, and it is giving us the path as well, right? What we saw before.
No, but there I had to path, right? Which activity you just told me?
The select, we previously did that, when we were selecting path for file or folder, path exists.
Yeah, so path exist. Okay, see here. What is the
Yeah.
input to path exist? You need to provide the path here,
Path. Yes. Oh, this
right?
will give us path actually. Yeah.
You need to provide the path here like this.
You're right. Okay. Okay. I got it. Yeah.
Now browse for folder.
Will give us path.
I go here and I say run the file. I am not sure, right,
Mhm.
which folder user
Mhm.
want to use. So it
Okay.
has opened me this.
Okay.
So let's say user want to run in this one. So I say okay. And now that path would be stored in this variable selected folder,
And
depending
that
on
we
the
can
user,
use
right?
further.
And
Yeah.
depending on the user, it's user variant. So that's why it's piece of the attended automation, right?
Understand.
So,
Get it.
so that's coming from these activities file folder,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So then
Yeah.
you have something which is called the zip unzip, file exist, folder exist, right?
Hmm.
Now this one is an important activity and a good activity also. So for example, I have this folder, maybe data sample files. In the sample files I have 5 files, right? Now I
Hmm.
want to do the same operation on all these 5 files.
Right. So
Okay,
it's a loop.
maybe I want to get the name of all the 5 files, or I want to rename all of them, or I want to
Okay.
delete all of them, right? Or maybe
Hmm.
I want to get the created date from all of them for each file, right? I want to do
Hmm.
something. So you have an activity which is called for each file in the folder. Absolutely
Okay.
simple activity. For each
Hmm.
file in which
Hmm.
folder?
Okay.
This folder, right?
Okay. Hmm.
Then it is asking me, do you want to include the subfolders? If yes,
Okay.
do that. Do if you want to skip the folders, no. Filters by, do you want to filter only XLSX because it's a folder, it can have PDF, it can have Excel, it can have Notepad. If you have filter, you can do that. Do you want to order it by ascending, descending? Everything you can think of is available on this single activity, right? So
Yeah.
what it is simply telling me is that for each of the file, whatever I'm iterating, I'll give you that information in this variable, which is the current file. So this
Hmm.
current file basically will have all the information about that file. Now inside that, let's say today, I just want to do something with each of them. So that information is available into this one, which is the current file. So if I just go here and I say current file,
Hmm.
it has all the file info and I can say dot and it will give me all the thing like creation time. So for example, I want to know the creation time for all the files
Okay.
and I
Okay.
just go here and I say run the file. Now from that creation time, you can do the next set of logic, right? So you
Yeah.
can
Yeah.
see in the output, I have got the creation time for all the files. Because that's a file info variable, right? This current file is having all the file info for each and every file. And now, as soon as you use current file and you put a dot, it gives you all the parameters. Created date, created time, created text, delete. If you want to
Okay.
delete it, you can delete directory, directory name, exist folder, full name, full path. whatever you can think of, right? You can get last access time, last access date. This is useful when you want to do the same set of operation into all the same set of files, right? So for example, for Excels, you want to do different operations. So you can use the same thing. And here you can say that filter by dot XLSX.
Yes.
Now it
Okay.
will filter only the XLSX,
Okay.
right? So wherever you
Hmm.
want to do the same set of operation into all
Multiple
the
files.
folders, you
Mhm.
use this one, which is called the for each folder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And then if I go to the activities, and if I just go and search file, you have more activities for files like uh,
Yeah.
write text file, wait for
Wait for
download again,
me.
rename folder, path exist, move folder, move file, get folder info, get file info for each file. So most of these activities are available for you, so you won't need to write any additional code, right? They have even given you this one, which is now compress and zip the files, right? So you want to zip and send it, right? So before sending as an email, you want to zip it, all of that you can do, right? So before you get into the actual implementation of the automation, you would always need to interact with the system, you need to interact with the files, and you need to interact with the folders, right? So that's why file and folder becomes a bit important.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yes, so now that's it I wanted to cover, and now I want you to go back and just create some small automation as I was doing, and try to
Mhm.
use this folder, go to the activities, search for folder, try to use this
Mhm.
activities, right? At least once, that how does this work? How does the
Okay.
file work, right? And if you can think more, you can just create a hypothetical scenario that today if you are dealing with a file folder automation, how would you like to behave, right? You want to
Yeah.
create a folder, inside that you want to have a subfolder, inside the subfolder you want to have files, then you want to write data to that subfile, right? All of that combination, if you are able to do with these activities, you would be good.
Okay, so coming up next, till this point, we have only seen what is Studio. We as a developer have automated a lot of things, we understood the different components, and they are available with us. Now, when it comes to actually deploying, where would I actually deploy this solution? If I am a developer, I have created the automation in my machine. How would my business access my automation? How would I deploy my automation? And that's where the important component of UiPath comes, which we have seen in the first session, Orchestrator. In this module, we are going to discuss about the Orchestrator module in details, right? Just a quick information, guys, and I have shown it into the course as well. I have a dedicated paid course which is available on Udemy, where I have covered this module, which is Orchestrator, in a detailed manner. You would find the link into the description, or you can just go to Udemy and search for Mukesh Kala. Still you will find the course, right? Completely optional for you guys. Again, free tutorials are always available on the channel as well.
Have not seen orchestrator till this part, right? We are just doing all this stuff, right? So let's try to do something very simple, right? So I will just go in a step by step manner. Okay.
Yeah.
This is our UiPath Studio. Okay. I create a new process today, and let's call it, let's say, a business critical process. Okay. So we have created a business critical process, which is, a good process where I am doing the development. I have used the UI automation. I have done a lot of coding, everything I have done here, right? So assuming that this is my automation, so what I'm going to do is I'll just use some right line where I say that uh, this is the starting point. Okay. And then maybe I'll just use some log message activity. Yeah. By the way, this right line, right? Whatever we see right line, this is only available till development. If you want to log something, you need to use this activity, which is called log message. So right line is more only for the during the development.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if you actually want to log something, you have this thing which is called the log message activity, right? We'll talk about this, but yeah, mm, this is the code, maybe something, and then okay. So for example, I have written a very long piece of code, right? Which is a very business critical process. As of now, it is running on my development machine and it's ready. Okay, so the developer has completed the testing, right? Now, this machine, whatever you are seeing, right? Okay, so this machine is a developer machine.
Okay.
Okay, whatever you are looking on my screen, right? Mukesh is the developer.
Okay.
Now, I am building it for a customer who is maybe located in Canada, right?
Okay.
But this as of now is available into my machine. If the customer from Canada has to actually execute it, right? One way is that I share him my code, right? I just copy paste the code in his machine, he open it and he runs it, right? But that is not the ideal way of doing it, right? The other thing is I have the developer, this is my customer, this is my production environment, right? Before actually giving to the production, I would need to test it also, right?
Yeah.
That would be the testing team, which will actually test my code. But now, since it is on the developer machine, if I give the code as it is, right, this code to the testing team to test, what would happen? I have one copy, the testing team has a separate copy, and the guy in the production have a separate copy. So whatever the testing team is raising the issue, I may fix it, I may not fix it, right? So basically passing the code is not a correct solution, right? So first thing is whatever the developer does is in the development machine. Now, if I have to actually run it on the customer machine, as of now, when I go here and I run this automation, if I just go here and I say run the file, you would notice that it is running on my machine. It is
Yeah.
running on Mukesh computer, right? It is
Yeah.
running on my UiPath assistant. But when the customer is running it, do I know which machine he's going to use? I don't know, right?
Yeah.
I also don't know how many robots they have. They have attended robot, they have unattended robot. I also don't know what time they want to run it, right? What time they want to run. They want to run it at 10 a.m., 9 p.m. All of this information is blank for me. And as a developer, I don't have access to their environment. I only have access to my development environment, right? So if my development environment is, let's say starting here, this is only where I have access to my development environment. I don't have access to the other environment. We'll talk about that why we don't have access to the other environments, but this is how the current situation is, right? My customer is
Yeah.
in Canada, is production. I don't know what is going to happen. So basically, if you see, I need something to manage this, which machine, which robot, what time they want, and all of that stuff. That's where orchestrator come in picture, right? So let's quickly try to see where actually it fits into our complete thing, right? So UiPath platform has basically three components, right? We have Studio where we are writing the code. This you have already seen, where we have actually writing all the code and everything, right?
Yeah.
And after that, we have this guy, which is the UiPath assistant, which is actually running the automation. When I triggered it, it actually executed, right? But then in between, we need a new component, which is called orchestrator that actually control, manage, and monitor, right? So as of now, when I am running the code from Studio, it is directly going to my UiPath assistant and it is running the automation. However, if I need an interface in between that could control, manage, and do all this stuff, I need to publish this to the orchestrator, and the orchestrator then will give the command to which assistant or which robot I should execute. So at a very high level, whatever code we write in Studio is getting published to orchestrator, and then orchestrator decide which machine, which robot, which license I need to execute, and then pass it. So it publish and then it execute, right? So this becomes kind of the central uh, management platform. If I go by the theory, this is how it looks like. The orchestrator is a web-based interface. It is available on the mobile as well. It also has a mobile app. So it is needed for deployment, monitoring, management, and scaling of the robot. Do you understand what is scaling?
Yeah.
To
So
do tomorrow if the volume increases, right?
yes. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's scaling, right? So today I only want to run 100 transaction. Tomorrow, if the volume increases from 100 to 10,000, I can easily scale. So all of that is done in the orchestrator. It is a centralized hub that help you to software robot, streamline the automation, enhance. Orchestrator is the core platform. It provides you all this capability, and this can be applied to small deployment as well as enterprise scale, right? So enterprise orchestrator is mandatory. Even for the small deployment, you should actually be able to do that. Okay. So if I talk about the key functions, robot management, when I say robot, it simply means that what kind of robot I want to manage, attended, unattended, which machine I want to run it. Is it a VM? Is it a server? Is it a single machine, Windows machine, right? Which process to deploy and what time it is going to run. I can have 100 processes. Some of the processes are running in the morning. Some of them are running in the evening. Some of them are running every 5 minutes. Queue based transaction, we'll park queue for a while because we have not covered queue. Asset management, whenever we are going from a different environment to environment. So when I am working into my development, I have a different set of credential. When I go to the testing, I have a different set of credential. When I go to production, this is the live credential. So we need something to manage all of this. That is called asset management. All of that is done in the orchestrator. We have something which is called logging and monitoring. When you have a lot of transaction, lots of jobs, lot of robots which are working, you always need to have an audit. For large companies, audit is something which is very important. Let's say you're working for a financial company, and at the end the bank asks you that give me all the audit logs that what the robot perform. Logging is going to help you there. Monitoring, take it from a person who is managing 1000 robots. So you are a company, matured RPA company, you have 100 robots which are working. Where are you going to manage all the 100 robots? That which one is failed, which one is running, which one is going to run, are the schedule clashing, what happens? You need a place. That place is orchestrator. User roles and permission, right? Whenever we talk about the roles and permission, not everybody would have all the access. If I am the admin, if I'm the support admin, I have access to add the machine, delete the keys, add the user. But if I only have a developer, I don't want to give him the admin access. He would only have access to edit few of the things. If I have a support guy or a tester, I would only give him a limited access. So all those user role, permission, everything is controlled in the orchestrator. And lastly, the important one, whenever I have to integrate it to other systems, third party system, be it the ServiceNow, be it the Jira, anything, this is my piece which is going to connect to the RPA ecosystem to the other IT system, right? So that's why orchestrator is important, right? Benefit, scalability, insights, compliance, and all those stuff, right? Any question till this point? Do you understand? It is important. Do you
Yeah,
feel this is important?
yeah, this is very important. But only one question is that if everything
Hmm.
is getting handled by orchestrator, then why we need further level of UiPath assistant then? Because we can use UiPath orchestrator to perform all activities and manage, and even though
No, but who is going to run it? Who is going to execute it? I think you missed the first part of our lesson. So basically, this is a guy who is going to run the robot, execute the workflow, right? So in your UiPath Studio here,
hmm,
what I did, I just write the code.
correct.
When I run this, who is going to run this? I need an exe to run this, right?
Yes. So
So
yeah,
that exe is your assistant, this guy, this one.
okay, okay.
So now this is installed in my computer. That is why when I go here and I say run the file, the command goes to this guy, and this guy actually runs that automation. You see, I just go and say run the file. You would see that here. It's very fast. So yeah, I can just put a breakpoint here. Maybe then you would see. So you see, this guy is running business critical process.
Okay. Okay, I was assuming that when we are just like other IDs, this UiPath ID is running and it is only compiling and executing, but it behind the scene it gives the thing to assistant,
Hmm.
right? And who is
Yeah.
managing that? Okay.
Yeah, that's what we covered in the first lesson. I think you skipped that part. That's why I told you, right? It's if you If you don't get the core of it, you will always get confused, right? But I hope now it's clear, right? That guy
Yeah,
is
it is.
just
My apologies. Yeah.
no problem. That guy
Yeah.
is executing. Okay.
Okay.
Now let me tell you how does it fit into the ecosystem, right? This slide is very important. Please pay focus here, because if you understand the complete ecosystem, you won't have these queries, and that will help you to further relate to the things, right? So what
Yeah.
happens? You have a UiPath Studio, you write the code. Okay, today you have
Yes.
written the code and you have finished writing the code. Now the developer publish the code to the orchestrator. Okay, as of now it is in my studio. Now if I have to manage it, run it, I have to publish the code to the orchestrator. Now which orchestrator, that will talk, because if I'm a developer I have only access to the development orchestrator. So it will publish the code to the orchestrator, and this is sent as an extension which is called NUPKG, which is called a NuGet package, right? So basically if you see here now, I'll try to relate this to this one. So we have this business critical process. As of now, this is running into my studio. Now, if you see here, my UiPath assistant, which is this guy, if I go to the setting and you see here, this is connected to orchestrator setting, this orchestrator cloud.uipath.com, it is connected. So from my UiPath Studio, when I go here and I click on publish, it is going to the same orchestrator where your UiPath assistant is connected to. So mine one is connected to this one using my ID. If you see here, this is connected to my tenant, the orchestrator service. So now if I just simply go here, I say publish, I say next. Where do you want to publish it? We'll talk about this in a bit moment. And then I say publish. It is going to go to my orchestrator. Which orchestrator? Whichever orchestrator I have connected my assistant to.
Yeah.
Okay. Now in the orchestrator, right? Let's quickly go to the orchestrator now. So to navigate to the orchestrator, you have this URL cloud.uipath.com, the same URL where we downloaded the studio. It is a centralized place where you have everything. I'll just go to these 9 dots, and then you have this guy, which is the orchestrator. Okay, so this is how the orchestrator look like. I'll just open that. Okay, now this is the same. See the orchestrator service. This is the same orchestrator which my UiPath assistant is connected to. So whenever you directly sign into the
Okay.
UiPath Studio, that creates an account for you and you are connected. When you are working for the enterprises or any company, the company guy is going to give you this URL, that which orchestrator you should connect to. All you have to do is you just copy the URL and you pass it into your UiPath assistant here into the preferences, orchestrator setting, and then you pass whatever URL they have given to you here, and then you are connected to that orchestrator. Okay,
I see.
so now this is how the orchestrator look like. Now in my orchestrator, if I just go to the, I'm just going to the packages, right? These are all the automations which I have published 1 minute ago. See, this
Okay.
is 1 minute ago. I just published 8 months ago and blah, 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 right? All see, you can see here. Now, do you really think orchestrator can decide whether the business critical process is supposed to run on daily basis, weekly basis, which machine I should run it? Is it an HR process? Is it an which process? Do you think it would be able to decide?
So we have to provide it input like.
Correct, right? We have to provide
Yeah.
him, right? So
Yeah.
basically what happens is whenever you publish the code from studio to orchestrator, it simply goes and sit into as a package. See, in the
Yeah.
tenant, it is sitting into the package, right? This is just a package. This does not understand anything. And that package is called NuGet package, and UPKG is the extension. Okay. Now, in the orchestrator, what happens inside the orchestrator? In orchestrator you have different folders. Okay, if you see here, this is my orchestrator. I have different folders. I have an admin folder, I have a shared folder, I have this folder, I have this folder. You can create new folders as well. Now, if I have to ask you, why do we create folder into your local PC, right? You have images separate, videos separate, your work related separate. Why do you create separate folders?
Just for better organization.
Right? Because
Yeah.
if you are working in a company, you have an HR department, you have a finance department. Inside the finance department, maybe you have a development team, you have a testing team. Inside the testing team, you have team A, team B, right?
Yeah.
Now, at any point of time, you do not want the resources of the HR to be shared with the insurance or the resources of the client A to be shared with the client B, right? So what we
Yeah.
do is in the orchestrator, we create something which is the folders like this, right? I have the shared folder, admin folder, blah, 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 right? All these folders. This NuGet package has to be then assigned to one of the folder. Okay, so
Okay.
that it creates the process. So as of now, whenever I published, it is just lying into the package. Nobody has picked this. It does not know, right? That am I in the admin? Am I the shared? Am I for this or am I in this one? Right?
Yeah.
So to run this, you have to convert the NuGet into a process because as of now it is just a code. So now process is something which the guys understand. And to create the process, I'll go to the admin folder, right? I go to the processes and then I go here and I create something which is called add process. Okay. So now when I say add a process, this guy is asking me, give me where is your NuGet? Which package? So I say that I want to create a process for the business critical process.
Mm-hmm.
And I just say next, next, and I create this. So it created a process for me here, business critical process. But still, can it decide that whether I can run daily, weekly, should I run now, which machine? No, right? We just created a process. So in the orchestrator, what do you do? First, you have a folder. Then from the NuGet, you have to create a process. That process is mapped to the folder. Now, what is the actual task? Now, when you actually run it, that task is called a job. Job, as the name suggests, job. What job you are going to do? As of now, this is just a process. I have all this, let's say 2021 process, which I have mentioned here. Now, which process should be triggered by which robot? My orchestrator have 3 robots, 5 machine. That means that I need to give that job to somebody. That job, it would be given to somebody which is a robot, which is nothing but the assistant, right? So in your production or into your company, you would have multiple different machines. Okay, all the multiple different machine would have assistant installed, and that assistant would be available into the orchestrator. So now this is just a process. Now if I just go to the jobs and I want to run a process, I say start a job. It's asking me select the process. Okay, which process I want to run? I want to run the business critical process. Okay, then it is
Okay.
going to ask me which machine you want to run it. As of now, I only have one machine, but into your production, you might have 10, 15, 20 machines. Into that machine, which account you want to run? What kind of license you want to run? Is it testing? Is it attended, unattended? And then when you go here and you say start, then it is saying that I have queued the process and it is pending. Now this would be sent to again my UiPath assistant here. And if it is the same process, you would see that it is, yeah, it is still pending, right? Because my license is not there. See, it's not able to run it. I triggered it on my process, which is, I triggered it to this laptop, right? Uh,
Yeah.
UJOVV, which is my different laptop. I'm in a different laptop, right? So that
Mm-hmm.
laptop is shut down. So it's not able to run the process. That's why it says that I'm pending.
Okay.
If I have
Mm.
to run this on my machine, right? This machine, this is my new computer, right? So if you see into the orchestrator, if I go to the machines, right? You see you have some machines which are added, right? But this is my old computer. Now I don't have a machine which I can actually run this process. If I go here, these are all my old machines. I don't have this machine added. So that means that that's why whenever I triggered a process, UiPath is not able to run the process because that is running on the old machine, and that's why the job is still pending here.
Mhm.
So basically, orchestrator is going to manage all of these tasks for you, which you can do here, right? So this was the ecosystem of the orchestrator. Now, there are something which you will listen more frequently: folder, package, process, and job, right? Folder, as you correctly mentioned, it is a separation where I want to separate my process queues. We can have six of folders. Packages, when you publish, it is coming as a NuGet package. Process is something, it is a version of the package that has been allocated to a folder. When you allocate that package to the folder, you create a process, and job is the actual task, what it is going to happen. Okay. Now, UiPath has moved to the concept of the modern orchestrator, in other words, the tenant and the folder, right? So first time, whenever you log into the orchestrator, you see you have the folders, my
Mhm.
folders, and then you have something which is called a tenant, right? A lot of people get confused that what is tenant and what is folder. Okay, that I'll try to explain you with some example, because if you understand it at one shot, it would be very easy, right? Think of a tenant as a company. Okay, there's a company, let's say ABC Corporation. That company has three departments: finance, sales, and HR. Okay,
Okay.
now
Mhm.
the finance have different type of processes, or I would say department, right? Payroll, claim, reimbursement. The sales is dealing with the marketing, sales, and product, and the HR is dealing with employee onboarding and offer letter and all such things, right? Now there would be some data which would be shared among all these departments, right? Let's say
Yes.
the employee ID, right? The for you need it for payroll and all, right? But automation wise, access wise, all of them would be separate. Now, if I have to put it in a thing, I would have separate folder for finance, I would have separate folder for sales, and I would have separate folder for HR, and these would be all the different automation, because all of this is part of one tenant.
Okay.
Okay, so that's how the folder and the tenant are created, and tenant you can think of as a company. Okay, now the other way of dividing it is a environment wise. Here I say that the tenant is a company, right? So I am let's say CEO of a company, and I plan to divide my company in this way. I have finance, I have sales, I have HR, I have segregated it, right? Now you go to a different company, there they want to segregate it environment wise, where they say that I have three environments: development, testing, and production, as every company have. And there they say that instead of having the one tenant and the company, I would like to have one tenant for development, I would like to have one tenant for testing, I would like to have one tenant for production, and into that tenant I would like to have separate folders, right? So this
Yeah.
can be an also way of thinking that how you can, and it entirely depends how you want to manage your company's overall architecture, right? Do you want to do it uh, like this? Sorry, my bad. Do you want to do it like this, department wise, where you have one central company, different clients, or you want to do it environment wise, or any other bifurcation, right? It can be something like department wise, you might have two different departments, right? Entirely depends on your requirement. Now what is the difference? So tenant are meant to replicate the organizational hierarchies within the same instance of the orchestrator. Folders are the subdivision of the tenant. Tenants
Mhm.
are clearly isolated from one another. Whenever you create a tenant, you are clearly isolated from the other tenant, which means that if I have a tenant which is development, testing, and production, three tenant, so these tenant are not going to share data between them. However, the folders within the same tenant can share the data. Okay. So
Okay.
tenant is more kind of at the organization level, and folder is more kind as we have in the folder. There would be some data which can always be shared between the folders. Okay,
Yeah.
so let me show it to you into the orchestrator, right? So when you create for the first time orchestrator, you would see that I have the tenant here, right? So it
Yeah.
shows that I only have one tenant. Okay, in that tenant I have 1, 2, 3, 4 folders. Okay,
Yes.
so I have one tenant, and in that tenant I have 4 folders. That's why you see here it is connected to that tenant. See, tenant, which tenant it is connected to? It is connected to this tenant whose name is orchestrator service. If my orchestrator has one another tenant, that's where I will change it to the other tenant into my preferences and my settings, right? So I can have a tenant which is like more kind of an organization thing, right? So let's say I am running a company, okay, and
Yeah.
I thought of creating separate department. One is my admin department, one is my share department, one is for this department, right? Now this is my organization level thing, and that is why if you see at the tenant, okay, I have a different question for you, right? So for example, if I am managing my company,
Okay.
okay, at the tenant level you would see only the things which are more related to the management of the complete orchestrator. So you would see here into the tenant I have the machines, which machines are allowed to run the automations. I have the licenses, that which licenses I should have, again available at the tenant level. I have the manage access. I have the packages, which I just discussed. I have the credentials and all those stuff. However, if I go to the folder, at the folder level, I still have the automations monitoring, but I don't have the licenses, I don't have the folders, I don't have the manage access and all those stuff, right? So tenant is more kind of an organizational view, and folder is more kind of a department view. You can say like that, right? So
Mhm.
when you go to the orchestrator, you would see in the tenant, you would have robots, machines, licenses, webhooks, all of it part of the tenant. And in the folder, you would have more related to the folder, right? Which is the trigger, where is the queue, which process, which automation, all of that would be the your entity, the folder entities. Okay.
So question,
Any
Mukesh,
question?
like,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
So yes, I got that at tenant level, it's the highest like level of like, access and like, for example,
Hmm,
packages. But why we are not seeing packages in folder level? Let's say, for example, if I'm creating folder for HR
hmm,
department, and if I have multiple
hmm.
packages, so shouldn't it come
Hmm.
to the under
Yeah,
like
you have
folder
it here.
level?
You have the folder level packages also. Let me show it to you. So, so that's where that's a very valid question, and I'll show you where that is getting controlled from. So that's what I told you, right? When you actually go here and you publish the automation,
Mm-hmm.
right? Now in the publishing option, what did it ask me now? Orchestrator tenant feed. Okay.
And okay.
Do you want
Mm-hmm.
to send it to orchestrator, or do you want to send it to the personal feed, or do you want to send it to the custom feed, right? So if you see here, I'll just cancel this. I am connected to a orchestrator, to the tenant, right? In
Mm-hmm.
that tenant, I have multiple folders.
Right.
As of now, which folder you want to connect? So I am connected to my workspace. So for example, I want to do the same automation, but in the admin folder. So I can go here and I say that in that tenant, now I am writing automation for the admin folder. Okay.
Okay.
So
Mm-hmm.
now if I go to my orchestrator and I go to the admin folder into the automation, right? The business critical automation I just created. So I'll just maybe remove this. I'll just delete it and show it to you. How does it look like? I'll just remove that. Okay.
Okay.
So into my um, you call, into my admin folder, I do not have the business critical process
Business
here. See,
critical
I
process. Now when you,
it's not here,
yeah.
right? Yeah.
Mm,
Now when I go here and I say admin folder, and now it's refreshing the resources, right? And now if
mm-hmm.
I go and I say publish,
We'll see there. Okay, got it.
next, in the publishing option, I want to put it to the whatever I'm connected to. I say next and I say publish. And now it is getting published to the this admin folder. Okay. And then I can just say add a process, business critical process, and then all this stuff, right? So you can
Mm,
decide which folder you want to actually publish and share, right? Previously
mm-hmm.
into the in the old version, right, you had that packages available and into the folder level as well. And if I just go to here, see, when you publish anything to the personal workspace, if you
Mm-hmm.
go to the packages, see here, folder packages, into the automation, you have something which is called the folder packages. These are at the folder level. So if I have to just show it to you again, so as of now this is mail Mukesh Kala converted,
Mm-hmm.
right? This is my
Mm-hmm.
old, you see I don't have any folder package here, right? Now
Mm-hmm.
if I just go here and I change this to the converted workspace,
If we
okay,
publish there, okay.
and then if I just go and I say publish, okay, and in the
Mm.
publishing option, it's the same thing. I say next and
Yeah.
I say publish. Now into your here, as of now, you only see two. I'll just hit a quick refresh and tick, 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 tick. See?
Oh, okay, got it. Okay.
So
But it's,
you
and the same
as a,
same would be
yeah,
under tenant level as well, right?
yeah, because we just published it to the tenant level, right? So now it
Yeah.
depends on your requirement. Do you want to push the packages at the tenant level or you want to keep it at the folder level?
Folder
So
level.
whatever you publish at the tenant level would be accessible all to the folders. Whatever you are publishing to the folder would be accessible only to the folder, right? Parent-child relationship.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. Okay, got it. Clear.
Okay. So that is about the orchestrator and tick, 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 roles. Yeah, this is something which we have to discuss in more detail. Okay. So we have so now you can go to the orchestrator and you have all this stuff, right? Folder level, at the folder level, I have processes, assets, storage buckets, queues, and triggers. Now, there are different roles which are available. Okay, so
Mm-hmm.
each role has a different thing. So tenant administrator would be at the tenant level. Folder administrator at the folder level, allowed to be automation user. So basically, depending on your level, which level you are, whether you are at the tenant level and the folder level, you would have different level of roles. So these are the roles. So basically, in one company, right, I can have two administrator. Okay, so these are the roles. So as we have the roles in Azure, right, whoever is assigned to the role of developer will have access to all these assets. Whosoever is defined a role of automation user have an access to run the automation. All of that can be controlled into the orchestrator. By default, orchestrator has these roles which are available, right? But recently UiPath has come up with the updated roles. So depending on which version of orchestrator you are actually using, you might have a different set of roles. But the whole idea
Mm-hmm.
here is the way the roles and accesses work is UiPath has the default, I would say, roles which are defined, and then you add the users to that role. So for example, today I want to make you the admin. I will add you to the tenant admin role. I want
Yeah.
you to have access to run the automation. I will add you to this role. Okay. And then UiPath keeps on updating this depending on your, and this is where it is available at the tenant level. If you see into the manage
Manage
access, you
access.
have the roles, right? So
Yeah.
if I just go here into the tenant, you have the manage access, right? You have the access group, admin and all. As of now, the admin If I just go here and I say check the access, it will show that what all access the admin have, right? All the admin related stuff, right? Which are the groups which are available, what are the users. As of now, I only have one user who is Mukesh, who is having all these roles. So I can see here, I have all these roles. I can define him a new role. I can remove the new role. I can remove the admin, right? All of that is controlled from the orchestrator, right? And the roles are actually defined to what access you want to have. So each permission can have view, edit, create, delete, right? So you can have
Mm-hmm.
different roles, right? So and so you have roles and you have those categories. And then last thing for today is you have something which is called personal workspace. Okay, as the name suggests, a lot of the time I as a developer, I am writing small automation for myself which I don't want to share with anybody. Personal
Okay.
workspace, right? Personal
Mm-hmm.
automations which I don't want to share it to anybody, right? So what it does, it you have something which is called this is my email ID, this is my personal workspace. Okay, and into the
Mm-hmm.
orchestrator you would see here, this is my workspace, so these are
Okay.
the processes which I have just done for my end, right? Take a screenshot, right? I've created a process to take a screenshot. I don't want it to push it to my client or the customer or to the tenant, right?
Mm-hmm.
So all of that you can manage into something which is called your personal workspace, which is by default created my workspace. Okay, so it would be available directly here as well to your personal workspace, right? And what actually it does, it personal workspace simplify the process of implementing for your personal robot. This enables to such as record keeping, transparency, possibility of future utilization. You created something which you just want to hold it for yourself, you can do all of this within the personal workspace. You will find the package feed, machine template, resources, job assets, whatever you want to do for your personal thing, you can keep it into the personal workspace, right? So that was the level one of the orchestrator. Okay,
So
I'll take a pause if you have
personal,
any
yeah,
questions. Yeah.
personal workspace processes are usually it is a parent-child relationship, and whatever is in the folder we can see through tenant. But this personal workspace folders,
Yes.
that process
Yes.
we won't be seeing in tenant level, right?
Yes, exactly. So this is something like you created something for, your own stuff. You don't
Mm-hmm.
want to share it to anybody, right? There you can
Yeah.
actually go and create this stuff, right? So this is the personal workspace for you. Okay. And
And
yeah, and then we
and
have the
second,
other. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
yeah, sorry. Second is like if I want to check my access, so then I should be going to tenant manage access, and
Yes.
that's where like under my name I can see like what access, whether I'm admin or whether I'm assigned
Yeah.
to
So
what
you're
kind of
the
access,
tenant.
right?
I have my manage access. These are
Yes, yes, yeah.
my users, right? So this is Mukesh.
Mm-hmm.
I can go
Mm-hmm.
here and I can say check access, and you have the edit access as well. I am the admin, so I
I
have all
see.
the access. So check access. So
I
it
see.
shows that I am the admin. In the admin, what all I can do, these are all the access I have, right? So someday, let's say if I'm not able to edit the robot, that means that somebody have removed this from here, right? So
Correct,
create,
correct.
retrieve, update, deliver, right? Same like
Mm-hmm.
any platform have. This is the same concept, right? But the thing is, it's a little different. Then you have the robot accounts, user, which group. So you create the user into the group and then you define the permission on the group. You add user to the group. So all of that policies are applied to them.
Mm.
Okay.
Get it. Yeah.
Okay. So this is the level one of our what you call this is the level one of our uh,
Orchestrator.
orchestrator, right?
Yeah.
Where I just gave you the core concept that at a very high level, how does it work? The next level of the orchestrator would be where we would be actually going into deep that how
Mm.
does the job works, how you deploy it, how do you create a process, how do you run it, all of that we would be seeing in the different, I would say different tutorial. Okay. And I have also, I think I created some okay, yeah. So I had what do I say? I had a collaboration with, I think, Graphy, I guess. Yeah. With Unacademy, I had a collaboration long back, right, where I created a course for Orchestrator, but I think now it's posted to Udemy. Let me quickly check. Here it is. Yeah, I got it on Udemy, right? So this is a course created on Udemy. Okay. So this, whatever you see here, right, this is all covered into the Orchestrator, which I have covered into Udemy, and as of now I think it's very cheap here. So I don't know if because of the new year and all, this is a paid course, right? But before you go there, I don't have coupons, otherwise I could have shared it to you, right? But as of now I don't have any coupons, right?
But
So this is a course on Udemy which I have uploaded, right? If you are interested to, go into more deep on Orchestrator, you feel free to go through this, and this will cover all of this whatever you see on the screen.
can I take the screenshot of the name actually? So because I think I might have Udemy because we were given like Udemy access from company, so I think I should be
Okay.
able to, yeah.
So maybe in Udemy, if you just go and search Mukesh Kala, I just recently
Okay.
started because previously it was on a different platform, but now it's on a different platform. So I just they keep on changing the platform, right? So yeah.
Yeah, because I have this Udemy access from the company, so I think definitely I will be able to access
Yeah,
this
yeah, yeah. So
actually.
you can just search Mukesh Kala and you will
Yeah,
get this.
sure.
And it is that comprehensive course which I created just to understanding tenant, how do you create the tenant, what is unattended automation, how do you manage the access, what are folders, because in this sessions, right, we are just
Mhm.
touching the basics, but if you want to deep dive right into each and everything, this will definitely help you. Yeah.
Okay, so now I believe you guys have a fair understanding of this UiPath platform as a whole, and now it's the right time for me to introduce you to the life cycle of a project, which means that how does the project move from development to testing to pre-prod to prod, what are the different tools involved, how the journey of the project take place, and how are the different components of UiPath are involved, right? So in this one we are going to talk about the life cycle.
Now today I'm going to explain you how does a life cycle look like, right? This life
Mhm.
cycle is that how does a developer start from developing the code, then to pushing in the orchestrator, how it runs from the orchestrator, attended, unattended, how do you fix the code, how do you test the code, right? That complete life cycle we'll try to see, right? With a very basic process, and I'll just try to give you that how does this actually looks like, right, in a real time uh, automation on a real time thing, right? So first thing first, right? So this is our orchestrator, okay?
Yeah.
And there are two kind of licenses. So if I go to this 9 dots and I go to the admin, okay? This is more or less same with your enterprise or any of your account. And then you go to the respective tenant, and then you would have something which is called licenses. Okay. So UiPath has different kind of licenses. So at this moment, if you can see, I am having production unattended license, okay, and in my
Mhm.
tenant I have a testing license. This is my UiPath community. I need to add more licenses, I can go here, right? So as you can see, you have all these different kind of licenses which are available for enterprise trial, testing licenses, production unattended. Concept is simple. If I want to run anything in my when my machine is logged, when I say lock, I don't mean shut down. I means Windows plus L, right? Which is logged
Okay.
machine. If it is
Mm-hmm.
shut down, then it's shut down, right? You cannot run anything. But UiPath automation has a capability even to run when the machine is in logged state, right? Like servers. You don't keep the server open, right? Every time.
Mm-hmm.
So for that, you
Okay.
require an unattended license. So in your community account, you get one unattended license and some of these testings, right? So first of all, you need to understand that whatever project we are developing today, is it an attended automation or is it an unattended automation? Okay. Unattended automation will run with the help of unattended robot. It will be scheduled from the orchestrator and run at a specific time. However, the attended automation would be something like this. It would be available into this is our guy UiPath assistant, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the person will come, he will just come and run at the specific time whenever he wants to run, right? He would have a list of automation in the UiPath assistant. Whenever they want to run, they can run it on ad hoc basis. Okay, so attended
Yeah.
automation are sitting here and unattended automation are sitting on the orchestrator, but you need an unattended license. Okay, now the process is exactly the same. So for example, today I am writing an automation. Okay, this is my UiPath Studio. I have started out with a blank. I don't have anything. Okay, so I go here and I just write an automation. Let's say this, I'll just say log message activity info, and then I say this is first activity. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I'll just create a new one maybe. I'll create a blank process. We will call this as orchestrator demo, because I already created the sample process, right? So I just create a new process, and this is a developer who has started doing the development, and he has a lot of tasks to do, right? So the first task is he has to, let's say, log into an automation, log into a portal, do some of the automation. So I just say this is first activity. Okay. And then after that, he does a lot of automation, same like I'm doing. This is the last activity, right? Something automation he has done into
Yeah.
his
Yeah.
workflow, right? And
Okay.
today, as a developer, I completed my automation. Now, when this is automation is running, this is, if I just go here and I run it, run the file, you will notice that this is running on my machine, Mukesh computer. This guy triggered it, right? You notice when I just go here and I
Yeah.
say run the file, this is running on my machine. It completed and I got the output, right? Now,
Yeah.
if I have to send it to the testing team, or if I have to send it to the client or the customer, it should not run on my machine, right? Jetal
Yeah.
is a guy who is from testing team. Okay. Now, would you trust the results which are on my machine or not? You won't
No.
trust, right? You would
Yeah.
run it on your machine, your environment, right? So what does
Correct.
happen? The developer is going to push this to orchestrator. Okay. So now if you would see here, I have all these development folders, right? I have shared and all these folders which are available into my orchestrator, which is this, right? So now in most of the company, you have same orchestrator. You remember, we can have different folders here, testing
Yes.
and all.
Yes.
And in
Mm-hmm.
some other companies, this tenant itself would be different, right? So somebody would actually deploy the automation into the orchestrator for the testers, for the QA and all, right? How does that happen? So to deploy the automation, you just go to the UiPath Studio and you see here, it's asking me which folder you want to send the
Deploy.
automation,
Mm-hmm.
right? So I am trying to send it to my shared folder. I go to the
Okay.
top and I say publish. And now this is the name of the package. Version is important, right? Same like we do version of the files. This is the package
Mm-hmm.
version. You can always change it. And then I say next. Then there is something which is called publish option. It is asking me, you are connected to an orchestrator. How it is connected again? I'll just repeat. This is connected with the UiPath assistant, right? Whichever UiPath assistant you will connect in the orchestrator setting, it will go to that orchestrator, right? In
Yeah.
today's world, we have a lot of orchestrators. So I just gave my orchestrator here, right? And then in the orchestrator, do you want to go to the tenant feed or to the personal workspace? Right? Remember in our last session, we talked about the personal workspace. If it is something my personal, I would
Mm-hmm.
select here personal. Otherwise, I would just put it to the tenant feed. I
Tenant
say
feed.
next and I say publish. Okay.
Yeah.
This project is published to the orchestrator. As of now, it is in the development orchestrator, right? So how
Yeah.
the developer can run it from the orchestrator, and the same way I am running as a developer, you can also think it, you can run it from the production or the other machines as well, right? Orchestrator exactly the same look and feel, right? Now I
Yeah.
publish the package in the tenant. It is just sitting as a package here, orchestrator demo, right? This
Sorry to
guy,
cut you off, Mukesh here.
yeah. Hmm,
Can you just
hmm.
little bit elaborate, like, help me explaining this tenant? Actually, what exact tenant means? One instance, right? We are referring here, or like, one license.
tenant is a orchestrator license, one tenant. I think in the last session, right, we covered that what exactly is a tenant versus folder, right? You remember that?
Yeah, so one tenant can have multiple folders, like, to work with. So for
Yes,
example,
yes.
if I am
Hmm.
I'm the person, I am one tenant. My
Yes.
license is one tenant, right?
Hmm.
Okay.
So the tenant can be divided into multiple different ways. Let me see if I can find that.
So if I'm having unattended license versus attended, like, two licenses, for one is for prod and one is for non-prod, would I be considered two tenants or one tenant only?
No, no, one tenant only. In one tenant, you would have all these licenses. So if I go back here into
Okay.
the admin section and in the complete organization, right? This is my company, tutorials by
Okay.
Mukesh Kala. In my
Mhm.
company, I have can have multiple tenants. So
Okay.
in my default tenant, I have these licenses.
Okay. Understood. Okay.
Okay. So one company can have multiple different tenant. Tenant can be segregated environment wise,
Or
like one
department
tenant for
wise, yeah.
production or department wise, right? So that
Understand.
entirely depends on how do you want to do that. Okay. Right.
Okay. And can
So
it be configured user wise? Example, for example, we have 4 users, so one
no.
per tenant per user, or it's not a like
Why
good
would you
idea.
like to have tenant wise, right? If it is user, right? So what would be the use case? Why would you like to do that?
So individual is having individual license, right? So
No, but
or it is.
which individual licenses?
For example, let's say I have testing team, so I have four
Hmm.
people in testing team.
Hmm.
So isn't it advisable to create each everyone's tenant and assign them license, or assign the tenant a license, and whenever whoever wants to work, they will work on that tenant? It is like, more advisable.
No, see, tenant is just to segregate the data, right? Are all your four resources, are they doing on entirely four different projects which are confidential of one another? No, right?
No.
So then all of that four would be part of the same tenant only. And you can provide them four different licenses. So same like if you see here, as of now, I have one license. If I go to see
Mhm.
more, this license is allocated to this machine, right? So you would have
Hmm.
four licenses in the same tenant and the four license would be allocated to the four developers in the same
Okay,
tenant.
understood. Understood. Okay,
Okay.
got it.
So now, so now in my tenant, right, I just publish that NuGet package. Okay. So
Hmm.
into
Hmm.
my tenant, that package is just sitting here like this, right? Now,
Yeah.
this guy does not understand whether I am an attended process or, sorry, this does not understand that which machine I have to execute, right? As you
Yeah.
mentioned that your company has four developers, right? Four
Correct.
developers has four different machine. How this guy is going to decide whether I am going to run as an 6 a.m., 9 a.m., 10 p.m. in which machine I have to work and so on and so forth, right? So how
Hmm.
does the setup actually work? So first thing first, if I am the admin of this tenant, right? First thing I go and I go to machines, right? So I added
Okay.
all the machines which are capable of running the automation. So if I go to my CMD, right, command prompt, this
Hmm.
is my CMD, okay? And if I
Yeah.
just search here, who am I?
I. Hmm.
This is showing me this machine, desktop, and this is the user whose name is Mukesh, right? This is my computer. So what I have done is I have added my computer here.
Okay.
How do I do that?
Hmm.
You just go here and you add a machine.
Okay.
You just provide the machine name. So let's say I am adding a machine, let's say machine ABC, right? I'm just making it out, right? So there is a machine which is machine ABC. Now I am trying to add a machine to this. Now this machine is asking, now UiPath is asking me that, okay, you are adding a machine. In that machine, what type of automations you want to run? Unattended
Okay.
automation, testing automation, or what? Right? So let's say
Okay.
today I want to do testing automation. So I just say that, okay, I will run testing automation and I'll run the unattended automations as well. Right?
Okay.
And how many licenses you want to allocate to them, and you just go and you say provision. Right? So now
Okay.
this machine ABC is owned by a different user, right? You are the owner of that machine.
Okay.
I have just added the machine here, right? Now, if I trigger the automation, do you think it would really go and trigger in your assistant, into your UiPath assistant?
No, whatever the machine name we are providing here,
No, but
it will
even if
go.
let's say the machine name is correct, right? How have
Yeah.
you authorized it? You have not authorized it, right? If let's
Yes,
say I
yes, yes.
come to your machine and I know that your machine name is let's say JTL PC, and I just come here and I write JTL PC, right? And I close it, then
Hmm.
would anybody in the world be able to trigger automation in your machine?
Now it has to connect with my machine at least.
You have to authenticate, right?
Yes,
So
yes.
how does this authentication happen? So as of now, I have just added the machine, and you can add any number of machine in the orchestrator, right?
Hmm.
Now,
Hmm.
in
Hmm.
actually, if you want to run that, then you have to go to that machine UiPath orchestrator
Okay.
into the assistant, and then you go to the preferences, and then you go to the orchestrator setting, and you provide the client ID and the client
Okay.
secret.
I get
So
what you
for
mean. Yeah.
this machine ABC, if I go here and I say edit the machine, it has given me the client ID and the machine key.
It's
So
secret.
now
Yeah.
in whichever machine, I just copy it and I provide this into whichever machine,
Hmm.
it would be able to connected and licensed to orchestrator, right? So that way it works. So let's say you are setting up an orchestrator, you are working in a company. Your company got
Hmm.
5 brand new computers, right? And you
Hmm.
decide that we are going to run automation on these 5 machines. So what will you do? You will add all the 5 machine like this, allocate
Hmm.
all the 5 machine licenses, and then you will just get the client secret, go to the UiPath assistant of those machine, provide it, and then connect it. So that way, all those machines would be available for you to run the automations. Any questions?
Understand. Can I add client ID and one client ID and secret to multiple assistant, or it has to be one to
No,
one only?
it's one to one. It's one to one.
Okay. Understand. Okay.
Right? And then you
Yeah.
have something which is called high density robots, which is like
Hmm.
a server machine where one server have multiple different kind of architecture, right? So that all is infra related that we can discuss some other time, right? But as of
Sure.
now, one client secret for one machine. Okay. So you have
Yeah.
got machine, right? So I am the admin of this tenant. I went to market. I got 5 machine. I added all the 5 machines here, right? I had
Yeah.
all the licenses, right? Now in my tenant, I have different folders. Okay. Now I
Yeah.
go to this again. All the machine, do you think that all the machines should be available to all the different folders, or we need to still have segregations? Because
We. Yeah.
if let's say there are 4 users or 5 users, right? And
Hmm.
one user is running multiple processes on all the 4 machines. So that means that your segregation has to also happen on the machine, that which folder can use which machine. Right?
Yeah.
So this
Yeah.
is my desktop. This is my personal computer. If I go
Hmm.
here and I say edit, you would see that I have told that this machine is going to run in unattended mode, right? And these
Hmm.
are the settings which I have given to this machine, right? Now
Yeah.
to specifically add it to the folder, I'll go to this folder, which is the shared folder. And if you see here in the machines, I have allocated that machine.
Correct. Okay.
And then I say
Hmm.
manage machines in the folder,
Hmm.
which all machines you want to use, right? So as of now, I have just used this machine. So now, which means that if you go to this shared folder, any automation which is in this shared folder can run only on one machine.
This machine. Yeah. Get it.
Though in my parent, I have 10 machine, 20 machine, but I have given only one machine to this folder. Okay,
Correct. Yeah.
got it.
Yeah.
So I went to the tenant, I got machines, I added, allocated the licenses, and all those licenses are managed at the tenant level. And then the tenant decide that which machine should be allocated to which folder. 3 machines for HR, 2 machines for insurance, 1 machine for banking, right? Now
Yeah.
in that folder, when I was publishing, I just published the package. Now still that does not know, right? That package does not know whether I have to run on this machine, which folder, all of that has to be decided, right? So
Yeah.
as
Yeah.
of now, we have just published a NuGet package. Now to create a package out of the process, you go to the processes, and then there is a button which says add process, straightforward step, right? It is asking me which package. So my package is orchestrator demo, right? That's the package. And then it is asking me the version. I say next, and I say next, and I just go here and I create it, right? That's it. I did nothing and I just close it. So now this is now created as a process. Now this process still does not know, right? Whether, so this understand that, okay, I am a process, I have to be working in the shared folder, but again in the shared folder, I can have multiple machines, right? Now, once a process is created, you can directly run the process by going to the jobs, right? Remember our initial discussion that how does this cycle happen? You create the process, from the process you go and you create jobs. At any point of time, if you run a process, you go to jobs and you say start. Now it is asking me which process you want to run. I want to run this process. Now it's showing me which machine. I have only one machine. Though in the tenant I have added two machine, right? But in the shared folder we have only given one machine to this machine. Which robot, which machine, into that machine you might have multiple accounts. Which account? And then what is the host name and all, right? But you can also select it from there. And if I just go back and I say leave the page, you also has an option to run the process on any user account which is connected or any machine which is connected. So you also have an option, right? So any machine, whichever machine is available, it will find and it will run.
But that machine has to be assigned to that specific folder only with the
Yes,
shared
folder,
folder,
and
right?
it should be available, right? And then I just say start, and then you would see that this process is now running, right? And since this is connected here, you would see that process running here. Job started processing. So now this job is running from orchestrator. See, orchestrator demo running and it completed. Now in the jobs, I can see that this was started as a manual, right? I manually started it, and you can see all these details, everything, whatever we have done, right? Now, this is to just to test that yes, the connection is working and everything, right? Now, in a real-time environment, you actually schedule the automations, right? So I tested this, it is working fine. I tested it, exported the logs, everything done. In an actual real-time customer environment, you have a requirement, right? It's an unattended robot. So you want to run it at daily 5 p.m. weekly and all those. That part is called triggers, right? As the name suggests, trigger. It's like setting up an alarm. It's very easy, right? Add a new trigger. It's asking me what do you want to call the trigger, right? So I just say this is my sample trigger, right? Now, which process you want to trigger? I want to trigger this process, orchestrated demo. Then it's asking me where, what time zone are you in, right? Because people can have in different time zone, right? So I am in UTC plus 530. Then what is the frequency? Every minute, hourly, daily, weekly, blah, blah, blah. So let's say I want to run it on, let's say, weekly basis. So on which days of the week? At what time, right? If you want to run it on, let's say, monthly, then it will show you the calendar. On what days, right? Same like setting up an alarm, right? So there you can actually go and do all this stuff, right? But now there comes a important and I would say interesting stuff, which is like this. So I have to run a robot, which I have to run daily on, let's say 5 p.m. IST. Okay. So I have an option here. I just go and I say daily, repeat at what time, and it gives me, right? I have an automation which I want to run on Monday, Tuesday, and Friday at 10 a.m. That also work. Then I have an automation which I want to run on first day of the month, right? So if I go here, I can see monthly and I can just select for which day of the month I want to run it on specific Mondays, and all of that is taken care by UiPath for us, right? But now this was working all perfectly. Everybody was happy. Now suddenly one day, some people came and say that, okay, I want to run the process only on Monday, Tuesday, Okay, something like that. They say that I want to run the process on first, second, third, and 25th
Okay.
of the month. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and maybe somebody just say that I want to run it on only second second Tuesday and 5th of Friday,
Okay.
right?
Mm-hmm.
So now second Tuesday and 5th Friday, how do I do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you go weekly, it's asking you, okay, Friday, but it's not giving you an option of second Friday, right? Because it's weekly.
Yeah. Yeah.
So this becomes tricky, right? That's why you have something which is called advance.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So in the advanced scheduling, you are supposed to write the cron expression.
Okay.
So you can actually write cron expression here, something like this, which is shown here. It's very easy. You can go to internet and get the cron expression, right? I have created dedicated videos on cron expressions. You would find it on the channel and the course I referred you on the orchestrator. There also it is there, right? So cron is simply an expression. You can just go to internet and you can just say something like this cron maker.
Mm-hmm.
This is additional knowledge I'm just giving you, FYI. So you can just go to internet and look for cron maker. Okay, it's not working. Let's go to some other site. Maybe this one, right? And then whatever you want to give, you can specify the condition here, and
Oh,
you
it's
can
a
use, and then you get this, you copy this and you paste it back here, and that
Mm-hmm.
will create the cron expression for you. Okay, so basically
Mm-hmm.
UiPath has given you all this option to schedule the processing, right? Automation.
Yeah.
For
Yeah.
example, today I want to run the automation every minute,
Okay.
right? And
Mm-hmm.
repeat after 5 minutes, 4 minutes. So I say that I want to run this automation every 3 minutes,
Mm-hmm.
repeat after 3 minutes, and I want to run it on orchestrator demo on which machine, all of that still available here, right? Because this is asking me, right? You're trying to run this process every minute on which machine? So this is my client customer environment. I'm just going
Mm-hmm.
here and saying that I'm going to run it on this machine, whichever machine is connected. You
Mm-hmm.
can think it of as a developer running his automation every minute on his machine, right? So that's why the segregation is important. If I give all the machine access to everybody, I'll just add your machine in this drop down and I'll keep your running my automation, and your machine you're not able to do anything, right? So
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
why that segregation is important, right? So what this scheduling is asking, this scheduling is asking me, okay, you have this name, you have the process, you are going to run it on this time zone every 3 minutes. If you want to do advanced, you can do the advanced scheduling also, and all of that is done, and then you just add it. So what I have done, I have created a trigger. It says that I'm going to run in next 59
59.
seconds,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So now if you go, when this triggers, as of now, if you can see, the last job was 6 minutes ago, and now I have
Mm-hmm.
set up a trigger who is going to run it 46 seconds, right? So now
Mm-hmm.
think it of an a machine which is in a log state, unattended automation. You have deployed it. So it was last triggered 7 minutes ago. As soon as this time is hit in 36 seconds, it is going to automatically run the process, right? And I don't have to do actually anything, right? So what we have
Okay.
just done now is we have scheduled an unattended automation to run every minute, right? In the jobs, you can
Mm-hmm.
see still we have two. In the triggers, it says it's going to run in 18
18
seconds,
seconds.
right? So in 18 seconds, you would automatically see here one process automatically running, right?
Yeah.
And if in case I log this machine also, right, if I do a Windows L, then also this automation will run because this is an unattended automation, right? So see,
Yeah.
it automatically triggered, job has started the processing, it will do
Processing. Yeah.
its whatever it was supposed to do, and then it
Mm-hmm.
says
It's
that
done.
next run is in 1 minute ago, right? And then if you
Mm-hmm.
go to the jobs, you would see last time it was manual, but this time it is coming from a sample trigger,
Simple
right?
trigger.
The
Yeah.
name of the trigger, right? So in the
Yeah.
trigger, you have this is again running in 2 minutes, right? Because we told it to do it, right? At any point of time, if you want to enable, disable, you can disable it, you can delete it. all those options are available for you, right? And now in the jobs, you have all these jobs which has an orchestrator admin. I can see that, okay, this guy triggered this automation, this was triggered automatically, and all these things, right? And to verify that what this automation has done, right? Because this is running in client environment, I don't have access to the VM. That's where we go to these three dots and we say view the logs. So
Okay.
it says that this is the orchestrator started, then it went to the first activity, then it went to the last activity, right? And this is coming
Okay.
from here, log message activity. So these are the best practices which we follow, that whenever we write automations, we add log messages. So when we are actually monitoring the automation, right, we can see, right? Because you don't have access to see what the automation is doing in the real time. So that's why you add logs and all these details, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take a pause if you have any questions.
So can we conclude like trigger is equal to like, unattended robots, right? So we need to have a specific license for
Yes,
in
yes,
order to run
unattended
trigger,
robot.
right?
Correct,
Okay,
correct. And
understand.
triggers are of multiple types. This what we set is a time trigger, right? That based on the
Okay.
time we triggered it, right? Time trigger. You have other
Mm-hmm.
three kinds of trigger. Queue trigger, right? Queue triggers, you
Yeah.
understand the concept of queue
Yes.
programming, right? So queue is
Yeah.
like you have multiple transactions you want to add. It can be simply
Yeah. Yeah.
like you're processing a bank and you received 1000 credit card applications, right? So
Yeah.
1000 credit card application, but you are not sure at what point they are coming. So you can write an automation which says that as soon as the credit card is added to the queue, trigger this process.
Yes.
Okay, so that's a
Yeah.
queue trigger. So in the queue trigger is exactly the same. The only thing it's going to ask you is that which queue and which process, right? So
Yes.
you can
Mm-hmm.
create a queue. The automation will add items to the queue. As soon as the item is added to the queue, it will trigger the queue based automation, right?
Automation. Yeah.
So if you really want to build a process on queue triggers and queue transactions, right? So on my channel, you would see end-to-end use cases, which are like
Okay.
3 hours long videos. So you have to dedicate time, and then you
Mm-hmm.
would be able to run queue based triggers and all, right? But for information, we have time information, time triggers, queue triggers. We have event based triggers, right?
Okay.
This is coming from integration services. Event based
Mm-hmm.
triggers are something like run an automation as soon as the email is arrived.
Yeah.
Okay. As
Mm-hmm.
soon as there is a chat in your Zoom which says, hi, support team, run this process, do this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Event can be
Yeah.
anything. It can be an email arrived, a new ticket logged in the Jira, run the
Mm-hmm.
process, right?
Yeah.
As soon as a new ticket is created with a P3 priority, run the process. All of that
Okay.
is event based triggers. And lastly, API triggers. Whenever you want to trigger with the help of APIs, you have APIs trigger, right? So four kind of
Okay.
triggers we have. And the last tab is logs, which shows you everything whichever is happening in your orchestrator or in your machine.
Okay.
Okay, so this is your automation and all this stuff, right? Now,
Yeah.
the other thing which you should know is how do you update, right? So for example, you have this automation which is running happy. Now you got a change.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So the developer got a defect. You as a testing team raised defect. The developer got some defect. There is some enhancement, right? Now what happens?
Mm-hmm.
So the developer is back to his UiPath Studio. He found some bug and he, let's say, fixed it, right? So he added more code and he just say that I fixed the code. Okay. So they
Mm-hmm.
fix the code into the development environment, into his development. But still,
Mm-hmm.
now you would see that this guy, what is the significance of version, right? That you'll understand now. As of now, this is still with the developer. So the developer go ahead and say publish, and now the
Please.
new version is 1.0.2.
1, 2. Yeah.
Publish, right?
Mm-hmm.
Publish. Now the orchestrator is not going to take any decision on its behalf. You have to tell, because the orchestrator does not know that the new version might have errors, right? So you
Mm.
as a developer has to tell orchestrator that, hey, you have to run on this process. But the good
Okay.
part what orchestrator does is, if you see the processes, as of now I have not refreshed, so it's not showing, but as soon as I refresh the page, you would
Okay, it showed
see
me. Okay.
it will show there that, hey, there is a blue color icon which says that
Mm-hmm.
updates are available. So it is green means that it is running on the latest version.
Mm-hmm.
This blue indicates that yes, I am running on 1.0.1, but I have one update available.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you want to run on that, you would explicitly can go to these three dots, edit it, and here you have all the option to run it on the latest version.
Understand. Change the version.
And
Okay.
I say update, and now it will run on the new version. So now when I
Hmm.
run this, I will get that message. But let's say you updated and then you figure out that there is a huge major bug,
Hmm.
right? And the complete functionality is broken. You can just go here, edit it, and
Change the
roll
version.
back,
Okay.
roll back,
Hmm.
confirm. Orchestrator take cares of all these things, right? Has been
Mm-hmm.
updated to the latest version, and I say next, next, and I say
Hmm.
whatever, right? So you have option to change it, right, to back, and then you can update it to the latest version as well, right? So that is how
Yeah.
you update the stuff. Okay, so that
Yeah.
was the next thing which you should know about the orchestrator. Okay,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
understood?
Yes.
Okay, so that cover your process, apps and all. Apps is a different game altogether. We'll talk about it sometime later. The other thing is monitoring. As the name suggests, it's going to, you can monitor, right? What are the machine processes, queues, SLAs? This would be important for you. Whenever you are working in a support, then SLA is important. SLA, service level agreement. Some
Mm-hmm.
processes have SLA, right? That this has to complete by 9 a.m. This has to
Mm-hmm.
complete by 10 p.m.
Yeah.
Orchestrator has an option to manage the SLAs. It will show you that if there is a breach, SLA breach, what is the average handling time, whatever you require to have SLAs, it will actually going to show you here, right? So this is mostly
Okay.
used by the support person who are monitoring the SLAs. Okay. Now the next tab is queues, which is again orchestrator queues. You can create, edit, modify all the queues here. And
Okay.
then there is something which is called assets, right? Very important, and which you are going to utilize a lot of times, right? Let me ask you a
Mm-hmm.
question. So for example, I am doing the development, okay? In
Mm-hmm.
my development here, I have to read a data from a folder, right? Now
Okay.
in my, and the client says that the folder path in my development, the folder path is something like this: d colon data slash Mukesh, right?
Mm-hmm.
Embedded inside the folder into my project, right?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Now if I go and if I publish this ad as it is, and if I run it from the orchestrator on client machine, do you think this automation will work?
No, because it's your machine's path.
It's my machine path, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Other scenario, right? When I am doing the development, when I log into the machine, okay, log into
Mm-hmm.
any environment, when I log into let's say the application, or I log into the database, or I log into the Jira, right? I'm using
Mm-hmm.
my username, which is Mukesh, and my password, which is, let's say, password 123 something, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Mm-hmm.
to log in, I have used my credential, something like this. I am putting into log messages, but you can relate it, right? Now
Yeah.
this is, I am using my username and my password.
Mm-hmm.
Now if I run this on client machine, client environment, will it work?
No.
No, right? So that
Yeah.
means that different environment needs to have different values. Okay.
Right.
Now
Mm-hmm.
the other thing is sharing of the credentials. If I ask you that, if I ask the client, right, okay, give me your password, I'm going to save it. So one way to solve this was, before I go to the password, one way to solve is this: the developer actually creates something which is called a config file.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you understand what is a
Mm-hmm.
config file?
Yes. Yes.
Right? So developers
Yeah.
create something which is called a config file. They give Excel file to the people, and they say that, okay, go ahead and update your path and everything. They read the Excel
Yes.
here, and then this
Yeah.
continues, right? So what happens
Yeah.
is this guy is stored
Will
in an
change here.
notepad or in an Excel file, and then they can change, right? So for
Yes.
example,
Yes.
we had this config file. It is a part of robotics enterprise framework, by the way, right? So again, so let's say I gave this file to the customer and I ask him that this is my config file. And once you run it, you just go
Change these
and update
parameters.
the
Yeah.
path here, and then I read this file here into this automation and it works seamlessly, right?
Yes.
Working fine, right? Now, what about the password? Can I ask the client to put the password into the notepad or into the Excel?
It's not a good practice. No.
I can see the password, right?
Yeah.
It's not a good practice. That's where to manage all of these things, we have something which is called assets. Okay.
Okay.
What is asset?
Yeah.
I go to asset. There are four kind of asset: text, boolean, integer, and credential.
Okay.
Text, as the name suggests, you can store text. So for example, today I want to store a path. I created an
Mm-hmm.
asset path and I give it a
Mm-hmm.
value called d:\data.
Okay.
Asset is created with a path.
Mm-hmm.
Today I want to do a password. So I created, let's say, credentials. Maybe I can just go something like portal credentials. Okay. And then I
Mm-hmm.
will use credential
Right.
and I
Credential.
will use my username called Mukesh and password is, let's say, password, and I created
Mm-hmm.
it, right? So this is my developer environment. As a developer, I do this, right? Now,
Mm-hmm.
into my UiPath Studio, what I will do is, okay, I will just refer those assets.
Yes. That just same like as a variable, right? Okay.
Yes. And then into my into my UiPath Studio, this is,
Mm-hmm.
by the way, the newest feature, right? You can see all these assets here. Whenever I
Mm-hmm.
have to use the credential, I'll just use this credential like this, drag and drop,
Okay.
and like this, and it's asking me what do you want to go. I want to get the credentials, right? So now
Okay.
it will get me the credential into this without me actually giving the password. It will just create the variable username and password, right? Because it's a secret thing, right? So get
Yeah.
credential will go to the orchestrator, fetch the password for you, and you would be able to write it, use it in your automation. Now,
Okay.
the good part is, in future, if the password changes, since I just created it, even I cannot access it again. See, if I go here and I say edit, see, I just
Okay.
added my password, right? Security AS356 encryption. Once you
Okay.
created an asset, you also cannot see the password. All you can do is update it,
Okay.
right? So now,
Mm-hmm.
once we move to the client or the customer environment,
Mm-hmm.
what we tell the customer? We tell the customer that go to the orchestrator or the support team of there, create this guy, and into this, put your credential.
Okay.
Now they put the credential and in the code, it's already referring to that credential. That's it.
So we are asking them to create new assets or update the asset what we have created already.
Now this asset is in my development environment. This is my orchestrator. Client would have their own orchestrator. So whenever we deploy a process, we give them a
Mhm.
handbook. We say that if you
Okay.
want to run the process into the folder where you deploy this process, you need to have these two assets. This asset would be of type text, this asset would be of type credential, and you need to store your
Okay.
credential.
Understand. Okay.
Runbook. Best practices again, right? How do you deploy and all those things, right? So that
Yeah.
is again the part of managing the orchestrator. But this is what asset does, right? So basically
Mhm.
now at any point of time, if this path changes from d:\data to something else, this is text. That's why we are able to see credentials. We are not able to see, right?
Correct.
This I can edit at any point of time. So let's say tomorrow instead of d data, I just want to run it at e data.
Mm-hmm.
This will run with that value, right? And I do not have to change anything into the automation, right? Because
Yeah.
that is
That's
referring
cool.
from
Yeah.
here. So
Yeah.
this is
Yeah.
the assets, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's asset. Orchestrator is a very huge topic, right? We can have unlimited sessions on it, right? But for at
Yeah.
your level, at a high level, you should know that yes, there is something which is there, right? And for the
Yeah.
detail, I think I already told you the course, right? You can refer
Yeah.
that and it has everything. It will
I
take
enrolled
some
on
time,
it.
but
Yeah.
yeah, it
Yeah.
has the things. It will take you some time, but eventually we'll get there, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah. Yeah.
then we have something which is called storage buckets.
Okay.
Storage bucket is just to store Azure S3. I hope you understood it now, right? So these are the kind of the data storage cloud thing, right? So for example,
Yeah.
today I want to store something on my orchestrator. I can actually go and store in the orchestrator database. I can use it in the Azure. I can use it in Amazon S3, right? So all these are different buckets, and this is asking for where you want to store the data, right? So storage buckets is also part of orchestrator. And then
Okay.
lastly, you have something which is called settings, which
Okay.
users and all you want to manage. So if you see here, it says that Mukesh is a user.
Mm-hmm.
He is having an unattended robot, right? All
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
this you can control, right? And then in the shared folder, you have one machine. If you want to add
Yes.
more machine,
Yes.
you can manage machine in the folder, right? It will take you, I would say, only some time to get look and feel and customization of this. If you do it once, you would be very used to it, right? So it
Yeah.
looks like a little complex in the first, but eventually when you keep coming to orchestrator again and again, right, you would understand that how all of these things work, right? So that was
Okay.
the high level on the orchestrator, that how does it work. You have tenant, you have folders. In the folders you have processes, queues, assets, storage buckets. All of that is managed in the orchestrator, right? And
Mm-hmm.
to know more, you can again watch the videos on the YouTube channel, or you can also take the Udemy course which I shared. Okay.
Yeah. Sure.
Okay, so that was the last module into our bootcamp slash crash course, that how does the life cycle work. And I believe now some of you might have got what you actually wanted. If that is not the case, feel free to write me a message, email. Happy to clarify your doubts as well. Now, some of you might be interested to learn more about this technology. That's where I'm going to show you what are the next steps for you as a beginner, right? So onto my screen, you see this is my channel, which is Tutorials by Mukesh Kala, where you are checking this bootcamp, right? In this, you have something which is called UiPath Beginner Start Here. So these are the step-by-step tutorials which are covered. Okay. Now, in case if you are someone who is more comfortable in Hindi, the same thing is also available in Hindi as well. This is the beginner playlist. And then I have also created some of the use cases. Then there are DU, then there are mock interviews, and then there are a lot of stuff. Now you might be thinking, Mukesh, this is overwhelming. How can I know a step-by-step roadmap? And I got you for that. So for that, I have got a website which is called mukeshkala.com. That is my personal website. Into that, if you go to the download section, which is here at the top, okay, and then if you scroll down, by the way, this is all the material which I have taught into my YouTube channel, right? So if you scroll down at the bottom, you would have something which is called roadmap for an RPA developer. If I click on that, download the file, right, it will actually download a step-by-step roadmap for you. And here it is, right? So this roadmap consists of the tutorials both from my channel, from the official UiPath Academy. It also talk about the certification, what are the steps you need to know, that such as robotics enterprise framework is very important, orchestrator is very important. Then how do you start with POC, industry use cases, what are the other things which are optional, how do you integrate AI and integration services, autopilot, generative AI, and then we are also talking about how do you get certified, right? So this is a complete roadmap, guys, which you can follow and become a better beginner to advanced UiPath developer, right? So with that, I would wrap this video here. Thank you so much for watching and giving so much time for this content and patiently being continuing till this point. If you are able to follow this till this point, maybe just comment down completed successfully, and I understand that people really like the content. I'll appreciate your feedback on this content. Any question, feedback, question, queries you have, you can put it in the comments, or you can also write me an email as well, right? I hope you like this content. If that is the case, make sure to subscribe to the channel and see you in the next one. Thank you for watching and happy automation. Bye.